go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
And welcome to Remembering Apex, a game that we're going to be playing here today with a couple of our players, and we'll be starting off with Leica and Satsuki of Fnatic. And this is a game that everybody at home should be pretty familiar with, okay? You'll see a table filled with cards here that are all face down. Those cards are going to have team logos on them, and we're going to give our players a few minutes here to try and flip them over 2 cards at a time and match those logos, and they're going to try and match as many as they can within a 3-minute window. It's a pretty basic game, but we're going to see how good they are at it. Are you guys ready?
Ready, okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
ニュース。次のスいけよ。ニュースこれじゃん。左上。これ？多分左上かわかんない。せーの。
Okay, first match, keep going.
Keep going. はい。それだ。行きます。これ待ってよ。バータスプロこっち。行く？いいよ。どうぞ。バータスプロ。違う。ちゃうやん。こっちや。じゃあこっちや。いやそれいけるわ。いくで。いいよ。せーの。
Okay, 2.
多分これ。いいよ。いいよ。はい。ちゃうやん。これ。それ？はい。それ。いくよ。せーの。違う。ちゃうやん。この辺つ。そっちだけ。この辺。いくよ。これやろ。いいよ。せーの。ほら。はい。よし。
Okay.
これはいいの。真ん中。はい。あ、これとこれやった。これです。いや、どう？
Okay, that's right. Nice, good memory.
はい、どうぞ。待って、何も覚えてないわ。まあ、取ります。あ、これ。右上じゃん。右上やろ。いくよ。はい。
Okay.
TSM これ。
Couple minutes left.
これ左上。
Now we're moving.
あ、これちゃう？
New logo.
これじゃあ、せーの。おい、でよ。
Nice.
これいくよ。
Got the Game of Gladiators.
あ、これ左上。
They know where.
これ。
They know where Aurora is.
で、
It's there.
これとこれ。
Only 2 more.
これいくよ。いけ。せーの。
はい。Good
これ
job.
時間やばい。
I feel like that might have been too easy. You guys crushed that. Do you know all the teams here?
ね。まあ、名前言って。水地。これオーロラ。
Uh-huh.
ノーセプション。これ TSM ね。バータスプロ。バータスプロ。これあれだ BMS だけどわかんないよね成績名称。タスクたち。これ何レジェンド？これわからん。ニップ。
Nasky. Yeah.
ニップね。
Well, you guys did great.
いきました。
Leica, Satsuki, they managed to flip over every single card within the time limit, got all those matches correct. They're the first team to do it. We'll have to see if anybody else can now match that or if they can do it faster. Congratulations, though, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Hey,
Hey everybody, quick shot here from EWC Central. The Apex Legends finals are set, with the final two teams coming in through the last chance qualifier yesterday. So let's check in with the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. Well, it was Guild Esports and Space Station Gaming who came out on top yesterday in that last chance qualifier. While Space Station is already eligible for the Club Championship after top 8 finishes in both Overwatch 2 and Rainbow Six, Guild Esports requires another top 8 placement after their 5th place in Call of Duty Warzone. In terms of teams to keep your eyes on, we need to look at Team Falcons, Team Liquid, Gaming Gladiators, Fnatic, and Twisted Minds today out of the roster of 20 teams. Because all of these clubs are already eligible for the Club Championship and are looking to improve their overall points tally. Talking about their points tally, unfortunately, Na'Vi was eliminated in the LCQ yesterday, so they will stay at 1,110 points after Week 5. This opens up the opportunity for clubs behind them to close the gap or to surpass them and move into that top 3. Will anybody be able to catch Team Falcons, or will Team Falcons extend that lead even further? The answers to those questions will be updated right here on EWC Central. And of course, for more updates on the EWC Club Championship, as well as every other game, as well as teaching, learning, mini games, join us at EWC Central every Thursday to Sunday from 4 until 8. We're at twitch.tv EWC, youtube.com/EWC. That's it from me and this edition of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC.
What up, everyone? My name is We The People. We are here in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup, and I am here with the powerhouse from Europe Alliance. We got Hackies, we got Unlucky. How you guys doing?
Doing amazing. Great, great.
Let's do it. All right, so we got a power ranking tier list right now, blind ranking. We're gonna go Horizon, 1 through 5.
Horizon's pretty high up. Like, she's amazing for ranked, she's amazing for contesting. I think she would be meta right now if the UAV and ring console weren't necessary, so I would say 2.
I personally think Horizon like one of the best characters, if it wasn't like for Pathfinder now, I would say.
Yeah.
Me as a person, like Horizon main, I love the movement of her, like that's the best part about her, and the Q. So I put her on still 3, I think. Yeah.
3? Yeah. 3 solid. We got Fuse.
Fuse is definitely meta right now, in terms of competitive. I feel like he's pretty versatile too for ranked and pubs, where you can go speed boost and stuff like that, so you can do some movement as well. So I'll probably give Fuse 1 here. 1?
All right, that's big.
Wow, okay. I think Fuse is really good because of how much pressure he can give on a team. With the Qs, with the ult, with being capable of carrying more nades. So I put him as well at 1, I think.
1, all right, strong. Valkyrie.
Valkyrie is pretty mediocre right now since she's pretty much got replaced by an item.
Yeah.
The evac towers can do everything she can do. So I'll probably give her a 5.
5.
Well, with the Valkyrie being like also nerfed, like being slower and not going as high, I also think I would put her at 5.
5. Yeah. All right. Bangalore.
Oof. That would have been my number 1.
Yeah.
But I unfortunately put Fuse here. And I put Horizon number 2, so Bangalore's got to meet number 3 then.
Number 3?
Well, I agree on Hackies there. Well, like Bang is like really, really good, and I use like Fuse also my 1, so I need to put her in 2.
All right, 2 and 3, and then we got Lifeline.
4.
4.
4.
All right. Well, that was Alliance's tier list blind pickings, and that is it from us here at the Esports World Cup. What up, everyone? My name is We The People. We are here at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, and I have 2 special guests. We have Hal, we have Sweet. Guys, how's it going?
Doing good. Doing good.
All right. Well, we're here to talk about metas in Apex Legends. Throughout the 5.5 years of Apex, what has been your favorite meta? Go ahead, Hal.
I'd say my favorite would probably be Seer, Horizon, Valk for sure. It used to be Wraith, Watson, Path, but I feel like Seer, like Horizon, Valk was like the best aggressive meta in the game ever, so it's definitely my favorite.
What do you think about that, Sweet?
I don't want to copy the answer, so I'll slightly change it and say Seer, Horizon, Bang towards the end of when Valk was falling off. But yeah, that was definitely probably the healthiest meta we've had in the game.
Yep, and why do you think that?
It was the perfect balance of like there not being too many abilities in the game, but also like the ability to still fight. Certain metas, both long time ago and now, there's kind of too much going on, and that meta kind of perfectly encapsulated the ability to like take a fight, but it also not being super one-sided.
Absolutely. And this current meta, what do you guys think right now? Go ahead, Sweet.
I mean, say what you will about Fuse, but the way that they've restructured kind of like the characters who can hit beacon and stuff has, in my opinion, negatively affected the game. I think it's kind of really restricted what types of team comps you can play, and it's kind of forced certain characters when otherwise I think most good teams wouldn't want to play them. But you know, we've had worse in the past, and now I wouldn't say necessarily as bad, but it's definitely in like kind of a weird state.
Yeah. Hal, current meta?
I hate it, to be honest, just because of Bangalore. Like, I just hate playing against Bangalore because of smokes. But it's, I don't know. I think the previous metas are better. I'd rather have Bloodhound than what we have right now, to be honest. But yeah, I don't know. My biggest thing is like I just hate playing against Bangalore because of smokes and like no aim assist and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, other than that, it's just like I don't mind playing Fuse and stuff like that. I think like the biggest thing for me too is not just other than like Bangalore being in the metas, it's more so like there's only one good character and every other character is like really bad because they got nerfed. So that's another thing. That's a problem.
Your answer to maybe fixing the metas a little bit is buffing more legends rather than nerfing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like obviously you can nerf like the meta legends, but like buff other ones to kind of like match it, you know?
Absolutely.
Because everything right now, I feel like the only good character other than, I guess like Fuse and Bang are like the only good characters. Everything, like the third pick right now is just kind of like up in the air and it's whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's like the biggest thing. In my opinion, that's like a problem.
And what about the guns that are popular right now? How do you guys feel about them?
So bad. We've been in one of the longest burst metas in the history of the game, and like we need some variety anytime soon. It's been Nemesis, Hemlock, Havoc, Volt for God knows how long now, and yeah, back in my day we used flatlines and R301s, but I mean burst weapons are good for the game too, but when it's the only weapons that are really meta, it's kind of like, it kind of just gets stale. Not that it's like a bad meta, the guns are insane, right?
Yeah.
It's probably the easiest to kill anyone nowadays with Hemlock, Havoc.
Yeah.
But just in terms of variety.
I agree with that. Hal, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I don't like mind the gun meta that much because I feel like it's kind of more balanced than what it used to be. Like there's more variety. Obviously, like you have to use Hemlock and Havoc if you want to, right? But like Prowler is not terrible. Volt obviously is like not a pick, but in 301 is just you don't want to use the 301 at all. But I think, like I said earlier, just my biggest thing is the characters. Like the gun meta is whatever to me, and it's not like you know you can't find a Havoc. Everyone can find a Havoc and Hemlock and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's just I feel like the characters make the game more than the guns do. So yeah, that's how I see it.
I like it. I like it. So if you guys were able to buff one weapon to make it meta, what would it be? Hal?
R9.
R9? Oof,
Yeah,
I miss it.
I miss R9.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
It's the one clips.
Yeah, it's a lot more satisfying than playing the Havoc, that's for sure.
Fully agree. Sweet.
Shotguns, bring back PK, bring back Master.
Yeah.
No, I'm good on that.
Well, if we're bringing back shotguns, we would need a little bit of a meta switch in characters, right? So Gibby coming back or Newcastle?
Yeah, Newcastle, Gibby. Honestly, we would never play those characters if I'm being honest, but maybe a new character, or honestly, if
Maggie?
Yeah, like if some characters were like slightly changed, more so if the gun meta changed slightly, shotguns could creep in. You know, I don't think we're ever going to see another shotgun meta in Apex, probably for the rest of its time span, just because people kind of woke up to the fact that you can kind of counter shotguns when they don't have a Gibby bubble.
Yeah.
But, you know, they, Reject Boys did just recently win LAN, mostly running Peacekeeper and stuff, so there's hope.
Phenomenal mechanics by those guys. Phenomenal. So changes to the meta, the current meta right now, Bangalore, Fuse, Seer. What would you guys do?
I would just gap Bangalore completely. Just like nerf it to the ground, like get rid of Bangalore completely. I would, I was nerf Bangler really hard, and then maybe just buff like Horizon. I don't know. I'm being biased.
You're
as hell
a Horizon guy.
But yeah, buff Horizon.
The most controller answer ever. Nerf
Horizon.
the smokes, bring back the most OP controller player ever. Okay, all right.
Nerf Bangalore, buff Horizon, buff Bloodhound, buff Seer. Just that's what I would do. Sure.
Sweet. Give us an
I mean,
MK
slightly more unbiased. Well, no, even I'm bored. Even I'm bored of playing Bang. In a way that like I've just been playing it for so long. It's kind of Bang's been either in the meta or right on the edge of it for quite a while now.
Yeah.
So where smokes are good because we do have a difference in input in the game, but smokes taking that away are actually not very good for the game. Like they do negatively affect some fights. I'd rather there be kind of like some set mechanics like catwall or some other like rotating tools like that kind of come back. But you know, as for Horizon, she can kick rocks. But you know, maybe seeing Pathfinder kind of creep back into the meta will add more inclusivity moving forward with other characters.
We've been seeing a little bit of Pathfinder poke its head every now and then.
More than a little bit. Yeah. I mean, there's quite a bit of zone teams who are playing Path right now.
I like it.
I hate it.
You know,
Pathfinder is the worst thing ever for scrims.
Yeah.
We may as well not even play them, and that's rich coming from me, I know. But
he doesn't play them.
That's not true. I actually do play a lot. But Pathfinder, you know, come LAN, I'm excited to see how it's going to play out, and if some people's vision of how it's going to play out on scrims is going to come to fruition online.
Yeah. Why do you hate Path? The inting or?
Well, just more so like what he said. You know, like kind of what's the word? Encourages bad play, I guess. Like it's kind of just like you said, inting, and especially in scrims, it's just like you see a fight and then someone just zips on you across the map without even taking damage. It's kind of like, it's just annoying. Like you can't play aggressive at all without some like 2-3 teams just showing up as a Pathfinder. But we'll see. I hope they do bad at the tournament because it should, but we'll see.
It's completely removed good edge macro because a team who has nothing to lose can say, hey, screw it, let's just zip line across the map on this team. So in the past, you would spend time, you know, honing in on macro and taking smart fights where if you were to get thirded, you would have an advantageous spot.
Yeah.
But now that's all out the window because 3 dudes can just say, all right, we're zip lining on their height, and they can come from literally across the map. So.
The purple perk, I was gonna say, like the purple perk for Path is like really OP. Like before, you know, even if someone zipped on you, like you just
rip them.
Yeah, you just rip them, right?
Yeah.
But now, like even if you see them, it's just kind of like you have
Barely
like
do damage.
you have like Mount Everest just running at you. Just
You have 2 guys behind that are going to be 100% full HP, and the first guy you're hitting him for like 100.
Yeah.
And then
and good luck, you're just dead by then. Because they have to be purple at least, so max you're gonna do is just crack them.
So something off meta that we're going to be seeing here at EWC, and I got confirmation from the guy himself. Design on Wraith. What do you guys think?
See you in 40th, buddy.
there's a reason design didn't qualify for LAN in
Is there even a
Germany.
40th? How many teams are there? 30?
30? No, 40. We have,
No, there's 40.
K Swinney took the 40th spot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think he'll do better than design.
Yeah, Wraith, once again, you know, tying us back into meta. The worst thing you can do right now is force a character into the meta because there's like very defined characters that are good right now, like, and that you kind of need to be playing. So that's kind of, in the past, you might have been able to like squeak in some characters in the meta when it was kind of less defined, but nowadays, like, there's characters you need to be playing to be competitive, and Wraith's not one of them.
Yeah, it won't last, I bet. Like, he'll probably play a couple and then realize he'll swap, I bet.
I hear you guys. Final question here. Pick any 3 characters to make a meta. Hal?
My first thought is definitely like Seer Valk Horizon, just because it was my favorite.
Yeah.
But I don't know, like at the same time it's kind of like repetitive. So if I had to pick like some random one, like for sure Wraith. I think like Wraith, Horizon, and just like Maggie.
Yeah.
Some like
that'd
weird.
Be fun, man. Maggie Ball.
I was thinking Wraith, Maggie, and then something crazy.
Yeah.
Like, just kind of like a looser, just like int comp. Like people are just fighting, like less abilities, less like thinking about it. Like kind of similar to the back in the day when we played like Octane, Bloodhound, Gibby. Like, like the pro players were literally playing this comp. Like looking back on it, it's funny, but like, yeah, those days were fun because there was a lot less structured ability use, and it was a lot more just like getting in and fighting. Gibby will like kind of just having one ability that can do a bunch of AoE. You know, now we have Bangle, Fusel, all kinds of stuff. So
Even Horizon, like if it was a comp like that, like Horizon, Maggie, Wraith, or something like that could be really fun.
Absolutely. Well, guys, thank you so much. That is it for our roundtable with Sweet, with Hal. Guys, thank you so much. Tune in for the rest of Esports World Cup. What up, everyone? We are here with a blind ranking, all right, of players with Hal, with Sweet, and now it's time to go, all right? Imperial Hal.
One.
All right, he gave you 1. You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling good so far.
All right, 0.
2.
3.
Verholst.
2.
4.
Nasky.
9.
8.
Zach. Mazer.
9.
8.
Yuka.
5.
Effect.
3.
7.
Jen Burton.
4.
5. Wait, no, I can't. I do 6 now. I'm running out.
Waltzy.
6.
What number do I even have left? I don't even know. 10? 9? I don't even know.
I think you got 10 left. And then you got maybe 7? I don't know.
I think so, yeah. Okay, so I'll put him at 7 then.
Sweet.
10.
Well, I guess you're stuck at 10.
I only have 10 left.
That was so bad. I don't even know. It was me. Who's 2? 0? 3 was
Heaven.
No, I put him at 4, I think.
Oh, then
No, I
you
put
said-
Effect.
Oh, you put Effect.
Me,
3.
0, Effect, Evan, and then who's 5? I don't remember. No, I don't remember. I don't remember.
Yuka.
Yuka, yeah.
All right, well, guys, that is our blind rankings. Apparently, Apex players have a hard time counting, but you can count on an amazing show here at the Esports World Cup.
This is Rain Day here at the Esports World Cup. We are playing 5-second rule with none other than EXO-Clan. We've got Fuda and Slayers here with us today. Fellas, ready to go?
Ready to go, yeah.
All right, you got 5 seconds to name 3 things in the category that I give you, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
All right, now I'm gonna start off a little easy, give you just like an idea of what this will look like. 3 things that come to mind when you think of Wraith, go.
Portal.
Kunai and FaZe.
Okay, so that was close. You guys gotta remember, you need 3, not just 2.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna have to pick up the slack. Okay, so now we're ready for the big stuff. Let's get into some actual categories here. All right, name 3 drop zones in Broken Moon.
Canary. No.
Amortization and Dry Gulch.
And what was half? I can't remember.
This is about 8 seconds. Okay.
I was stuck on
There's
Canary.
you guys gotta be to the point here, okay? This is a big time deal. He's like, come on, man, you've been here this whole time. Slayers, every land. Is this your first land? How many?
First land, yeah.
First land. So give him some slack. You gotta cut him a little bit of help here. All right, let's go into the next one. 3 pistols.
P2020 Wingman RE45.
Boom. Slayer, step it up. Fuda is carrying. Okay, you guys got that one right. This is a good one. 3 skirmisher legends.
Bangalore. No, not Bangalore.
Pathfinder.
Pathfinder, Valk, and Wraith.
That was close. That was close. I'm gonna give it to you, but that was very, very close. Oh my goodness. You guys are at the 6-second rule.
Yeah.
I'm being a little lenient here, but we'll keep it on. This is honestly gonna be 5, but you'll get this no problem. 3 grenades, go.
Frag grenade, Thermite, and Arcstar.
Oh, that's just the clean sweep.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done. All right. We got one more here. Let's see if you guys can get this one. 3 weapon attachments.
Light mag, heavy mag, and stock.
There it is. EXO-Clan clearly ready to go. 5-second rule, no challenge for you guys. Let's hope the rest of the tournament stays that way here in Riyadh.
Hopefully, yeah.
Thank you.
Things have been pretty easy joining Team Falcons. Honestly, personally it feels is I'm only a fragger now compared to an IGL on my previous team. So I think the best way to put it is seems way easier to be on Falcons for sure. I think the main thing I'd probably miss with my former teammates is obviously being around them in the first place, because we used to be in a team house. And I also kind of miss IGLing, because it feels way different when we win when I IGL compared to being a fragger. It doesn't feel as redeeming if I IGL or if I frag. So definitely being around them, and then obviously IGLing, I kind of miss that. I'd say the relationship is still there for sure, but obviously like in game, it's not. Personally, I don't know about them, but I'd say there's definitely a rivalry for sure. I don't think either of us, want each other to win in game, but outside the game, we're still best friends, and we still enjoy each other's time. I definitely think that we're going to keep the streak of winning, even from NA Pro League. We broke a lot of records from like points and kills, so I definitely think it should be easier to win EWC compared to NA Pro League, in my opinion, but we'll see. My confidence coming to EWC is, I think it's gonna be easy, to be honest. We made NA look pretty easy, and I feel like that's the strongest region, like in the world. So I'm expecting it to be, just a pretty smooth tournament for us.
But the third party now coming in as they take out the games as professional.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome to the final day of Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup. We have done group stages, survival stage, now is grand finals.
20 of the best Apex teams in the world, the lion's share of $2 million and a chance to cement yourself in esports history.
So, will it be Falcons on their home turf who lift their very first LAN trophy on their very first try? Or will a team from EMEA like Alliance or EXO finally lift a LAN trophy and represent their region? All we know is that nothing is given. Everything is earned, because this is Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup. Welcome back to day 4 of the Esports World Cup. My name is Rainday, and in Riyadh, we are going into our famous match point finals to decide who will become an Esports World Cup champion in Apex Legends. 20 teams, and of course, Falcons, the home team, are looking to get their first LAN win as a chance on this position. But we've got teams from EMEA and APAC North, APAC South, and even South America who will be vying for a trophy and a lion's share of $2 million that could end up in their hands. While we don't know which of the 20 teams will take the victory, we do know one thing. Today, Apex Legends esports history will be made. As we begin this afternoon of games, let's take a look back at how we got here. $2 million on the line here in Riyadh today. 20 teams from 5 regions, but only one will become an Esports World Cup champion. My name is Rainday. It's so great to welcome you back into the studio alongside our 3 analysts for this afternoon, evening, and, maybe early morning if it continues, because it is match point. We've got AJ Hawk, Zephyrcast, and Glitter Explosion with me as they have been a part of this journey alongside these teams to try to separate themselves in one of the most difficult, brutal formats that we have seen in Apex Legends competitive history. However, if you're not familiar with why some of these moments are called brutal or difficult, why don't we introduce you to our good friend, the hydraulic press. That's right, each team has come here with a key made of gold, and it is pretty heavy. But when you don't advance, like 18 teams yesterday and 1 team from Group A and Group B in the first 2 days, well, this happens. You get crushed, and your dreams are crushed along with it. I know, Lauren, that's a little tough, but at the end of the day, this is really what these teams have to go to.
I mean, it was just 2 after groups, and now we've got so many more that are seeing the same fate as their comrades. I mean, it's bittersweet. We talked about this last time around, having to have the people who won kind of be the owners of that now crushed key. But it's kind of hyping up today.
And we have 3 games going on as well this evening, so we're going to have 3 new keys that go into the totem for Esports World Cup in 2024. It's a little piece of history that is going to stay in Riyadh and remind you of the accomplishment you have had. But for those on the other side, of course, it is going to be difficult. In fact, we've got some reactions from yesterday, so let's take a look at our Pepsi top reactions from day 3 as we saw teams elated. Of course, 2 teams particularly in Guild and, of course, SSG, but 18 teams, they felt the sting of defeat at the very end.
And we talked about it going into yesterday, looking at some of these reactions, the somber nature, or even more importantly, maybe the focus of these teams, dialing it in, knowing that this was potentially their last chance to ticket their way forward to our finals. As a result, the hype, the expectations, and more importantly, the pressure can be attested to across the board here.
Zephyr, we saw, and Jayhawk, you were talking about this as well, teams start to separate themselves, but only at the end of the day. It was 8 wins from 8 different teams until SSG and Guild went back-to-back.
Absolutely, and I think that can be a little emotionally draining. The 10 games allowed so many more teams to feel like they had a chance. They had more time to try and get back into it, but in the end, the 2 teams that were largely at the top throughout the day, they came home with it.
And that's one of the beautiful things about this moment today, is that we will not be playing up to 10 games. We will be playing until however many games there are, when a winner who has over 60 points wins that match. It's going to be exciting, and let's talk about the teams that could be winning this match. The 20 who have made it across Thursday, Friday, and then, of course, the grueling Saturday yesterday to make themselves known that they could be Esports World Cup champions today. It's interesting to see how it's all transpired, Lauren, but ultimately I think a lot of people will say these are the teams that ultimately deserved to be here.
Absolutely. I mean, they had to fight through groups to even get to the stage they're at right now. And we talked about how stacked of a lobby LCQ was because of how stacked the groups were to knock those good teams down into LCQ. Now those good teams are back. They've had a couple days rest.
Yeah.
You know, they're nice and fresh coming in today, ready to play.
Mental resets, those are important. You know, we don't really look at, how sore is the hammy here in esports and, of course, with Apex Legends. But in terms of mentally being able to stay focused and take this on with enough preparation is important, especially when you're in Riyadh, out of your local home environment. And, of course, the players, they're arriving today, trying to keep good faces on and maybe some game faces as well as they rolled in that Esports World Cup bus, transporting them down to the boulevard here in Riyadh to get ready. Sights, Jayhawk, of some focus and ready to go participants.
Absolutely. You can feel the tense atmosphere. Everybody knows what's at stake. This is one of the biggest prize pools we've ever had and a very brutal format. So they know all these teams that have fallen along the way, they've been able to overcome that and the challenge that they've faced. And now they have one more task to go.
Each team's got so much behind it, so many different tasks and challenges of how they need to overcome maybe their own misgivings to claim victory. We had Lace stand by and catch up with some of the players as they arrived here in Riyadh.
Liquid, and we have the wonderful Yanya. Yanya, it is the grand finals. Are you excited and ready to play?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm ready to win.
How many games do you think you can do it in? Obviously, it being match point format.
How many games we can do?
Yeah.
I think it's going to end in maybe 8, 9 games.
Oh, Yanya's thinking 8 or 9 games. Now, Yanya, if you could crush one team's key at the Esports World Cup, who would it be?
Of course, Falcons. We all want to crush Falcons key.
Look, they all want to crush the Falcons, and I believe, you know what, Liquid could do it, Yanya. Thank you for chatting to us, and best of luck for you today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. I am here with one of the best IGLs in the world. We have Sweet from LG. I am so excited to be chatting with you guys today. Now, obviously, it is match point grand finals today. How many games do you reckon you'll do it in?
7 or 8.
We're going to go 7 or 8. That seems to be the thing now. Now, I want to ask you, what preparations did you make for today?
Nothing different than any other LAN. 2 weeks of boot camp followed up with a bunch of time in the practice room and just as many scrims and TDMs as we can play.
And Sweet, what character are you going to play today?
Bangalore.
Bangalore, you heard it here first. Now, this has been Sweet from Luminosity. We're going to wish them the best of luck through to the grand finals. Good luck, guys. I am here with Strafing Flame from Twisted Minds, one of the best players, I would dare say, in the Apex South region. Strafing, how are we feeling going into today's games?
Good. Not nervous at all, so I think we'll be fine.
Not nervous at all. That is spoken like a true champion. Now, how many games do you reckon you can do match point format in?
Oh, I don't want to be overconfident, but I think we can do it in 6.
I don't think that's overconfident. We've seen you play before. And now, one last thing. What character are you going to play today, Strafing?
The classic, or no changes, just Watson's here.
Yes, I love that. Just sticking with the classic, sticking what we're good with. Now, this has been Strafing Flame from Twisted Minds. And I must say, Twisted Minds probably got the best swag I have seen around the whole EWC. I wish you nothing but the best of luck. I'm sure Apex South wishes you nothing but the best of luck as well. And it's good to see you. Thanks, Strafing.
Each team fighting for a different legacy there. Strafing Flame trying to bring it home to his region. LG Sweet trying to win his first LAN and get back in that conversation of best IGLs in the world. And of course, Yanya talking about Liquid Alienware, who reminds us all that there is a club championship also going on. The winner receives $7 million. Second place, $4 million. Currently, Liquid Alienware is in second place. Ben, that would be massive if they win because they'd be eligible to take the top prize.
Right, that's a place that they don't hoist themselves into yet without a win. Everyone else sitting 3rd through 7th down our club championship, of course, already has a win on their belt, so a unique proposition for them.
Gaming Gladiators in that conversation too, so we'll keep an eye and update you as this match continues to roll on. But let's start previewing our regions who are participating today. $600,000 for first place. That means a lot to a lot of these different regions as we've got 5 representing. I'll start off with a region that $600,000 would mean a lot. South America. You know, they've had different changes with their pro league, and we've seen South America only bring 2 teams to EWC. But what's a great story about that? Well, 2 of them, they qualified for finals. In Group A and Group B, they were the last day finishers and found a way at the end of the day to secure a victory and a spot, kicking teams like TSM, Na'Vi, NIP into the losers bracket and ultimately not into the finals. This means that South America has an opportunity for a region that has been a bit bereft of resources and opportunities traditionally in esports to get a huge injection of financial stability. What would that mean for South America in general, guys? That would be massive. And I know Dragons and, of course, e-xolos are looking to make a statement. But there's another team, another region that has been looking to make a statement ever since Apex Legends began, and that's EMEA.
I mean, it has been a journey if you're an EMEA fan like myself, but maybe even a larger one for some of these players. I mean, for EXO-Clan, we're talking just a few weeks ago. This is a team that potentially misses out on the opportunity, 3rd in our EWC qualifiers. They make a slight swap with Passion UA and jump into 2nd coming out of our groups. Swinny, Slayers, they've been into these situations before. Fuda and MNK Demon to join alongside them. For Game and Gladiators, they've been around these last few splits as well, alongside roster names such as Omit here. Blast, Light, Lufka, hecka experience there. Lufka himself, even in year 3, almost had the opportunity to hoist an international trophy alongside Ascend. But we got to talk about some of those potential winners within this region. For FaZe, they've kind of come out of nowhere, or maybe just the challenger circuit. Arctic, Cinetic, roster names such as Blue Whites, now an explosive lead here at EWC. Nags, though, an experienced pro alongside them that could potentially cut the difference. But when we talk experience, well, we gotta talk Alliance. This is the team, the expectations, the Hockey's unlucky effect, the roster that has arguably the best potential out of anyone else in this region to potentially walk away with their first international title.
So many amazing stories in EMEA. We'll see if they can get their first one as well. I know the region will be looking for that win, but APAC South, we've already seen winners come from that region. Dark Zero had Jen Burton and, of course, Zero as well, alongside Sharky when they were Reignite. They won in Sweden. They've now gone to be North America. Can APAC South get back on top?
I think they can, and we have to start with LGD Gaming, one of our Chinese representatives, Mingyu, LD, and Feiju. Little fun story about Feiju. He actually qualified for one of our first ever Apex LANs all the way back in 2020. Wow. Problem was, we had a little bit of a shutdown and everything got canceled. He's been grinding ever since, and he got that opportunity last year at our Split 2 playoffs. He's made every single LAN since then with this exact same roster. That's rare in Apex, and they've only continued to elevate. Can they be a team that surprises everybody today? But a team that balled out yesterday, it's going to be Guild. They won our LCQ. This is a team of Jesco and Legacy who placed top 10 at our LA LAN. They add MT, not only one of the most accomplished IGLs in APAC South history, but in all of Apex Legends. So with him on the roster, does that elevate them from being a team that is competitive all the way to a team that can maybe win? And then finally, we have Twisted Minds, the team who can potentially take the whole thing. This is a roster that, I mean, when you have Strafing Flame as your IGL, Easy Flash as your fragger, and Player K as your support, this is a team that is absolutely deadly. They've placed 3rd at Champs, 5th in LA, and as you've mentioned many times at this very tournament, they've been able to keep pace with Falcons, winning 2 games in Group A and doing it early enough that maybe if it was a match point lobby, Falcons hadn't ended it yet. And so if they can keep on that pace, could they be the team that maybe is able to dethrone the super team?
Guild, SSG, Twisted Minds, Falcons. I think those are the only teams that have repeat won over the course of our 3 days here, so that's looking good for APAC South. Now, Lauren, there's one region we've always got to talk about because they seem to be lifting trophy after trophy after trophy. That's North America.
And you're talking about my repeat winners. Yes, let's mention them some more. I mean, you said SSG. I also want to talk about Mizuchi, but SSG, we watched them play out of LCQ yesterday, and it was like they finally woke up. They definitely struggled in the group phase, and now we saw what they could bring to the table yesterday. yesterday. We've got Zainu, Phony, and Koifel ready to take on this competition. They won't have any starting points like some of our other teams in this lobby will, so it's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for them, but I think they're well equipped to do so. Then on the other side of things, we have Mizuchi, we've got Waltzy, we have Guild, and we have It's Timmy. I mean, this is a stacked roster itself. One of the best fighting teams in the game.
No doubt.
They're out of Group B in 4th place, so they will have some of those additional points. Definitely somebody to be keeping our eyes on. But as we continue to talk about the region, there's still more rosters. We got to hear an interview with them. Liquid is the next one up. Okay, we've got Yanya, Niazul, and Jaguares, and this is a squad that just slays out like nobody's business. Absolute killing machines. And I even saw a tweet from Yanya the other day talking about your South American choices as well, saying all the Latin American teams have now qualified to finals. That is huge. But then, of course, the creme de la creme, the team everybody has their eyes on, the one we all picked to win the whole thing, Team Falcons, Imperial Hal, Jen Burton, Zero. The absolute super team that has proven that why we call them the super team, whether that is in Pro League, whether that's literally here on day one of their group, they are terrifying, whether it's with the support of the crowd, whether it's the support of chat, or it's all of us being like, they're unbeatable. They are, in my mind, a clear favorite.
And there's no doubt about it. They have won Split 2 Pro League. They have won Split 2 Regional Finals. This is their first land test. Can they do it again? Everything bodes well for them doing it. But of course, anything can happen on the day. That's what makes this exciting. For me, APAC North is also a region that has been hovering. We've seen 3 regions take it, APAC South, North America, and obviously APAC North and Reject winning in Los Angeles. But coming back again, APAC North looks a little bit different. We don't have Crazy Raccoon representing. They didn't make it in, so our land winners aren't here. But you know who is here? A team that's been here for a very long time, Fnatic. They are a squad alongside GHS that have been so consistent in this tournament, playing Apex Legends kind of like you would say the San Antonio Spurs back in the day when they're going up against Kobe. It was a clinical form of almost European style basketball, and they play good, sound Apex. They may not be the flashiest, but Yuka has been known to find himself in those final circles time and time again, 3rd place at championships beforehand, and really, I think, being a leader in the APAC North space. All of this means that we've got a lot of teams that we need to look out for. 5 regions vying for that exclusive prize. And guess what? There's an MVP at the end, and they win $50,000. Lives will be changed today. You better believe it. All right, guys, let's start getting into it because, of course, we start on different maps, but we're not switching the same way that we were. It's a different type of map switch. It is going to be World's Edge, then Storm Point, and right back to World's Edge, Lauren. We are not doing any Kings Canyon, Broken Moon, or Olympus today.
We're going back to the classics, okay? When we get to the match point finals, we're giving our players exactly what they're comfortable with, although they don't get 2 in a row. They're going to be bouncing back and forth between them, which I think will keep things fresh.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, this is one of those things that's going to feel a bit similar but a bit different because usually we're going 2 and 2. So now we're going 1 and 1. So you got to be even more efficient when you get that map that is better for you, a.k.a. Alliance on Storm Point, who average about 13 points per game. Jayhawk, let's take a look at our drop spots here. Let's bring back the wall. If you've been joining us all week, you know exactly what this is. A lot of love online for this little piece here. But what's your thought here as we get an overview of where these teams will be landing in World's Edge to start?
Once again, you guys know I love contesting, and up in the top right, we have a big one. Space Station Gaming versus Aurora at Climatizer. We actually got to see this a little bit in LA. It didn't fully break through as Aurora lost early and decided to leave. Will that happen again, or can Aurora get their revenge? And then over here at Harvester, we've got a battle between EMEA, Blacklist International, and EXO Clan. That one is going to be a good one because Harvester is very quick. You have to drop in, grab the loot, and instantly win the fight because it's a small POI.
Ben, any notes here? Thermal, obviously where Alliance prefers, they get their preferred drop. Sky West, where Falcons prefer, they get their preferred drop as well.
Yeah, most of the teams in our top performance alongside Twisted Minds as well take away the same POIs we saw them excel at within our original group stages.
It's going to be a great time. I think a lot of us feel Falcons might just do it, but it could be anybody. So why don't you join us and make a prediction with our STCplay.gg. Go ahead and vote for who you think is going to take it. Well, at the end of the day, guys, this is one of those special moments. $50,000 for an MVP, $600,000 for the team winner, and most importantly, a chance to become an indelible part of Apex Legends history. I think it's time for us to crown an Esports World Cup champion.
Welcome back, everyone, to Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup. I'm your host, We the People. Today is the day. It's Championship Sunday. It's Apex's famous match point finals, where teams have to hit 60 points and win one more game to be crowned the winners. 20 teams have been eliminated over the last 3 days with some of the most intense Apex the world has ever seen. But it's not over, not yet. Today, 60 players, 20 teams, $2 million, but only one winner. It's time to bring out our teams with Alliance and Gaming Gladiators! Dragons Esports and DMS! Blacklist International, and e-xolos Laser. EXO Clan and GHS Professional. FaZe Clan and LGD Gaming. Space Station Gaming and Guild Esports. Luminosity and Aurora. Fnatic and Mizuchi. Team Liquid and Elevate Bleed. Team Falcons and Twisted Minds. This tournament is more than just a tournament. It is a true testament to how far esports have come. Players have flown from all over the world to Riyadh for an opportunity of a lifetime. This is truly a moment that they will never forget and one that we will always remember. Only one team will be crowned the champions, but all teams will be showing the world why Apex is one of the greatest esports in the history of the game. Who will be that champion? It's time to find out, because this is the Esports World Cup.
Our group stage performance was pretty good. I feel like we didn't really start off like that well. The first 2 or 3 games we could have done better, especially the first one. So I definitely think we could have done more than 140 points. One thing we want to make sure that, in finals, that we don't start off slow.
We didn't expect to be here. This last minute, over the moon with how we performed. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's surreal to be here.
When it comes to performing in finals and making sure that we get first place, it's not really extra pressure. I feel like I've been playing for 5 years the same game, and I've had the same expectations the entire time. So, even though it might be a little bit higher than it is before in my previous teams, I still think it doesn't add anything and it doesn't bother any of us. So I think we'll be fine.
Going into finals, we've always said we're just gonna focus on ourselves. We don't care about other teams, we don't care about anything else. For us, it's all about us. As long as we play our game and do what we need to do, we can win.
I think top 5 is sort of the floor. It's I think if we don't place top 5 is going to be a pretty disappointing performance. I'd say top 5, and obviously winning's the goal.
Yeah, I think we can definitely win it. That's what we're going to try and do, for sure.
Falcons is definitely a very good team. They're at the top of the ladder, but in the finals, anything can happen. It's I don't think the gap is that big between a lot of teams. So it just comes down to the day, how you show up, how you feel, and as long as you get some momentum, anyone can win. Hopefully it's us though.
I don't think they're untouchable. I think they are a super team. I think they're 3 of the best players in the world and 3 of the only players to win a LAN, or multiple LANs. But to say that any team in a battle royale is untouchable, I think is unreasonable or unrealistic. It's a game that a lot of it is out of your control. So I think they're very, very beatable, and I think that there's a lot of teams in this tournament that can do it.
My only message for my opponents is get used to playing for second, I guess.
We finally arrived, everybody. It is Sunday here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup, and Apex Legends has captured the imagination of so many teams, players, and fans across the globe. But this is what it's all about, our grand finals lobby. We have 20 teams sat on that main stage right now who are about to play for the lion's share of $2 million. Onset and Gaskin are going to take you through the first couple of games here as we get this grand finals underway. We've got to talk about the format though and how things are going to be working today, Dan, because there's a little twist on some things that maybe some of our viewers of long-term esports competition in Apex Legends will just have to kind of be reminded of.
It is going to be match point format, something that a lot of viewers will be used to seeing. However, it's going to be a 60-point threshold rather than 50 that you might have seen in previous competitions. And also what's different is 18 teams in the lobby will be starting with points from their performances in the group stage. That's a little bit different to usually. It would only be 10 teams starting with those points. So if you finished first in your group, you get 9 points, second got 8 points, third 7, and the rest is pretty simple. It's there on your screen. So even though the threshold has risen to 60, we have a lot more teams with those advantage points here. So there is still a good opportunity. We could get teams on match point after just a few matches.
Yeah, it's going to be an intense start to the day for sure. Understandably, a lot of eyes are on Falcons. You can see them right at the top of the leaderboards there, but I just want to kind of build what this means and what every game means, every point means when it comes to the end of this tournament. First place is going to take home $600,000. Second place will be $375,000. And as crazy as it sounds, we could have a battle, a 3v3 straight up between two teams to decide who takes home the difference of $225,000. One fight could change how much money you take home. It is absolutely wild, the amount of money that is on the line here for these teams.
The difference of when you first started playing video games and it's just about getting yelled at by your teammates or by your parents, and now it's a battle for hundreds and thousands of dollars, and one mistake could lose you that cash, but one historic moment, one magic moment could guarantee you hundreds and thousands of dollars. It is going to be a very nervous time for a lot of these players on the stage, but it's not like these guys have not done it before. We have the best players from around the world. You heard Pete's talking about it in his intro. They've flown from every aspect of this globe just to make sure they can be here on one of the biggest stages.
And I think just to highlight something you said there, you know, this is the Esports World Cup. It's a worldwide competition, and we have worldwide representation from all of our regions in this lobby. One of the best performances from the EMEA region we've seen in so long, to have so many teams in this lobby. You also have our South American teams who have made it through as well. We have APAC North, APAC South, and of course, North America as well. It is a real beautiful mixing pot of regions that have made it through to this finals, which makes it feel even more special than it would have previously.
Yeah, and it starts off as region versus region and everyone kind of banding together, but once we get into these games, you can forget about any friendships, any alliances you might have, because it's everyone for themselves. It is a battle royale. 19 keys will be crushed, and only one key will be put into that totem at the very end of things here. I'm so excited to see who is really going to take this lobby at the start, because we've had very different group stages and last chance where certain teams would start off hot, then they dwindle away, or a slow start and then they'd explode towards the latter stages. It is not a guaranteed 10 matches now. It's match point format, which means that once you have reached that 60-point threshold, you just have to win a match following. We could be done here after 4, we could be done here after 5, or we could be done here after 12 or 13, and that's the beauty of this format.
Well, as you set us up and you look forward to what we can expect in this grand finals lobby, it's only right that we kind of talk about the journey to get here, right? We had 2 groups go up against each other, top 9 qualifying to this stage that you see on your screens right now, our grand finals, and we had 2 teams eliminated respectively from one of the groups, one from each of those groups. We also then yesterday had the last chance qualifier, one of the craziest lobbies we have seen in such a long time. So much jeopardy, so much nervous, anxious energy inside of some of those rotates, team fights, whatever it was. Everybody went through it yesterday. But when the dust settled, it was Guild Esports and Space Station who gave themselves the opportunity and who grasped the opportunity to join the qualifiers from day 1 and 2 in this grand finals lobby. And I've talked about how the emotions of yesterday were draining. You know, it was a lot of almost negative emotion, right? It was stress for a lot of these teams. Well, today is different. Today feels special. Today is about becoming a champion and making some history.
I did just see, by the way, on my screen, a map saying slightly outdated, because there has been changes. We're just waiting for all the players to get ready, by the way, but with handshakes coming through, it looks like they're getting locked and they're getting loaded. But those drop spots are going to be interesting, because I've heard rumors that EXL have maybe decided not to let anyone know where they're going to be dropping, and I'm expecting a contest to come through from them. It looks like that we are guaranteed at least one contest to happen here on World's Edge, so you know full well it's going to be a very exciting start here to the first match.
One thing I'm certainly keeping my eye on right now is the emotions and the reactions and what all these players look like as they head into this game number 1. Some look a little bit nervous, some look completely locked in, and most of the teams on this stage, and I would say all of the teams on this stage, know what is on the line. This is what they play for.
And you speak about nerves, you speak about these players, and can they have that chance to be the biggest, the best? Are they going to step up? Are they going to be a champion? There is only one way to find out, and it's right here, it's right now.
Well, here we go then, everybody. It looks like we are loading into our first game of our grand finals here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. And like I mentioned, Apex Legends certainly has not disappointed. We are live, and it's time for us to get our match point finals underway.
Are we going to see Team Falcons reign supreme and continue their dominance from the group stages, or will someone step up to the plate to take them down? The likes of Alliance, Twisted Mind, or will it be Guild and SSG who got promoted from that last chance qualifier to now being finalists here at Esports World Cup?
Understandably so, we're going to take our attentions to the north of World's Edge here to start things off. SSG and Aurora, we were expecting maybe a little bit of a contest, but it actually looks like we might have a, shall we say, agreement that's taken place, because it looks like SSG will have this to themselves.
SSG to themselves, and Aurora have taken Skyhook East. And remember, Team Falcons over at Skyhook West, and there are players over towards Skyhook very close to one another. So that's an interesting decision from Aurora, and we'll see how it pays off, as GHS are going to be the closest team, by the way, to SSG that you were speaking of. Now, zone-wise, we're going to be heading down a little bit further southeast, maybe closer towards Lava Siphon, Grandma's house, and that kind of area.
It's going to be a long day of action. I've got the feeling we're going to be like 9, 10, 11 games. We had a little friendly conversation about how many games we thought it would be in the green room before we got underway here, as we take a look at our map overhead. A lot of 6 and 7s. I went for 9. I think it's going to be long today.
It's hard not to go with 6 and 7s when you've seen how the likes of Falcons, the likes of Alliance have been playing, and how quickly they got onto essentially match point in the group stages, how quickly they got to that 60-point threshold. Now, looking at the map overhead, and as I mentioned, around Lava Siphon, Grandma's house is where we're going to see people start to traverse towards. FaZe Clan have a ring console to work with at Monument, so they'll be able to be one of the quick movers as well. But they're looking over towards Trials and Skyhook. Falcons have not taken a fight against Aurora. There was that discussion, I think, in the pre-game, or certainly leading up to these finals. If anyone takes Skyhook East, we will fight you off drop to try and ensure that we have this POI.
I would say one of the most unpredictable teams when it comes to drops is Aurora. You're never quite sure what to expect, and they can catch you off guard. So Falcons certainly got to be buttoned up when it comes to those first moments. But looking at the kill feed right now, you can see the wonderful people on your screen right now. GG, Gaming Gladiators have already managed to pick up 1 kill and get that finish. And most importantly, Dan, they've got Grandma's house, which is one of the priority positions to have for this zone.
Yeah, that was a fight that was happening because people were all trying to find Prior right at the start of this game. LGD will lose 1, but they are still alive, as now we look over towards Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, I mean, we saw the attempted handshake and then the taken back of the handshake.
I was rattled.
One of the best things
absolutely rattled
that you could see. And Twisted Minds are a real competitor to Falcons based off what we saw on day 1. Remember, on day 1, they were able to get first, second, first. It looked like they were going to be the team, but then Falcons came fighting back.
Well, Elevate Bleed need to be very, very careful here. You saw Zach Mazer kind of just dropping in front of FaZe, and by doing so, lost all of his shields, but has managed to keep his life. Elsewhere, you can see Guild having a little bit of an interaction on the map as they will take down a member of EXO-Clan. And speaking of which, we're going to move over to that fight right now as Guild are looking to push this advantage that they have. Jesco gets another one onto Slayers, and now it should just be 1 member remaining.
So the likes of Guild, the likes of SSG, remember, no starting points for them. So it is all about catch-up. An early start would be everything for them as EXO back up to 2. And Swinny is the one who has the armor right now. He needs to hold for his team.
Feud are going to be able to get medkit off, you would imagine, as Swinny will hold. And it was Guild who had to just back off of that fight for a few seconds, as one player was knocked. And now Legacy's got to be careful. Getting back to his friends would be lovely. Does get knocked, but should be able to be reset. So EXO Clan are going to have one of those players finish. Fnatic have just been eliminated off screen as well. They will be the first team to fall as this fight just continues between EXO and the team in front of them.
Okay, Swinny relentless with his aggression right now, but for good reason, you'd think, to try and catch Guild off guard, but it does not work out. EXO eliminated, but Guild were about to be pressured elsewhere. EXL and Twisted are taking a fight here, but EXL doing a lot of damage.
I mean, look at the pace of the start of this game, right? Everybody had their Weetabix this morning, and everybody is down to fight. That's Twisted Minds, who will be eliminated. One of the standouts from the group stages will lose their lives early. And my goodness, that has been quite the start, quite the ruckus, just to the north of Lava Siphon.
It's because a lot of the teams dropping on the south or the center of the map can all move very quickly to where this zone's going to be finishing. And it is one of those zones where it is fairly easy to read, certainly for Zone 3, knowing it's going to be around Grandma's house. So everyone's fighting for these big positions because they know it could be a game-winning position if you can get one of these areas.
GG, the team who are holding down Grandma's at the moment. She'll face just down the hill from them in the adjacent building, and now we see another move towards the skies from Elevate. They're going to be able to find a place inside a bar here, so they'll be good for quite a while as well. You can see they have console information, so they're going to be pretty happy with this spot. Elsewhere, just a couple of teams to note who are in and around the area. You have e-xolos Laser, who are holding down the choke between Fragment and the Ridge at the moment. Team Liquid, one of my dark horses to succeed today. Well, unfortunately, it looks like they might not be succeeding in this fight. They've already lost one.
Lost one, so they are just going to try and get out of dodge here and escape and maybe see if they can play things as a 2. If not, try and recover that banner a little bit later. You can see Timmy and the rest of the squad of Mizuchi were the team that was putting down the damage and will find their first point because of that. Now, a lot of these teams who are on the south side, of course, were approaching from Stacks and from Maud, and you want to be the team that gets to that choke point first so that you can be in that spot to get the extra KP when teams arrive. But Liquid now need to try and rescue things here. Are playing an interesting composition, are going to be playing the Conduit here as well, and we're going to see a few composition changes across the board as we look back at how EXL were able to get a lot of damage done in their initial fight, and it was Twisted Minds taken out.
Yeah, it's about as clean a fight as you could possibly ask for. On to our next potential fight, though. Aurora. This is where they spend a lot of their time in Apex Legends, just on the edge of zone, and sometimes dipping more than a toe inside of it. On the other side of this is going to be Blacklist International, and as you can see, they're playing some crypto. EMP will go out. Shots coming in here from Moiraine, and it's going to be Kashak who gets that first knock, and now he's looking for his second, and we'll find it.
I think if you ask me, an underdog today, Aurora would be one of those, and they are certainly a team that could disrupt the big boys in this lobby, and they've been able to win that engagement for the most part. Yes, it's not going to be a clean wipe, but they will get some KP. 2 to be exact. It's going to be JMW and Jacko going down. Hiaka having to retreat here as the crypto. Now, pointing out cryptos, we have 3 cryptos in the lobby, 12 Watsons in the lobby, so those cryptos are going to make a big difference in those final circles.
You could also see, speaking of being able to get banners and get people back into the game, that's what Guild have done right now. They get Legacy back onto his feet out of the dropship and ready to entertain. So those people who are watching at home who certainly are Guild fans, what a performance it was from these gentlemen yesterday, right? Going through that LCQ, the brutal, brutal lobby, and managing to secure not just a qualification spot, but first place as well. And I think confidence is going to be a huge thing for them today. Knowing what they did yesterday, they're going to feel like they can take on the world.
And whilst at the moment it says Guild are in second place, remember there is starting points for the majority of the lobby here. We will have those added to the graphics shortly. But right now, Guild is all about trying to find themselves in a good position in the early games here so they can catch those teams who have those starting points. Because if you start to drift too far behind, you're going to struggle.
Blacklist International have just been eliminated, so that will be the end of their game number 1. The damage was done by Aurora, and the finishing touches was added by them as well. Look at the kill feed, though. GG getting a knock onto SSG. SSG had a great comeback yesterday, but a team we haven't seen since that first day who put up a monumental amount of points is the tournament favourites. Falcons on our screen right now, and having worked their way all the way from Sky West, you can see that they're going to have info, they're going to have evos, and they're going to be playing a hard edge game here and looking to fight their way to zone.
Yeah, I'll be interested interested to go back to that Falcons rotation a little bit later. Right now it's Elevate, Bleed, SSG, FaZe, all in and around Grandma's house and surrounding areas, just kind of having a little pop at one another, maybe seeing if any damage can lead to a push to take, ideally, a better position than you might hold right now.
We can see that Koifel was able to get back to his feet thanks to his teammates. Zach Mason now looking to take a little bit of ground himself. Interesting to see what this zone does actually pull, by the way. It could be pulling down to the low ground between Lava Siphon and Geyser, where we saw a couple of finishes yesterday, or it could just shift back up to where we see some of our teams located at the moment. Sometimes it finishes in and around the trench that you can see in front of you as well, as we see a conversation about who should have the ult accelerant taking place between Koifel and Zainu, and it looks like Koifel is going to just release that one to his teammate. He says, you need it more than I do.
So this is what I was interested in seeing. So Falcons are approaching from the north, but they're well aware that Aurora are not far behind. So Falcons need to decide how they want to do this. Do they want to go through the tunnel over towards Geyser and maybe try and completely avoid Aurora altogether? Because if they take too long trying to approach through these chokes on the north, they will be pinched and Aurora will shortly join them. So there has to be a quick decision about how they want to get into this circle.
Well, here we see a zipline. It's based off of the knock that came in from Jaguares and Team Liquid Alienware looking to clean up onto Guild, and Guild, who have spent a lot of the time in this game kind of scrambling to assert themselves in any spot. Well, they're back there again. 2 knocks come in, 1 finish has already come in as well, and Guild Esports will be eliminated. Team Liquid Alienware starting this one off hot.
And that's one of the benefits of having Jaguares on the conduit, being able to get that support banner, be able to get that player back in the game, and Team Liquid looks like they never even mind losing the first player because they're back up to a full 3. Team Liquid are one of those teams who are extremely good at fighting when they are confidently pushing you as well. They are more than happy to take those engagements when they have any sort of damage advantage.
They are my dark horse for today. I'm just going to say that, but now they're in game number 1, so nobody can say that I cheated and wait to see some points come in before I made that statement. Back to the point of view of Falcons, Owen. You mentioned this little battle might be developing between them and Aurora. Well, we're seeing some poke damage being done at the moment, and Falcons, good news for them is they are aware of that position.
They can hold out Aurora here, but if they make too much noise, it will maybe encourage teams that are just south of them to join in. And again, that pinch could happen. They want to probably force Aurora into the tunnel and into Geyser to make them go around, because then Falcons will dominate this northern side. Or you just go brute force and you take this fight here and now.
Isn't it interesting as well? This is a fight that Aurora probably look at and go, hey, we're coming in with 2 reds and a purple here. Anyone who's in front of us, we feel like we'll be able to bully and take the fight. But the difference is, you saw, I think it was 1 red and 2 purple, so it's not going to be easy as SSG decide it's time to take this spot away from Elevate Bleed. Shots coming in and the break will come in as well. Koifel will fall and Zainu now left on his own. And all of a sudden, after getting the first knock, here comes even more teams, and Elevate Bleed survive, but SSG will not.
And it looks like Elevate Bleed might be shortly behind them as well here. The last player will go down. It's only 13 squads left, by the way. Zone 2 hasn't even closed. This has been such an explosive start to this lobby. And I don't know if that's down to nerves, that's down to the zone, but there is something in the water right now. As DRG also taking a lot of damage after their aggression, there's just always that extra team, it seems. Everyone trying to get that extra bit of KP.
Yeah, I love the idea, though, from DRG there. You know, Dragons just fly down and clean up the damage. Easy third party for them and have Zip to get back up top as well. Falcons, 2 reds for them at the moment. It looks like they are making their rotate through Geyser. Now, they will be pretty confident to take a fight in this position. They know that they have the armor to work with. They know they've got the guns to work with as well. So it's all about getting that first knock for them at the moment. That Gen's going to slow things down for them. The Watson always makes these pushes a little bit more staggered.
The good news is that Aurora are not behind Falcons here, so this is a clean 3v3 fight right now, and you can see they're trying to push their advantage. Once those Watson fences go down, they can continue to march through and take space.
Well, they killed the first Gen. The only problem is it's popped back up again, and now on the other side of this, they're burning a little bit. EXL trying to hold off the push from Falcons, who you can see are just trying to force their way into a position to be safe upon this zone close. It's e-xolos Laser who are on the other side of this. Zero's going to blind fire, but not much of a connection.
Zone is coming in, so now Falcons have to try and reconsider their approach here, and you can see Zero going for a little bit of a flank, utilizing the Bangalore smoke so that he can take an angle with the rest of the team, and just like that, they are out of the building. But now they're a little bit exposed to other squads. LGD and GHS are both in the same area at the moment.
So Falcons trying to reposition, trying to reset at the moment. Elsewhere, as we move our way towards the big Maw choke, you can see Timmy and Co trying to have a little bit of a scrap there to win that one. That's going to be Mizuchi versus Alliance that takes place. But back to this fight that we've been continuing to watch, and this focus in and around the Geyser area. GHS Professional are in there as well. e-xolos, Laser, and Legend Gaming, like we mentioned. LGD are going to be there. Team Falcons have tried to kind of skip ahead of this traffic at the moment. They've done a pretty good job of doing so.
Yeah, this Falcons rotation has been a good one to watch, but Mizuchi are going to be the next team they potentially come up against. Zero versus Waltzy is definitely a fight I like to see happen on my screen.
In-game, but only one winner out of it.
Now we're going to have to see whether they can actually get through that choke. Elsewhere, you can see the likes of Team Liquid are within this next zone, but this area over towards Geyser, by the way, is going to be so tough to try and escape from.
Well, LGD, who made a quick rotate to this spot, well, you can see exactly why they might have some problems in the next few moments of this game. Armor's not good for this stage of the game. Feiju still on white armor on the Bangalore here, and they haven't just been able to get in a position to put out any damage. Now this rotate is going to be so tough as the zone pulls away from them.
As a reminder, the point score you see under the player cam is just the match score for now. It will be updated to the series score as we go into match 2 today, as GHS are starting to approach. Remember, Falcons are nearby, but it looks like Falcons are moving ahead of them. This is where the evac towers now come into play, and everyone starts to make their move.
GHS trying to get up the evac tower. One player going to fall. Wabu is down for Rufa, almost down as well. And one Tappy, well, he's only got one bar of shields, so not a lot to play with here for them, as Falcons are trying to use those grenades to flush them down on the low ground. GHS Professional will be eliminated. Now, elsewhere on the north side of things, we see the likes of Gaming Gladiators and e-xolos Laser trying to leave the bridge area, as LGD Gaming now, they're trying to take the bottom of the bridge just to the south.
Yeah, this bridge area is a hot quality at the moment, as LGD as a 2 will survive. EXL will fall. 11 squads now remain, which is probably good because there is not much room to play here.
This is going to be pulling down on the low ground here. It might just actually shift up a little bit higher than we're expecting. LGD did manage to get some sort of a reset, as GG won't be able to say the same. They will be eliminated. We're down to 10 squads now. We're about to get into the single figures, and look at Aurora playing down on the second level of this bridge. Already Evos, they're going to be dangerous.
Some heavy hitters still left in this lobby. Aurora, Alliance, FaZe Clan, Team Falcons.
They're sending it.
Aurora are sending it. LGD down. FaZe Clan also full. It's 6 kills now for Aurora.
Well, the big thing here for them as well is that Kazak was still on his feet. He's on the lifeline. He can get that res almost immediately here for Aurora. Elsewhere, you can see Team Liquid trying to move in, and it will be Alliance who fall.
Alliance fall, but it's not all done yet. But Liquid turn around. They get the core swaps, and they can still do the damage here. Niesel and Jaguar is trying to work together. Can they get the final kill? Yes, with some help from elsewhere.
Dragons Esports eliminated in the meantime. Liquid trying to survive. Niazul decides, I have to get out of here. And on the Pathfinder, hits the grapple under pressure. LG looking to chase them down, won't be able to close that gap. Luminosity Gaming, we haven't even mentioned so far in this game, but they've pretty much cleared the south side of this zone now.
A small breather for all the squads. 6 of them remain. Of those 6, by the way, you've got Waltzy, you've got Zero, and you've got Sweet. 3 of the best IGLs in the game, is now 6 turns to 5. Aurora have their last player eliminated.
Mizuchi overextending to make sure they got that kill. Another point for them. As with 5 squads remaining in the zone, still not even closed, everyone should be pretty comfortable on where they have to play. Falcons are making a dive for this low ground position. You can see the Q is coming in from the Seer, and that's going to be Mizuchi on the bridge, and Imperial How has fallen.
Has fallen, and look at these nades as well.
Uh-oh.
You need that shield to do a little bit of work here, but Zero's going down as well.
Jimper left on his own. It's going to be Mizuchi who flying on Falcons and clip their wings. Mizuchi will not take any damage whatsoever. Will be able to reset. Everyone's still on their feet. And now they have control of this southern side, but LG are having a look at this as they will have to walk up this hill.
Yeah, LG going to play a big part in this. It's 4 teams, but one of them is a rat from Team Liquid, remember. But DMS still on this northern side, and actually it's going to really depend where the Liquid rat goes here, as LG just trying to keep out of sight for now.
3v3v1, Liquid with that solo. And Nia's always down on that low ground, and with the engagements happening around him, there might be an opportunity maybe just to sneak a couple of extra placement points for Team Liquid Alienware. When you look at it, the zone though, DMS are the team who are in control of this down. They have the high ground, they have the building, they have the space as well, created by the Watson. This is an opportunity for them to strike first.
Mizuchi and LG, the only ones who have a fuse to work with in this final circle as well. So that can make a big difference when you're able to just isolate some of those teams and force them into certain areas unless they want to take that damage.
What's the one thing that counters a fuse though? DMS have got it, and it's the Watson. Those knuckle clusters not going to be as effective. The ultimate not going to be as effective. As LG now trying to flush out Mizuchi and hold them from progressing up that hill towards their position. But what next for LG? Is this just a fight that they're going to take to try and make second place theirs? Or do they try and advance somewhere else? It looks like the smoke's going to go onto that balloon in a second, followed by the ultimate, and they're going to try and push off this.
Smoke a mother load and get all that information and any damage that might come alongside it. But it's DMS who hold the north and arguably hold the best position at the moment. As now, Mizuchi, it's a lot of damage they're doing onto LG, but there is a solo behind them, and I'm not sure they know it.
Look at this head glitch. Timmy is taking no damage whatsoever from these grenades. Nearzal is still behind, and Nearzal, you can also see, is playing that Pathfinder and might be able to zip up and cause more problems. DMS just watching this all happen, by the way. They're the calmest team in the lobby right now.
Nearzal just wants to get into the top 3 as the ring takes down Sweet alongside the damage. DMS now are waiting, watching to try and pounce on the damage that's being done.
4 squads still remain though. LG still have 2, although it becomes 1 of Sykes will be taken down as well. Now, when is the signal to go here for DMS? Taskmaster smokes off the top of this rock, but now they don't have the height. And has this been mistimed? And is this going to look horrible? As Nearzal will take down 1 as well. And manages to get another point here for Team Liquid. Elsewhere, Mizuchi still in control of the ring. They take down the final member of Luminosity Gaming. Ozus will fall as well, and Mizuchi will win game number 1 here in our grand finals.
You said it. Had it been mistimed, DMS went in very early. All 4 squads were still remaining. They saw the kill feed was lighting up, and there was a call made to go, but I don't know if they had to go that early. And it allowed Mizuchi, the position they had, to just take a step back and say, well, you go ahead. You finish those kills. We'll take the win here. But Waltzy and Mizuchi getting the first win on the board here in the grand finals and adding to those previous points they found in the group stages.
11 kills alongside the 12 placement points for Mizuchi means 23 in total for them. And I've got to say, got to kind of call myself out. It looked like DMS were in the best spot, looked like they were the most comfortable, and I think I said something along the lines of they should be the calmest in this situation. Well, that decision at the end was anything but calm. It looked a little bit antsy, it looked a little bit desperate. And like you say, mistimed when it came to that final push in that final moment. Team Liquid in second with 7 kills alongside their placement points as well. And you've got to give a huge shout out to Nearzal, the Pathfinder. He managed to make some magic happen.
And of course, alongside the 6 points that Mizuchi started with, it now has them on 29. So almost halfway towards that threshold already after the first match.
Incredible stuff as Mizuchi will claim your first champions banner here in Riyadh. It's a fantastic start for the boys from North America. And when we get back, game number 2 is coming up.
They're gonna hit us, okay?
I'm scanning.
I fell, I'm coming back up. I'm batting here.
I'm batting as well.
We win this fight. I don't see them. Do we see them?
They were right, I think. They're over here. On my ping,
Chill.
They're bang died. Bang died his own. Thirst for kill. Nice.
Let's move in. Wait, do we have an evac?
Yes, we do. Yes.
I don't think we can afford. I think we might have to play for second here, depending. Okay.
I need heavy ammo.
Shoot right. Hard shoot right. They're on us.
Shooting Watson.
Path weak.
Path one is
Hitting. Get these kills. Nice. I think it's a solo behind, right?
Path down low.
Play the height. Play on me. Grizzing. Last kill.
Down here.
Logan, behind. Watson. Let's go,
baby. Come on.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Come the fuck on.
Good fucking shit. Well, that was Mizuchi's reaction to a huge win in game number 1 here at Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup. And as we can see here, that's what happens if you get eliminated from the tournament here, Dan. That is the graveyard, as we've described it.
The key graveyard, and of course, all of those eliminated teams, all of those crushed keys will be put into the totem's floor and filled with resin to be cemented in the history of Esports World Cup.
Well, you don't want that to happen. It's just quite simple as that, especially if you're one of those teams who's here today. You want yours to be put in that totem as one that will be remembered at the top as being a champion. And now we're looking at Alliance, a little bit of a quiet start for them here, maybe just a moment to recompose. And even though there is a moment to recompose, even though there's a moment of thought of what happened, not too long though, Dan, because now we change maps. Usually it's 2-2, we stay on World's Edge, but now we're moving over to Storm Point, which is a whole new challenge for these teams to address.
It is going to be very interesting that we flip-flop back and forth between World's Edge and Storm Point today, because typically you would usually see it being 2 on, 2 off. And sometimes when you reach match point, and you might be a team that's far better at World's Edge, you have to wait 2 maps before you get back onto your better map. That's not going to be the case here today. You're going to be able to get back on your better map a lot sooner, which is why I'm also thinking this could be finished a little bit earlier, because now teams will get that opportunity a lot sooner than before. I will be looking at those teams who are better at what maps as we get further into this tournament.
You want to be good cop or bad cop today?
I usually go with good cop.
You want to be good cop? Okay, I'll talk about DMS then in that final zone, because you were looking at that replay there, and even when you saw it from the point of view of DMS, it's one you want back, right? And I think you have to kind of give a little bit of consideration to situation on the main stage here. It's not the same as sitting at home on your PC. It's not the same as playing in a pro league. It's not the same because of the money and the pressure that is on the line in these grand finals lobbies. They had that game. That was their game to win. They had the lobby in front of them, but nerves can do funny things to you.
This might just be bad cop, because I'm going to agree with you. There's very... It doesn't happen very often.
Mizuchi did well, though. All right,
Mizuchi did incredible. You even heard in Mizuchi's comms, we might have to play for second place. Yeah. They even assessed that situation of where DMS was. It is not often, I will say, a team flat out made a mistake, because often there is something else that plays a factor. Even watching that replay back, DMS could have just stayed where they were. I think they got overly excited, maybe in the moment, maybe because of the kill feed going off, and they thought they had to make that move there and then. They might have even miscalculated how many rats were in the lobby, for example.
And I mean, we're a bit harsh on them. They still managed to pick up second place in the lobby, which is crazy, right? But when we're talking about how a lobby can be separated when we get to the final stages and we get towards match point, 1 point, 2 points, 3 points can be a huge difference. So for DMS, it's about putting that behind them. But for Mizuchi, it's about continuing the momentum as we head in towards game number 2 here. We're headed off to Storm Point.
Heading off to Storm Point, and there is one potential contest that could happen as well, but I'll wait until it does happen and see if it does happen, because I don't want to get people too excited for it. But teams I'm going to be looking out for on Storm Point, Twisted Minds, Alliance, and SSG. All 3 of those teams, the majority of their success and their wins came on Storm Point throughout the previous days here, whether that was in Last Chance, whether that was in group stages, but I'm going to be keeping a keen eye on all 3 of those.
Shout out to Team Liquid as well. Shout out to Neazor for doing the solo work as the Pathfinder in that previous game as well. It means they have 19 points total after that first game. DMS 15, which isn't too bad. They'll still be pretty happy with that. Alliance with 13 just behind them. Aurora with 13 as well, and Team Falcons with 13 too. But it's Mizuchi at the top of the pile here, and understandably kind of earned their POV at the start of this game, but before we show them, we've got some contestants sorted out.
Yeah, this was the one I was expecting to happen between LG and GHS, but are either of these teams really going to take this POI just by the neck and just say, look, honestly, I want to dominate here and now in the first time we're on Storm Point so that you run away from it later. And sometimes to do that, you have to be a bit aggressive.
It's interesting to see how GHS are actually playing this as well, because one of the players split off and took a loop path on some of those low ground buildings, and I think LG are just starting to sense that right now, that maybe the top structure is going to be theirs, and they can force away GHS on that low ground. So you can see on your map overhead right now, GHS are out there. They're already left, and it's kind of maybe again, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not for Luminosity Gaming, because they have the control of the high ground, which is the majority of the loot, but on their loot path, they lose a little bit of loot as well. So it's kind of like okay, this is good because we're not having a hard contest, but we are still losing a little bit of loot.
If you're watching this map overhead and you see a single member of Falcons on a Trident on the far west side, by the way, that is a very split team at the moment, but I think it's a scouting mission to see what's going on elsewhere with Aurora. But Falcons are going to be dropping over towards Mill, of course. They do have a pretty good route into this zone, but I'm unsure. They do have a ring console as well. So both Fnatic and Falcons have ring consoles, so they can approach from that west side, and maybe we'll be contesting the likes of Luminosity a little bit later. Now, as we move over to Guild, who are a team who are a little bit further behind in those overall series scores because they came through the last chance. 3 points right now. Mizuchi are on 29, right? So there is a 26-point gap already. And if you are one of these teams that really wants to be a winner here at Esports World Cup, you have to put a win on the board soon to start catching.
Well, Guild Esports are center zone right now. They're going to do the spiders just to make sure they get a little loot, but it was a difficult first game for them, right? All the successes, all the highs of yesterday, taking home first place in that LCQ. Well, a little bit of reality check. It was the first fight where they lost a player. They had to go back into Cypher and get that res, and then when they got back in, Team Liquid just wiped them. There was not a knock that Liquid really suffered. And for them, it's about refocusing into this game, knowing they have good prio to this zone. One team who doesn't have great prio to this zone due to their drop over at Echo HQ is going to be Mizuchi. But the good thing is for them, they've got a Trident, they've got a ring console, and they're going to know exactly where they have to head.
Yeah, ring console will give them at least the information of where the zone's going, and they do have a survey beacon over towards the west side of Echo as well, if they want to hit that to try and plan their route. As speaking of planning routes, Falcons have started to move through from that western side and are now finding all these teams that are pretty central within this zone.
So Falcons take this building for now.
They help, to say the least.
It doesn't look like it's going to be a place that they want to hold for quite some time, I would say. GHS are just across from them. It seems like more of a transitional position for them to find themselves, although they will be safe in zone. We know that Falcons are always looking for the next opportunity to move into what they consider a better spot, but this is pretty good for them at the moment. Up to blue shields already, having left the POI, and they can just poke some damage out. They'll be pretty safe. I always get a little bit worried when you've got a double-stacked building, though, towards an endgame if a zone comes towards you, because you know someone's going to try and take one of those floors away.
I also hate those buildings as well. You're so vulnerable to grenades and even just damage from certain people from an angle that can get those shots on you. But the Watson does help getting the gen down, but sometimes even that gen is vulnerable to getting shot by someone, and then suddenly the influx of grenades happen, and just like that, you can have one player who's knocked and down, and another team decides to push. Now, LG are pushing from a similar angle from where we saw Falcons arrive from this western side, going through this choke point. They may realize that none of these buildings ahead of them are playable now, so it's whether you just say, all right, we'll stay here. This is as far as we can go, and we'll just maybe work on stopping anyone else arriving from the west.
Yeah, I don't mind this spot for now. Like you say, it's a spot that they can hold. Obviously, Funk's going to be given the responsibility of watching their back and making sure that nobody rotates through that tunnel behind them. Fnatic might be thinking about that, but it won't happen for quite some time. DMS, who might be a little bit frustrated about how that game number one ended, but upon reflection, maybe quite happy with the points they got on the board. Well, they were just trying to kind of move away from the shots coming in from Twisted Mind right now, who will want to improve from that game number one. They were one of the first teams out of the lobby.
It was an interesting day one for Twisted Minds, where they were able to get first, second, first, but then they started to drop out in the top 15, in the top 20, and they did have a lot of dull games, dud games. If you compare that to who their competitors are, Team Falcons, a team that very rarely finished outside of the top 10. In fact, Falcons only finished outside of the top 10 once throughout the group stages. And that consistency is going to be everything for getting towards match point, of course. Ooh. You don't want to fall behind.
A little bit of a blind rotate here coming in from Twisted Minds. I think they wanted to take the height there, but were just too late to do so, so they'll have to be happy with the low ground and the spider cave. Oh, no!
Shut the door!
Don't shut the door, open the door, let your teammate in, and then shut the door. And Sweet might be a little bit frustrated at that, but Falcons They're not going to let this settle. They want these kills. They're overextending for them. They want LG blood.
Falcons do not allow teams to get away easily, but they also recognize they need to keep their spot on the map. If you step away for too long, someone else could pinch it away from you. And it has allowed LG to get that second attempt at a res. And even though it looked like a very brave push from Falcons, it was a very mature response at the initial damage to say, actually, it is not worth it here.
Well, now the frustration and the difficulty for LG is Sweet got finished, right? The door was closed, and even though it might have been a self-preservation job coming in from Funk initially, by losing Sweet, they have to decide now, do we try and get a res? Because they're going to be able to get that banner. It's only just outside of the door. But the problem is they're now trapped in the tunnel, right? If they go back towards the west side, we mentioned Fnatic, they're in and around checkpoint. And they're going to have to give up the tunnel, potentially, and then have to fight their way back through it. So little moments like that have this knock-on effect, this domino effect, for how they're going to approach the rest of this game. Elsewhere, SSG are on the chase. Blacklist International are finding themselves at cliffside at the moment, and with only one player alive.
Well, for SSG, it was a very slow start in this tournament, but they dropped into that last chance. But boy, was it an explosive last chance qualifier for them. A victory in the last game to send them into this grand finals lobby.
By the way, I've misspoken there, because this is a really interesting fight. SSG have essentially isolated one member of Blacklist International, and Koi4 is going to get a knock elsewhere. The rest of Blacklist International are only just coming into the zone right now, so it's become a 3v2, and it's an opportunity that they wanted to take it they have by getting that first knock as we head into a little bit of a technical pause. We'll have to see how this fight does, of course, continue here as the Falcons fans are getting a little bit loud inside of the building.
A technical pause, and I will not speak too much of the ring and where it's going because of that pause, just in case a coach or player
Ultimate bad call.
has a little bit of a left speaker off of their ear to see what is being said. But what we did learn, and one of the things I want to go back on, is Luminosity Gaming. When we first checked in with them, they were within that choke point, within that kind of doorway, and then when we came back, they were running back towards it. They tried to make their rotation away from it and to keep going further east, but sadly they walked into a Team Falcons who are kind of desperate to fight. When you look at the roster of Falcons, I feel like they are so confident in any engagement they're going to be having here. As soon as someone gives them an inch, they're going to take a mile.
Yeah, it's almost like if you show as one player, you know there's two guns trained on you, and I mean, three of the best shooters in the game, right? It doesn't matter what combination of them you want to pick. It's very, very rare that you're going to be able to get away with a little overextension, a little mistake, a misplaced smoke, whatever it might be. And then they tried, one thing I love about Falcons, though, they left the build and tried to clean it up almost immediately, knowing that they had this time window. And I think it's one thing that separates the best teams of the world in Apex, right? It's understanding your timing window, that they were able to push onto those final players with their numbers, but also not give their spot up. So having seen that they're not going to get those kills, they decided just to retreat and hold their spot. Elsewhere, GG will be eliminated as we are back into the game now, as the pause is undone. And we're back live.
EXL also got eliminated, by the way. They were just waiting in that pause, I think, for one player to get eliminated. It was probably a horrible wait for them, to be honest. But we check in elsewhere. EXO-Clan, pretty central at the moment, but I think they are going to continue to have to move further east, because that is where the zone is going. We're going back over towards Cascade Falls now, as Alliance land on top of a building, and we'll be able to find a home here.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Like, where we saw a lot of the teams earlier on was slightly to the north of where we find ourselves now, the sort of northwest position, maybe expecting a pull that way. The likes of Luminosity Gaming, the likes of Falcons, but now, because of that, the later arrivals who may have had that ring console information are finding space inside of Cascade Falls. So you've got Fnatic here inside of Cascade. They're also in a really good building for potentially holding out some of those rotators in from the previously discussed location here, and they can get some damage and some KP. But for Alliance, that's great news for them. To fly in, find a building that's free inside of Cascade, you'll take that all day.
There's going to be a lot of teams on this west side, so it's going to be pretty difficult if you are not within one of these buildings on the western side. An area that is interesting is the eastern side. FaZe Clan hold this place right now, but Blacklist International and Space Station will be approaching. Now we look over towards LG. They've been back up to a full 3, so they've been able to rescue Sweet, and it looks like they're going to be able to have a second stab at trying to make this rotation.
Round 2. See how this one goes. And it looks like they're going to know this time with how late they're arriving now to this party and how many teams potentially could have overtaken them with the time that expired from them having to go and get Sweet back in the game, that they might think about playing this one a little bit differently. Elsewhere though, FaZe Clan, they're on the other side of the zone at the moment. This is kind of away from all the traffic. They're chilling.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. FaZe Clan, the only team on the east in zone, but elsewhere, Blacklist International are still being hunted by SSG, and this is also on the east side. So I think if FaZe Clan are able to get eyes on this, they might be able to get some KP, but it looks like Blacklist International are full-on retreating away from this one, and Space Station are probably going to have to give up on it now they've approached zone.
Yeah, getting a little bit desperate for SSG at this point. JMW, it must have been a difficult pause for him. He just sat there and his two teammates looking at Xhaka and Yaka go, don't think we're going to be able to get him back in, do you? And they go, sorry, buddy, we're just going to head to zone when this pause is done. He's probably like, yeah, all right, fair enough. But yeah, SSG were desperately trying to chase that down. They're also going to be able to hit the survey beacon in a second as well to get the information on where the teams are located. And a survey beacon at this point of the game for SSG, you can see that there is buildings still in Cascade Falls open. They will see that so much of the traffic is over to that east side. But the question is, do they have the ring console as well to give them the info of where the zone is pulling, or are they going to be fooled by where all the teams are stacked up?
Well, the good news is they can hit the survey beacon and then they will get natural information from this ring now. So they will know at least is pulling towards Cascade Falls, and they'll be able to see that actually on this eastern side, they're one of few teams here, and they'll be thinking there is a real opportunity at good placement points. But we know it is going to continue to go a little bit more central towards Cascade, and there is only a couple of buildings to work with now. In the first match, we saw Mizuchi get a win, and we can check in with them here, their rotation and where they want to go. Let's jump into a listening with Mizuchi.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, we can go to, like, there's like this big rock over here that we can go to stop by.
I just don't know if they're gonna fight, bro. Actually, don't know if they're gonna fight. They're gonna look to like kill us more than anyone else.
There's a team that has to be here. There's no way there isn't. So they're definitely gonna fight. This entire zone was contested. There's got to be a team on their side.
I feel like there should be too.
And if anything, like, I mean, they might be like holding for a team that's like trying to wrap this.
That way, fellas. Move your back.
Okay.
I'm gonna just hit this.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna let you, Joe.
You think I'm good to come over to you?
No, I think it's just a hold that is. But the worst thing would be giving it up too early.
I think you're almost good though, build at like 10 seconds.
I don't think we play up there. Well, I feel like if we play this big tree, I feel like we're gonna fucking die.
Wait.
Like where the zipline is, I feel like we should go right.
Well, just discussions in the comms of Mizuchi about what is going to be next for them, and you can see they're going to have to cross across quite a treacherous path here. Across. That did actually make sense though, which is, trust me, surprising when it comes out of my mouth. But they do have to cross across. Said it again. These waterfalls areas, which can lead them to be very, very vulnerable. Some tough decisions for them to make, and the same can be said about Falcons now. They're going to have to go in towards this zone. You can see Bangalore ults going off as well. You can also see Mizuchi having to make that cross, and Waltzy, he just got nuked, but not quite enough to get the knock. GHS Professional will be eliminated in the meantime. Timmy's got to be careful as well.
Has to be very careful. Exhibit's gone down though, so there's going to be a lot of information gained here for Aurora, or against Aurora, should I say, but they've lost one as well.
Yeah, it's actually going to be them who get the first knock. So Timmy gone down, and then it'll be exchanged, but there's the lifeline difference, and there is another Skynade coming in that's going to do a huge amount of damage. Kazak with that onto Waltzy to get the finish.
Mizuchi eliminated then from first place to 17th, and that's how this lobby can go back and forth. Blacklist International also get taken down as now Falcons are trying to push in on this one, and you can see Hal leading the charge, but he's very aware of where the teammates are, and it's almost like a game of cat and mouse at the moment, trying to lead a player in so that you can take him out.
Yeah, this is, you can see Falcons at the moment and the team on the other side of this fight, they know how important it is to not be the first to get knocked here. Everyone is having a little shoulder peek, everybody is trying to see if they can get that first bit of damage. You can see that LGD Gaming, well, they're down to just 2 at the moment, but the Kraber might be the worry.
It's 2.5 with the Kraber. Also, LG are very close here, and LGD, I think, just learned that. They thought it was just Falcons, but no. LG, Blue Armors, looking to try and make up for the death earlier.
Sykes gets absolutely decimated, though, and Zero will be the player who gets that knock. Zero still with some good shields. Jim Burns got to be careful of the window angle as LG try and keep the pressure on, but you can see this is not an easy fight for either team at the moment. Dragons Esports are here as well, as we see a little bit of a spray coming in. LGD will go down. Gilbert now left on his own. Can he clutch up here for Falcons? No, they can't. Falcons will fall as DRG come in to clean up.
It was just team after team after team, but it's Dragons Esports who are the last to arrive and pick up all the pieces, and will now have that northwest side. Guild, by the way, keeping an eye on this southwest side. It's Twisted Minds who are below them.
South America standing up again here, not just making finals, not content with that, but they want more here in Riyadh. Now, Twisted Minds, inside of the zone right now, taking a little bit of chip damage from it, but will be able to reset. They're going to be behind Dragon Esports now, and if they're not aware, and they're celebrating a little bit too much, then they might get caught off guard. But Player K has gone down, so they've lost their Watson on this rotate. Can they get him back on his feet?
Well, as Twisted Minds approach, Dragons Esports decided to take the evac tower, but they've taken the evac tower into the danger area. It's Guild Esports who are still here, and now just from heroes to zeros potentially here, because you could take too much damage, and you are going to. Zillak's gone down.
Well, you saw the grapple tornado coming in. Even that wasn't good enough to keep them alive here. Down to just one, and Panic needs to not live up to his name at this point. Medkit going to be popped. Zone is closing behind, but it is going to be the end of Dragons Esports, as Guild will hold firm. 11 squads now remaining. Their next point of contention is going to be Aurora, still on this southern side.
11 squads remain, make it 10 now. Team Liquid just got eliminated. DMS are holding one of the center buildings. By the way, there are about 6 teams all in this building. You can see it on the minimap there, but look where that zone is shifting. It's going south. It's going away from all of these teams, except the likes of Aurora and FaZe Clan, who hold arguably some of the best positions right now.
This should be a guaranteed top 5 or so for both of those teams if they play it rightly. If they don't overextend, they just have to survive. They have the zone, and everybody who is inside of Cascade will have to leave. This is the carnage of Cascade. UKF going to get a kill onto Swinny, who was on that roof, as Fnatic now make their move, but making their way through here is so tough, but there's a zipline to help.
This is a zip line to just try and assert some dominance on the roof as SSG get eliminated. Fnatic still a full 3. That's what's important here, and they've been able to reset. It looks like the bat will go off, so Fnatic still with a big chance to get kills here.
And it's a wonderful thing to know that if you're working your way through multiple teams, that you've got a player on your team who's got a devotion in his hand. That can make such quick work of so many players. DMS, they're inside of that building as well. Leica with the devotion, a lot of responsibility on his hands right now as he takes down the evac tower as well. Fnatic on the height and looking for kills.
There is genuinely 6 teams in these 2 buildings that all have to move at the same time. It's FaZe, Aurora, and Guild who are the only 3 who are not within this current building set. This is going to be carnage as everyone leaves. This is where you need to either get out early or be the last to escape, or just say, look, we're not going to win this game, we need kills.
Elevate Bleed on the low ground. They have the evac down. They were trying to use it for the smoke combo, but you have to wonder if maybe that's going to change and they think about using it as an escape route. Very, very tough to do, as Fnatic probably thinking about something very similar. You saw them trying to think about placing down that evac tower to get ahead of the traffic, but instead UKF, he's going to turn his attention to players on the outside. Great shots, takes them down a flash. As Aurora now, from their southern position on this zone, watch all of this happen in front of them.
Aurora are focusing on Guild, by the way. This is huge for them as Guild get eliminated. That was one of the teams not in the buildings. This is opening up for another fantastic game here, and it could be Aurora getting the W if they play this right, but now everyone's leaving the buildings at the same time.
Yuka trying to use that mouse and keyboard movement to stay alive and let Satsuki come in and clean up the damage. Twisted Minds will be eliminated in the meantime as Leica is left on his own. Fnatic will be eliminated as now we find ourselves with 6 teams. Make that 5 as EXO-Clan will fall as well.
There's that top 5 we were talking about for Aurora, and they get the chance to reset as we see FaZe and Alliance eliminated. Remember, FaZe were on that east side. This opens things up for Aurora on the south. They've got full red, and it is just an Elevate Bleed squad they really need to be worried about. But DMS, we said how everyone was going to have to escape the building. They have found a tiny nook or cranny within that building to work with.
Yeah, that's a creepy looking corner, but for DMS, the question is, can you get out inside of the zone? And it looks like Elevate Bleed are actually moving up onto them to try and take them out before they even have the opportunity. Aurora step up to the plate as well. It looks like the decision has been made from Elevate Bleed that second place is what they want to play for as Aurora look to put their first win on the board. DMS, they're gone as well. 9 hit pops with the final shots, and Aurora will be your champions.
Rain with a little shake, a little wiggle to celebrate. And you've got to be careful. Depending on how high you up on that stage, you don't want to be picking people up too much. But wow, what a game from Aurora. As soon as they were able to find that southern side and see the zone shift away from Cascade Falls, it opened up the chance for them to win. But it's not as easy as it looks from that position, because you have to take a lot of space and be dealing damage to those that are trying to approach you.
I think patience is a big thing as well, right? When you're in one of those positions, you know the lobby is in front of you. You know there's opportunities for kills, and it's just about sometimes just relaxing and letting the kills come to you instead of overextending and finding yourself being one of those unfortunate situations where you are the kill. So for Aurora, a great game number 2 here. They put 22 points on the board.
And Aurora keeping Lifeline on the map as well, sticking to their tried and tested, and we saw multiple times how that Lifeline comes into the equation. That quick tap to get the res can be everything.
And that's huge, right? They picked up Kajak because maybe they felt that Hardeki, who they had on the roster previously, was going down a little bit early sometimes and not being able to have an influence as an anchor player, as a last alive, to get them back on their feet. So a shout out to Kajak and how he was playing Lifeline in that game. And as we look at our series rankings, that puts Aurora up onto the top spot.
I said that Mizuchi were closing in on the halfway point to the threshold, but they picked up 0 points in match number 2. So they are stalled for now, and Aurora overtake them and will surpass that halfway point. But still, 25 points to go to get to that threshold.
Well, it's starting to heat up here in Riyadh. Game number 2 is done and dusted, and EMEA have a reason to celebrate. It is Aurora who take the win. We're heading to a quick break. When we get back, game number 3.
Ready, set, go.
Нас теперь можно и правых убить.
У меня вроде соло или дуо здесь,
давай
помогите
давай
ко мне.
правую убьем. Мне кавики нужны. Мне тоже, мне
Подойдете ко
по
мне?
левой стороне, пошли левых душить. Нет, нет, правый.
По правой удобней.
Кавиков нет.
Дал 20. Вот тут и стоит.
Двое вроде. На камне. Гранат
Не
есть.
Банку гранат нет. Два склада, надо второй нащупать.
Я тут стою. Сама, дайте гранату, блядь.
Нету.
Бля, хуёво.
Если я устану. У них нет ультов, если
Один
что.
склад внутри, другой склад вот здесь.
Подожди, один склад. А эти отбежали назад. Отдали вроде, нет? Трупы отдали.
Да, да.
Они сольника убивают.
Забирайте спейс, не выпускаем их.
Дерутся. Патик отлетел.
Окей, я
Бага слева.
Я пушу, пацаны, пошли.
Фуз, опени, фуз, ног. Ласт, бага, флэш.
The pop-off from Aurora as they take game number 2 on Storm Point. Aurora starting off so strong, proving the advanced points don't even matter out here if you are a top 2 squads from groups A and B. I'm looking at Falcons, I'm looking at Alliance, because Aurora with great KP on top of this genome.
Yeah, they don't necessarily need them if they can come out with a win that quickly. And it's also just awesome to see that a team who has pushed back against the meta for so long, holding on to that lifeline pick, saying this is viable at the very top level, they proved it. They proved it here once again. And I mean, you know, I was just looking at the upgrade stats recently. You know, they're going with rapid response, right? That means they get the revives out even faster, and it's just that really quick reset that it allows you to do in addition to the gold knock. Makes it so valuable in competitive play.
It's huge, and they won not only with the obvious dub, but with 10 KP, whereas in game number 1, they got 6 with 7 KP. So with that lifeline that they have stuck through for so long, allowing it to work out for them to get that quick reset, how important it is with that gold knock to be able to also still be in the fight when you are that lifeline.
Yeah, and Kazakh seems to be very good at playing, you know, as the anchor behind the team, but not too far behind the team. He's always there ready with the DOC drone to pick up his teammates. Meanwhile, yeah, look, I mean, Nine Impulse and Oirain are absolutely putting out the damage. Both of those guys over 2.3k damage already. Kazakh is behind that, but, you know, as we've noted, it's that's not necessarily his role.
Yeah, the fact that Kazakh has also just been so impressive on this team. It's been nice to see the development with Aurora, but can they keep it up? As you guys have seen before, we are swapping back and forth between maps. It's not the usual every 2 games. We are going to be able to have one on Storm Point, one on World's Edge, so on and so forth. We just saw Storm Point, so we will make that transition right back onto World's Edge.
All right, the players have been having some fun here at the EWC. Let's have a look at what they've been getting up to while we wait to get into this next game.
Apex Legend と言ったらなんだろうな、爽快感とかですかね。
The first team that comes to mind is Team Falcons, us.
Falcon.
Ooh, definitely my ex-teammates. Keys I'll be crushing. That'll be LG, which is Sykes. I would say Zainu as well from SSG, and the third team, I'd say TSM. They are rivals, so.
Keys to crush. I love being able to hear our pros talk about which keys and whose keys they would crush for that trophy. It's insane. $2 million prize pool here for the Esports World Cup Apex Legends, and it is just so insane to see how our pros have been able to even make it into this finals lobby in the first place.
It's been, yeah, it was really tough for the last two, obviously. Space Station and Guild, they don't start off with any points here. But what they do get is a little bit more time to make up that distance, Vicky, because, of course, it is the 60-point match point threshold. A little bit different, a little bit harder, a little bit extra, maybe even some more games for us to watch.
Or are some of these teams looking to speedrun? I mean, with the way that we're seeing the likes of Mizuchi and Aurora start things off, this is a beautiful start here for our finals. Love being able to hear that crowd, the way that our players are getting set up to swap maps. But you also have to imagine, with these different rules, Genome, this could definitely halt momentum for the squads that may find their stride on one map or the other.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at Fnatic down here, and they've already changed up roles if you're, looking at that. Satsuki and Leica actually switching between who was playing the Pathfinder and, who was on the Fuse and the Bloodhound between map 1 and 2. Obviously, yeah, that's switching across maps, but it is interesting when, they say, okay, we don't need a specialist Pathfinder player. We'll prioritize something else and just and let these guys go between.
It's also, when you talk about certain players and the highlight performances that we've been able to witness thus far, something else that we have to look out for in this lobby is the MVP, because it's not just a title that a player will be walking away with, right? It's $50,000 attached to that talent. So it's actually crazy. So that is on top of the possible first place team that will be able to walk away with $600,000. But hey, even if we see a certain pop-off potential for a certain player that may not be in that first place team, that's an extra $50,000 that a player that gets that MVP title will be able to put in their pockets.
I reckon we're about to see some Formula One sort of action where the teammates are actually going against each other just to try and get pole position and grab that 50K. That'd be a little bit funny if they were, trying to snag the kills off each other.
Well, now, Imperial, hold on. You know how Hal is when it comes to the way that he tries to pry down the lobby. But a slow start here, Genome. 14 Falcons.
Very.
Especially seeing the way that Aurora has been able to perform thus far, sitting in first place at the moment with 35 points, but not so far behind them is Mizuchi with 29 points after taking that first place finish. Very rough start for game number 2, but guys, I'm getting word that game number 3 is ready to go. Thank you so much for your patience. Let's get started. Let's see our pros jumping off from the ship, because we saw some very last minute changes on some of these POIs.
Yeah, e-xolos Laser, they were the ones saying, we're going to mystery drop, we are going to mix it up, you cannot predict this. And here we see them going towards Big Maud. So Mizuchi were hoping to have both that and stacks to themselves. They're not going to get it this game. And look, I know from talking to them that playing from stacks in this particular situation, depending on how the Maud team plays, can hugely affect your rotates. Do you have to go through the vault tunnel, or can you actually go swing past Maud and take the balloon up there near the dome? Is a big question. And if you've got a team who's not familiar with Maud, they might take a little longer to loot. They might start shooting at you when you get out there.
Maybe not familiar with the game out here, because something I am familiar with is how congested the north side of World's Edge has been. Space Station claiming that entire north side where they'll have a ring console. We know that Elevate Bleed, Land by Survey, they won't have that third-party opportunity that they may have been eyeing before we saw those POI drafts change up a little bit. But what we are going to be able to see and stay consistent, something that we've also been very familiar with, Genome, has been some skyhook zones throughout the course of the season. And honestly, we highlight Team Falcons and the fact that now this circle is pooling also on top of Aurora. Your winners of game number 2 is going to be absolutely huge.
And Agents of Chaos that might be hoping for that pullback down towards Grandma's house where that survey beacon is right now. I think they will be disappointed. I do think this one is going far enough up that it should hit Skyhook. And Aurora, who are opening that vault right now at the south, should be very well situated, as you mentioned, not only in the series overall, but particularly here in match 3.
But it is important to note that they don't have access to the ring console. That's on Team Falcon's side. DMS, quick with it, because in Countdown, they had the ring console, so they have the circle information. And you can only imagine with Aurora hearing them come by, they can make the assumption that this is where the circle could be pooling. We know with these skyhook zones that there are a lot of teams that could coexist in these buildings in the late zone. So I'm not expecting Aurora to move anywhere, but to their benefit and the way that they play with the lifeline, with the legend composition, they have an Evil Harvester, and like you noted, we saw them have access to that vault.
Yeah, and they've gone for the field research upgrade anyway, Vicky, on the Pathfinder, right? So, you have to make that choice. It's one or the other in terms of grabbing ring console knowledge or the survey beacon knowledge. And yeah, they've opted for the survey beacon. Both, of course, as you're sort of alluding to, they are on the other side of Skyhook, and you can try to get them, but especially if it's a Skyhook zone, Team Falcons probably are going to be sticking around, and it can be a bit risky to try and get in there if they're not moving out.
I mean, when you see that it's hot on the block here, look at this. I mean, Blacklist has made their appearance. GHS are rotating through the train tracks. Tunnel side FaZe have now taken an evac tower right through their Twisted Minds. Gonna slowly be approaching here too, but with EXO-Clan also coming in from the Vault Tunnel side, so many teams have already gone ahead with this rotate.
About half in there, about half still to go. I wonder if that's going to be the, roughly the split of zone teams versus not. We do tend to get more zone-heavy teams that make their way into the finals, and I think that's reflected here in the amount of Watson that we're seeing in our finals lobby, slightly higher than what we saw in the group stages.
Which could end up being a double whammy for Aurora. And to highlight this team again, this is a team that likes to play by the edge, that likes to plan Evo Harvester pathing to go for their advantage for that Lifeline Evo Cash that she gets to spawn with that purple Evo Shield perk, but they don't have a Watson. That's why they opt for that composition, because it benefits them playing more so by zone. Whereas a team like Alliance, they have to travel up to the north side by Skyhook, exiting out of Thermal, and that's going to benefit them even more since, again, they don't have a Watson for the same reason, and instead are going to be able to come into that next zone with full res probably.
Interesting to note that Team Liquid went for the Conduit pick in this particular game as Guild try and find some space for themselves in the building there. Now, they have been playing this the entire... Wow, okay. Didn't have my eye on them as much during Game 1 and 2, but yeah, it's the Pathfinder Horizon Conduit. Apparently, regardless of map. That is fascinating. This is usually a composition specifically, tooled for taking contests at the start of the game. Are they really that worried about, a random e-xolos drop? Or I wouldn't think so. It seems like this is a deliberate ploy to try and increase their team fighting power, but, we're over in Skyhook now, and, having Watson inside a building just becomes so much more valuable than the occasional flick of shields from a Radiant transfer.
I mean, that's how you become a trendsetter, right? If you're trying to take a different approach and you know that you're not at match point yet, obviously they'll change their composition if they are one of the teams to hit match point first, because then they will be easily targeted otherwise. But to then go in to just get aggressive to be able to hit those 60 points first could be part of their game plan. I mean, they're seeding in 5th overall. We know that they got 4th place in game number 1 with 7 KP, 11th in game number 2 with 3 KP. We have to see how that's going to work into a final zone like this, where again, you're going to be bunkered down in a lot of these buildings over here by Skyhook.
One of the only teams who's not from South America. Potentially, I think this is probably South America's best performance at LAN, if not very close to. The fact that 2 out of 2 have qualified for the finals, made it to that top 20 is very impressive. And actually, Zephyr in the green room just before was saying it was a very late effort from both of them. I think it might have even been in game 10 that they got those points and managed to crawl over the line into the top 9. But nonetheless, very impressive and great to see that they've still got that representation and some good teams over there.
Latam represent. You love to see it. I talked to a member of e-xolos actually earlier today in the elevator, and saying that they're a little worried, not because they're afraid of their performance, but because they don't want to have the naysayers be right. They feel pressure. They have something to prove out here to the public that there's a reason why South America should be represented in a pro league setting, and now they are really showcasing their ability as 2 teams coming in from South America are really putting in the work. But the Crypto Drone, the EMP coming out forces Brutus to drop down here, actually trying to split some focus fire from Azel on the other side.
One of the 2 crypto teams in the lobby, LGD, playing from the high ground here, hailing from China and Apex South. A couple of lands under their belt now. Somewhat inconsistent results for them, but it does feel like, depending on what the meta is, they can have a good result. So we see them just trying to wait this out. It looks like they really just wanted control over the ring console there.
Seeing though, as they're playing by the edge here right now, they're focusing on playing for the rotate. They will eventually meet up with Team Liquid, but that's not the only team because we know, as we saw earlier on, that Countdown has a ring console. So a lot of these southern edge zones will inevitably meet there on perhaps the rotate through Skyhook, and Team Liquid flying right over through Alliance. Space Station take Grandma's house for free, but they still are pressuring out LGD, who are taking their time on the rotate. Wondering with Countdown here, yep, this is the landing right now that we also were able to see. Alliance versus Team Liquid, with Alliance having a positional advantage.
An ultimate that we haven't seen a lot of. Conduit able to try and help create some space between Team Liquid and Alliance now. That said, they did have to drop down to the low grounds. Got the Horizon though, so if they get a nice lick of damage, they can easily reposition and try and take them out, but I mean, this is Alliance we're talking about. They're not going to give that up very easily.
Also showing presence out here too. They're playing very split on Countdown for a reason. Gonna be able to buy that space for that squad, deny that information from Team Liquid. The side-by-side really highlighting the pressure that these pros are facing right now. So we get to take a look at Mizuchi, who also are actually wrapping around Monument. I did see them exit out of survey. They may have gotten that information because, again, this circle is directly pulling on top of where Team Falcons POI is. It is insane here. Slight rough start, now having the POI advantage for this team. And as Mizuchi approached, maybe by Grandma's house, Space Station, we saw them earlier, were by that survey beacon, denying that space from other teams that are going to be rotating from the east side.
Yeah, and Falcons have taken up spot in the north to northwest of Skyhook, and I really like these positions. These buildings seem to be the most, or the least vulnerable to other teams randomly pushing in towards you. The zone continues to pull that way. They're sitting in a beautiful spot. They can stay there, and if not, you at least don't have to worry about the chaos behind your back as you try and reposition. It does, in fact, pull even further north, and Falcons now in an awesome spot. LG just below them in probably the second best spot, playing around Market, and it's a similar spot, except that you have to be very proactive because there's a lot of sight lines that go into Market. So unlike the buildings where you can see Falcon in right now, you know, they can play a little bit more passively if they want to. LG don't really have that option.
Yeah, a lot more vulnerable in a spot like Market. But if you are trying to get that KP down packed quicker, you want to be able to get to those 60 points before all these other squads, right? So if you want to get involved in these fights, Team Falcons may be looking to hold a lot more space between that safe northern building, maybe the building that neighbors them here. Space Station, though, is well involved in a fight, sending out the the fuse tack. Nice tick damage, but they could also approach from the Vault Tunnel side. They cannot ignore the fact that Mizuchi has taken their time on this rotate. They're focusing down on Team Liquid, and they are pinch versus Alliance.
Yeah, exactly. Space Station in the good spot right now. But going back through the tunnel, I think, is good here.
And by the way, Aurora, your winners of game number 2, just taken out Blacklist, putting points on the board. And also, Team Liquid, as we see right here, in a lot of trouble. Only a solo left, Nizul holding onto the sniper tower, but they're the only squad in this lobby with the Conduit, like we noted, the support legend. Can he make miracles happen? It's going to be very difficult because both Space Station and Alliance have given up this fight. See that the circle is going to continuously pull towards the northwest and want to prioritize their rotate.
Yeah, one of 2 support legends in the lobby, Vicky, which of course means they can get the they can craft the banners, they can get the respawn. So if they can make their way down, there is one over there in Countdown, but it looks like Alliance is actually going to hold them out. Meanwhile, LGD trying to hold Space Station out on the other side.
LGD, though, have managed to take that evac out of here. Space Station with only Zainu here alive, but he could get the res as they were already able to get away. Team Liquid finally get called out. It was a very difficult rotation with Alliance trying to circle keep you. It's going to be even more difficult, though, looking at Alliance, unless they have an evac tower, to completely go over the rest of the lobby that have already found themselves in Skyhook.
Got a glimpse of LGD, who did make it into Skyhook, but potentially too late after taking too much damage with SSG.
See if Zainu looting all those boxes will net perhaps enough medkits to get back in zone, and hopefully as well a mobile respawn beacon to get the teammates back in too.
With the way that Falcons have to play this safely, though, look at them. They're still rocking full blue Evos because they weren't giving up this space. It looks like they haven't really been able to farm the damage that they need. And I don't expect them to be going anywhere because Elevate Bleed are on the outskirts of their building while a majority of these squads are going to be fighting over to the south side of their position. Again, Falcons the only team left with the POI advantage as we saw Aurora exit earlier.
Yeah, so Falcons sit here. They are very far away from purple at the moment, but... All right, we're going to have a listen with Mizuchi right now in second place.
Still nothing, still nothing. Come, just get in.
I'm cracked though.
You're good.
I'm going off the batting.
That team isn't in North, by the way.
Yeah, we could play for
we can play for like the backside.
Can we hit for an evac?
It's a one team low ground.
I don't think we can cross that. I think we have to play for an evac in the back.
I've almost cracked 2.
Okay.
You hear me? Just play for the walk-in, Timmy, no?
I mean, that walk-in's really hard, but I'm
Zip
down.
behind! Crack! Bang! Bang 1! Bang 50 push! Nice to me! Play for these kills, and then we're just gonna play for the walk-in, trust me. He's going left.
I cracked him.
Nice, good shots. I'm getting my thirst. It's just a Watson. Okay.
Blue armor in this building.
Yeah, I'm gonna bang ult the roof, and we're gonna look to just walk in. I'm bang ulting.
Wait, I'm batting.
I'm smoking in front too. Smoking in front.
80 purple bang.
I'm batting.
It's more than one team in here.
Yes. We just need to get to the corner. For now.
Yep. I'm ready.
I cracked them on roof. Just get in. Just play here on me. Hold this door. And Care getting pinged from roof, okay?
Yeah.
Just chill for a sec. I'm making it.
They're looking down. Got him. Wait, can I evac? Can we just evac and go up?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, evac and go up. But someone
okay,
I'm
tilting.
Wait, what's he?
Yeah, good.
They're on roof.
Just chill. Just play under this. Just chill. There's no bottom floor.
I'm going bottom floor.
Get in.
I got it back.
Frantic comms coming in from Mizuchi here. They forced their way into this building, and you can hear in their comms the confidence as they not only gatekeep one team, but are now in the same building as Alliance and LG.
Waltzy, the most polite comma in the entire Apex Legends scene. He'll say please and thank you, and you'll get the job done. And, well, you can't argue with the results. Mizuchi have been doing so well. Second place already. Alliance go down at the hands of Sykes' charge rifle there.
The fact that Sykes likes to use that, like, just psychopathic out here, but maybe no other choice with the way that they had rotated so quick from the very beginning, like we saw. Fnatic eliminated, 11 squads left. Mizuchi still in this building, but LG have other plans. They have already rotated out of this and are now approaching from the north side of zone where Falcons have already been.
Yeah, so LG, you gotta remember, they were previously in market, but their spot got out.
And the fact that Hal just completely wipes out Luminosity Gaming, the crowd goes wild. They hold the north side of the zone. The only other team they have to worry about is Elevate Bleed.
I mean, LG, they had their spot and then they gave it up. We don't know what for, but it does mean that when they come back in, they're going to be regretting that decision. Guild have taken over their spot, and Twisted Minds are now looking to push up from the south. The zone is on the move, and they need to be too. Every team from Skyhook now coming out, taking zips, throwing down their exhibits.
I mean, it's looking like a Venn diagram out here. 3 exhibits are out on your map. e-xolos get eliminated here. 7 squads left. And currently, with Mizuchi also approaching from the south side, looking at Guild FaZe. Synthetic still alive. But with Blue Evils, Nags is literally one. They're playing split up, but they have no other choice. They were stuck between 2 in-game, and Gladiators take them out.
Okay, but now it's the Aussie showdown. Or at least some of them. Mizuchi versus Guild here. Guild were holding it. Can they hold on to the position, or will Mizuchi run through them like they have many other teams in this series?
Not the family reunion that they wanted, because MT had something else to say. Falcons through the windows, get some cracks going. Zero force it back away to pop this shield back, but they have the timing, and you can even see right there, they're just making sure to elevate. Won't try to push onto them, but in the market, it is Gaming Gladiators trying to capitalize off of Guild.
Oh, perfect time to push in for GG here, and you can see they've got Guild on the run.
Wrapping around though, Blast with a huge Evil Shield swap. Light trying to see if he could do the same. He's literally one. Doesn't have any Evo shield in there because it was swapped earlier. He could do it right here. They're also right next to the Gen. Guild Esports get eliminated. 3 squads left, and Elevate Lead are taking this fight versus Falcons.
Falcons, they've guaranteed a top 3 and have finally made it up to purple. They take out Elevate. The crowd goes wild, but GG will move in.
And the pop-up comes in. Gaming Gladiators now slide in versus Team Falcons. Light is not able to fully heal, but the same thing for Hao, as he is the first one taken out.
Can't even get the bats off. They're only popping shield cells. They think they do not have the time. Hao on the ground. Can Zero and Gen bring this back?
This is where the synergy really plays off here, Genome. Zero with the quick swap, doesn't have attachments for this Havoc. Could this be detrimental now as GG look to contest by the Zero? Zero, he was in the middle of the animation of reloading. Are you kidding me? Gaming Gladiators stop their run and taking number 3.
Once they got the initial pick, it was just too hard for Falcons. Too much to do. They needed to bat, they needed to reload. You saw them trying to swap guns. There's just not enough time to get all of that done, let alone res Imperial Hao. That said, it's a second place with a few kills there, Vicky. That's not too bad at all. And that's where you see that flexibility from Falcons, right? I mean, an amazing edge team, the best edge team that we've got right here, but they know when to switch it around. They get a skyhook zone, they play it safe, keep on blues until very late into the game, and that nets them 18 points, but beaten out by our first place team, Gaming Gladiators, with 22.
Which is needed here too. Before that game, Gaming Gladiators were in 14th with 11 total points, but Hao being the Grim Reaper in the lobby for that game 3, 7 KP, and like you mentioned, Genome, since that circle did pull towards their POI, it's important to note that they were denied KP opportunities from the very beginning of the game. They cleaned all that up from any squads that try to push into that building at the very end. Elevate from the series ranking still hails first, right on top of Mizuchi by only 1 total point.
Twisted Minds. Go ahead. Well, they had some nice damage there on Easy Flashes back. Let's see if they can put in even more next round. We'll take a quick break now and come back with match 4.
just going absolutely nuts. And I, of course, have the #1 fans of the Falcons. It is Mama Jen and Papa Jen. They are the parents of Jen Burton. And they have been sitting here watching their son take on every challenge possible and do it with style. Now, Papa Jen, what was your first reaction when Jen told you he wanted to play video games for a living?
My first reaction was to say, you can't play, keep going to school and get a proper job, you know? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and I bet you're happy you let him play video games instead of going to school to get a job.
Well, that's right. I think he's doing well for himself.
Now, this might be a very silly question, but do you think the Falcons are going to win today?
Definitely. Go Falcons, yes.
Go Falcons, indeed. And now I've got Mama Jen with me as well. Mama Jen, do you think the Falcons are going to win today?
Of course. Go Falcons!
Exactly. Now, Papa Jen, Mama Jen, it's always such a pleasure chatting to you both. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much too.
And we are hoping, obviously, the Team Falcons are going to win. We are, as the casters, it was a unanimous vote to the Falcons. And so can they do it today and make it victorious? I believe they can.
Go!
Get kills!
One, go, walk up.
50
Two.
They're low on flat.
Good scan. Get going.
I'm roof.
Pick.
I'm picking.
Chill now. I'm batting. Chill. Reset. Away the left. Come to the left.
I'm batting. We have pass.
He's not rest yet. Can you go from top, both of you? Okay. Both of you after the gun. Come. After the gun.
3 seconds. 3 seconds.
3, 2, 1, go.
Come. Pick.
I'm coming.
Whoa.
Gaming Gladiators with a quick GG Game 3, putting EU on top, trying to represent the region successfully out here, but with the success here, the pop-off on top of it, Genome. I always love hearing the emotion that comes through to those endgame comms.
Yeah, I really loved those comms, and I'll tell you why, Vicky. You hear something that you don't always hear there, which is a very deliberate timings on when to swing. They all do it together. You know, especially the fact that it's 3v2. They know they've got the advantage. Sometimes teams will, you know, just let it lapse at that point. They don't do everything by the book, and then all of a sudden, you know, Gen 1 clips you and it can turn around. So they play it safe, and they do end up winning our match 3.
And I'm loving how competitive this lobby has already shaped up after 3 games alone. Look at this, Elevate, Bleed, stay up on top with 36 points, but just a 1-point difference between themselves. Second and third place, Aurora Mizuchi still tied, 35 points apiece. But it's crazy, even looking at Team Falcons, you could hear the crowd going crazy for this squad, as you could expect, sitting in 5th place, but also highlighting, looking at Falcons and Alliance, maybe those advance points, you know what? Not really giving them the leverage that you could expect when it comes to going into a finals lobby.
A little bit more of a step ladder than a full-size one, perhaps. And look, they need 60 points to be match point eligible, Vicky, and we're so far from that. I mean, we're, midway through the 30s at the top end with a couple of teams sitting there, but that means I think we've got a decently long series in hand. I mean, each other day, we've played 10 matches here at the Esports World Cup. And look, the casters was having a chat about what they were going to predict, and I saw a lot coming in, and I think it was maybe, 6, 7 around that kind of area. I put it 10, and I'm feeling a lot more confident about that prediction right now because, as we've said, it's a tight lobby, and no one has been able to run away with it. And actually, I'll give you one stat that kind of backs that up. I was having a look at the damage across the board in that last game. Easy Flash was the damage leader with 1,182. That's very low, right? So no one is just running ramshot through these lobbies. It's really quite tight and just, even across the board.
You're telling me more Apex? I always am on board for more Apex Genome. That's what we're here for in a match point format for these finals. I cannot wait to see what our teams have in store for us, as of course we are going to transition onto Stormpoint. Again, for those of you guys just tuning in, we are swapping after every game. It's not the usual 2-2-2 format that we're used to, and I'm getting word here that we are ready to go. Our players are locked in, and the dropship is ready to go through Stormpoint.
Well, I'm super keen to get our first look at this map today. Well, me and you, obviously, we have seen it once before already. Not a huge amount of contests that we're seeing across either of these maps so far. Teams much more willing to back their own macro, their rotates. They don't want to leave it to chance on an early 50-50.
Getting excited here, looking at a potential northern zone. Gonna see where we're gonna be going here. Dragons obviously landing by wall, where they're gonna have access to a ring and survey beacon. LG in their usual spot over by checkpoint, and already with the contest on the other side, GHS looking to maybe split.
Yeah, so GHS, I mean, they were the ones who sort of put their name down on checkpoint, and LG were thinking about contesting Blacklist International over at Lightning Rod, but as you said, LG have landed over at checkpoint in the past, and they're going to do it again, and it's actually going to force GHS Professional down to the southern side, the less desirable loot path as far as checkpoint goes. I mean, thankfully for both of them, though, the zone very much is over Mill and down Beast, and that provides multiple avenues for them to make their way over.
Do these zones just like, okay, Team Falcons, all right, they land here, I guess the circle's just gonna pull in that direction. Like, are you kidding me? Script writers in the back must be working overtime or something, but the fact that this is pulling over there closer between Mill and down Beast could also benefit the likes of Fnatic, because they have access to a ring console over there by down Beast, and we know that Alliance landing by North Pad already gonna be able to also get that information here too. With that split though, and on that Trident, you can already see Falcons making that quick rotate, and we could see Jen being on that Watson.
Having access to the Trident, of course, one of the good things about Mill. Not that they have far to go, but it makes sure that they are only behind Fnatic.
And the reason why I brought up the Watson, by the way, is because that is the first time that we see them bringing out the Watson within this match series. We saw them on the Bangalore, Fuse, and Seer now going for a different game plan. They want to settle down and let the kills come to them. So that's why they swapped over to the Watson. That's why we see them already on that Trident, already rotating through down Beast. They will be sharing this because, of course, Fnatic, why are they going to even give up this high ground, right? They're going to hold this position from the very beginning, as we are also going to see Team Falcons do the same thing on the low ground.
I mean, that is a fascinating change, though. I agree that, that's definitely some of the reasoning why they've swapped over there to the Watson, but you've got to remember, Falcons are a team that typically have backed themselves. So, their team fighting is so good that they really just, they feel like they don't need the Watson because they can get their advantages in other ways. They want to try and leverage the aggressive abilities of other legends like Fuse or like Sia previously to further entrench themselves in those fights. So this is a very interesting and notable change here from the best team in the world.
And, they're not the only ones in the lobby to go for a change-up on Stormpoint. e-xolos, like we saw right there in your feed, also have swapped over to the Lifeline. So instead of the Watson, now have the Lifeline into play for their roster. So many other squads already quick with this rotate. As we take a look at Falcons, we know that they're locked in. They're playing underneath down Beast. Let's jump into a listening with Falcons.
What's your gun, huh? Hemlock Prowler with no mag Prowler. Oh my god. I'll give you a mag. Okay. Wait, there's another mag right here. Yeah. Grab me.
Yeah, Popo.
We've been inted in here way too many times, so
yep.
Make sure we don't fuck it up.
Aurora's probably going to flying with red armor or some dumb shit.
I don't have any nodes left. I have one. I
Need that help.
Grabbing it.
Reckon I can make use of that.
Backing out.
Extended heavy mag here.
Oh, there's a gold
Level
knuckle.
2.
What the fuck? In the middle.
Big.
That's actually boost. I have no mech kits, but it's fine.
I have no mech kits either. That gives them on.
2 syringes.
Calling out teams moving into this zone 10 steps ahead, right? Hal with some interesting thoughts talking about Aurora right there. We'll be doing something a little silly while we take a look at LGD, GHS on the high ground. Do this choke, something that we can expect from other teams when it comes to squads that want to prioritize rotating from checkpoint.
Okay, GHS, they get the first knock onto Mingyue, but feeling a little worse for wear. They're gonna back off and use the smokes.
LGD isn't the only one worrying about GHS because they also have to worry about their backs here too. Seeing from the distance, teams trying to take some faraway shots, specifically Fnatic. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liquid showing them who the law is really as they approach FaZe. They clean up the last member of FaZe, taking out Synthetic, actually sending him back to the lobby. But they've also cleared out this entire southwest side before Aurora, an edge squad, is going to be able to rotate from Mill.
Great start from Mizuchi, but they don't have time to rest on their laurels. They're still 25 points away from match point eligibility, and Tibby and Waltzy are just getting beamed here by Gaming Gladiators. I mean, look, teams on multiple sides and very kill-hungry teams as well. GG, e-xolos, and Aurora. To not a great stew to be the ingredient of there.
Not going to be the chef's kiss to really close that out together. I like the side-by-side, though. As you can see, e-xolos, we're trying to approach Gaming Gladiators, and on the other side of that sandwich is going to be Aurora trying to gatekeep from Cedo Station. With Elevate Bleed on the other side of e-xolos and Mizuchi only down to that solo. See what they could do here. Because this circle is going to completely shift, as you can see on your screens, over to the northwest, where so many other teams are going to be able to coexist underneath Down Beast and in those outskirt buildings.
Yeah, so this was a fairly easy one to predict. Circles touching very far out to sea. And that's, of course, why, you know, even though it was over Mill as well, Falcons knew exactly where it was going, and they headed in that direction. It's going to be an easy read, and that's honest. That's 2 in a row now from Falcons, actually, that they have picked perfectly. And that's something that they need to start, you know, getting back up into the echelons that they expect to be in.
You know, it's really interesting to see how Elevate Bleed have been playing too. You know, they may not have won a game thus far, but they've come pretty darn close to it. Second in game number 2 with 5 KP, third with 5 KP. That's why they're sitting in first place overall. And they're taking these fights with confidence without getting overzealous too, right? They're trying to see, do we want to overextend here? We know that we were on the other side of Gaming Gladiators. We know that we've completely harassed e-xolos out of this lobby. Or are we going to try to wrap around on the other side where we see Aurora gatekeeping Cedo? Maybe we'll want to approach differently and go through Jurassic where there's a ring console.
Waltzy actually managed to grab both of the banners. That's a very good effort. So potentially a reset coming out for Mizuchi now. There we go. Both of his teammates back in. Mizuchi are back online. Very far to the east.
Waltzy with a side quest, proving successful. While Elevate find their mission to go in from the south side of this zone, maybe approaching from Mill. See the Pathfinder zipline, just gifted to them in front of them before they start wrapping around the rock. But also are going to be able to give up the 2 teams that may have potentially ended up engaging on each other by Cedo. We mentioned Aurora and Gaming Gladiators, while Falcons, we heard it in their listen, and we know that there's a lot of open spots that other squads could try to contest them from afar.
I mean, I love this spot for the composition that they happen to pick this game, because there are quite a few entrances into that, you know, the belly of the beast, I guess you could call it there. And the knuckle clusters are so good. You don't have to, you know, hold preciously onto your grenades and then throw them and then be like, okay, well, now they can just come in whenever they want. Not only do they have the fences keeping people out, but they've got the knuckle clusters on repeat to try and tick damage to anyone who wants to come in. Of course, they're never going to, just sit there and do nothing. That's not the Falcons' play style. You can see them trying to get out. Of course, one of the reasons for that is to try and get up to purples, but the other one is just to try and make sure that, they know where the teams and the threats are around them.
Definitely a different plan out here. While Effect with the beam does not win his trade versus JMW. Found Blacklist playing a little separated with Hockey's is able to find the finishing blow here to trade for trade. Hockey's having that red though, looking so scary, especially when he's got that gold prowler in hand. The Motherload, unlucky on the other side, has to reposition. Only Hockey's could give him that suppressed fire, while on the other side, on the circle here, Elevate, Bleed, take out Mizuchi after they were trying to get the res, completely wiping out the squad that was just responded.
Yeah, I mean, they were so far away that I guess that was an easy read. Probably a lot of flesh damage already taken at the point where team comes in to clean up Mizuchi. Blacklist International somehow lose that fight after, I was watching that beam from from Effect, and I was like, wow, this is incredible. And then he goes down. I'm just like, what is JMW on to be able to be beating him in a 1v1 in that situation?
It was like a bullet difference. It was like a bullet difference, as you saw right there too, because Hockey's had just literally just fried him when he was so low. We are getting a quick pause for right now, but I love being able to see where our pros are at within this pause, because you can see Alliance were very low, but they will be able to heal within the zone before they do approach, but they will be gate kept by the likes of DMS. With the way that we get to see so many other teams that have already gotten ahead with their rotate towards Down Beast, I want to talk about the squads that aren't in that next circle, Genome. Team Liquid on the outskirts of Mill, over by those northern buildings where we know that there's a respawn beacon, GHS, Gaming Gladiators, Space Station, and Aurora, who were not giving up gatekeeping from Cedo for a very long time, are going to be rotating past being through the hill, where they will inevitably be met by GHS and Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, interesting to see where everyone's ended up. GHS probably the worst off out of those teams, just purely due to the fact that they got ousted from Checkpoint, or at least, had half their lunch stolen. So they've got to deal with GG, and I mean, Team Liquid, they came up from Barometer to take those buildings at the back of Mill, and be interested to take a peek into their mind and work out whether that was a play for gatekeeping, or, if they were like, well, we're definitely not getting a spot in Down Beast. Maybe on the off chance it switches back to the back of Mill, we try and play here, and then we've got God Spot. Doesn't pan out, but, for the moment, there's still a couple of teams ahead of them that they can get KP on.
And theory crafting comms like that, right? You mentioned, if you already know that you probably don't have a spot by Down Beast, we have to talk about why teams would opt to play by the edge in a case like that. When a circle pulls towards Down Beast, there's a lot of open areas if it does pull on the outskirts of Down Beast, and in that rotate, you're basically just easy to fry, right? I'm thinking about the spacing between Mill into Down Beast that would be like a choke that exits into Checkpoint, and it's very difficult unless you play by the underneath part of the bridge north of Mill, and then there's just water, right? You're just basically out in the open unless you play by the natural terrain of where we saw FaZe get taken out earlier, where Team Liquid had actually wrapped around and are now still playing on that southwestern side.
Dance party time. We'll wait for the pause to go out. At least the crowd's having some fun there, getting the cheers in, trying to send their energy to the teams they're supporting on the stage.
It's been so great to see and feel the energy from Riyadh. Thank you guys so much for coming out. It's been great to also hear the support. You hear the chants. I heard CEO at one point, Team Falcon chants, of course, have been ringing out through the crowd all week long. But they're in 5th place at the moment, 33 points. Yes, we're still at the very beginning of our match point finals. But we have to talk about what's at stake here, Genome. $2 million prize pool spread across the board for our teams that have participated in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, look, life-changing money, isn't that what they say?
Oh, yeah.
600K, I think it was, for first. And from there, it goes down by, I think it's like 225K to 375,000 for second. Still, I mean, yeah, you're getting into the six figures all the way down to the top 5, Vicky.
That is actually crazy. Aside from the fact that we highlighted the MVP, who would also be able to pocket that 50K. Love seeing the mascots here from our squads. Look at the Otter from Alliance, the Nessie, little Yarden Nessie. But while we do have a small technical delay, guys, thank you so much for your patience. While we wait, let's take a look at some fun. Oh, I'm getting word, actually. I'm getting word here that actually we are ready to go back in. Guys, I don't want to keep you waiting, of course. We want to see some more Apex out here. We already saw where the zone was pulling. I'm getting word that we are ready to go, guys. Technical issues solved just as quick as we had just started. The crowd is ready to go. Gina, let's dive into the action.
Keen to get back in. As you can see there, headsets off for Mizuchi, who won't be joining us for the rest of this game. Walty was the kill leader coming into game 4 here with 8, but fortunately it's going to be hard to add to his tally from this point. Aurora completely caught off guard in that Trident, and now, oh my lord, the Arcstar's raining through.
Remember when I said that it's going to be very difficult unless you play by this bridge? Well, guess what? Gaming Gladiators, who had the advantage at first, are looking to get taken out. Are you kidding me? Aurora showing why the lifeline is so strong for this squad. Can they get the full reset? GHS, they heard the lifeline res and say they cannot even approach successfully. They cannot third party this because they've already got the full reset and, of course, the evil shield swaps.
Yeah, I mean, they were quite split as well. I think probably the crypto player all the way back in the mill, just flying the drone around rather than fighting with his team. Come on. It's always that problem with the crypto players, isn't it? I mean, look, I'm sure it was a reasonable thing for him to be scouting around and trying to work out where GHS can find a little hole in the next zone to move in. Is it past Team Liquid or is it past Aurora? Alliance, however, they're all the way on the north side here, and they've got DMS penned in this bunker.
And that's with them successfully being able to get the reset, and they successfully get the first knock onto Taskmaster. Hockey's slides in, but he needs some backup. Alliance, Effect was forced to have to pop the shield back. Unlucky follows up, only one left from DMS. Alliance successfully come out on top, but on the other side, let's jump into a listening with Elevate as they fly into the next zone.
Go bridge, go bridge. Go bridge. I'm adding in the inside of the bridge.
Yep. We need to watch checkpoint.
Scan
it.
Scanning everything, we're good.
We need to get that XP. We're close to red, guys. We have a lot of KP.
Yeah, I'll get red if we get that XP.
So we can also kill the Watson team now.
There's boxes here too, bro. Boxes here.
Bro, it's a fucking script.
Make sure there's nobody checkpoint, bro. That's how we die.
Yeah, you're getting the juice right now.
Watson team blue armor. Watson team blue armor.
Watson team blue armor?
Yes, blue.
Where?
Bro.
On the left?
Here, behind the rocks. I hit the Watson.
Checkpoint route?
Nothing
there? No, lifeline team
I see Bang Watson. I see Bang Watson.
Bro, we just went at that. It's blue.
Yeah.
You want to right now?
I'm about to get to here. Checkpoint. Going.
I think I should fuse all something early here.
No. They don't even know, bro.
We don't have evacs.
Yeah, they have no clue. We just peek over with gun out.
I'm peeking over this, so we have high ground.
Just use it right now.
Walk up to tree, Lou.
Walking up.
On my left. Close. Bang
I'm zeroing.
I'm gonna work the fire after the goal.
They bang ulted us.
I did too. Where are we safe?
Back on me.
They're flashing! Help!
I fuse ult to you.
I can't right now, Lou. I can't right now.
I'm batting. We can do this. Break the drone.
I will.
I got it.
Save on me. Temporarily.
I think we have a crossfire,
Yeah.
I'm getting blowed.
I might go back to bridge and try to play my light dog and let you play the game.
Yeah, usually you get small point.
Yeah, chill. Listen to me. When I get double smokes, I'm going to get you to come back to me. They don't have wall hacks. I almost just cracked one. You're going to be good to cross on 3, 2, 1, run now.
Cross.
Full sprint. I'm not smoking until you get shot. There's one guy right behind you. It's a Watson. This is going to be the worst player on that fucking team.
Smoke now.
You're back. Bro, fuck, man. Give me that wrench.
Here, I had some Eddie. That's all I have. Crossing white truck.
This team is only going to focus up, so what we have to do... Tell me ult cells you have. Tell me you got one. Please tell me you have one.
No. 0.
Damn it.
These comms are phenomenal. Zach Mazer is locked in, but they lost out on one, and LG lose out on their lives. Effect with the clutch, keeping the dream alive for Alliance. Look at Effect, the way he fixes his posture real quick. And so that way now they can get the shield swaps here and they can get the reset.
Yeah, space by space, Alliance move their pieces forward, and with each one they have taken a life. That's a good spot there right in front of them. There's also a ring console next to them. And then with the Pathfinder and the Fuse on board, presumably one of them has the option to go out and get some info about exactly where we're headed next. Falcons, in the meantime, of course, someone was always going to push in here. It's EXO Clan, and Falcons successfully repel them.
Crowd going crazy. Falcons knew that they have to cover all the angles here in Down Beast, and there's 3 different openings that they really have to look out for, which works perfectly with the Watson comp that they're running. They come out, send EXO back to the lobby, elevate with only Zach Mazer alive. This squad, by the way, has been doing fantastic. Maybe stopping their end here with 10 squads left before Zach has to inch forward. Can he find his spot, though, with Space Station being right in front of him?
Wow, he's really just trying to min-max their health there and the amount of time he can stand outside of zone. But yeah, as we see, it's an easy cleanup for SSG. Off the back of the air, losing that fight to GHS Professional, which they sounded so confident when they went for it.
Oh,
then
yeah.
all of a sudden, EMP, bang ult, and they can't do anything about it. Lou completely caught out in the open with that utility usage.
Yeah, the chain crowd control into, oh, they have blue even shields. Oh no, I can't reposition. But Aurora, remember the comms we listened to from actually Hal earlier on, and Zero calling out 9. It was Aurora who forces their way in. The crack, Falcons are looking crazy in defending this position. They lost out on Jen, but only 1 member left from Aurora.
Surely they find the other one soon. There we go. A couple of kills for Falcons. Hal actually not the one picking them up this time. We saw 5 assists on his screen. So good to see the boys trading some kills in that one. You know, maybe they've got an agreement about who gets the MVP, Vicky. Alliance, they've moved up top now. 1 by 1, they have been crushing through their competition. They don't want to go underneath. Falcons have got that locked down. They're halfway to Reds. They've been doing so much damage and just really holding down the fort.
Oh? Maybe holding it down. They know it right there. Yeah, Alliance get taken out by, look at 2 different teams. Space Station Guild, very difficult rotate from that north side, while Falcons completely hold off the teams that are trying to push through the choke one after the other as they look. No Dragons is on the outskirts. You know, GHS also, who have been fighting their way through from the south side of Down Beast, as you can see right here. And Fnatic, who have not been able to take those shots, have denied themselves, since this is their POI, extra loot while holding that high ground and are still on Blue Evos.
Okay, 7 squads left, and wacky zone alert. It's going to be finishing what looks to be inside the Beast, which means that you can have teams on top, you can have teams on below as well. Both are very viable positions to play.
And Liquid have now forced their way up on this high ground here. They are playing King of the Hill. I also want to pinpoint to look out for GHS, who are the only crypto in this lobby that EMP could do so much. But first, with MT being the last one alive, has to play around these knockdowns.
Now, too much for him to do, and Team Liquid take the fight. Oh! Can they get Nizzle up? GHS Professional are looking to find a timing here, but they don't get it, and the gold knockdown puts TL in a fantastic spot. Now, you got to remember, the team on top, they'll be able to look down, they'll be able to send 1 or 2 members down to drop down on a team that wins the lower area of Down Beast.
That was Fnatic, who had gotten evicted originally when they were the first team up on that high ground. Only 1 member of Fnatic left, the solo that has to play for their lives. GHS, the team that I was pinpointing to look out for. This is the risk for Falcons, because this is the counterplay to the Watson, the potential EMP that could delete those fences.
It's a bit of rock, paper, scissors between those legends. Falcons quietly have moved up into 2nd place. Obviously, a lot of that is off the back of the 9 starting points they had, but a slower start to this series does not count them out by any means.
Team Falcons, your home team, the EMP coming in. There it goes, roaring out. Not going to be able to get too aggressive, though. The bombardment of nades now right afterwards.
Perfect timing by the Falcons there. You see them use so much utility. They were waiting for that EMP. They knew it was coming, but they did have Jen Burton go down in the meantime.
From the ring, on top of it, actually. This is crazy. Zero's out of this fight for right now. He's popping the med kit, but how, with the fuse tack, is going to be able to build up that space with the knuckle cluster.
Dragons on the outside. They've got some cover, a lip of the, you know, that roof that they can hide underneath. That might help them. The Falcons, you can see, about to be pushed out. They've got the reset. Jen's back up and running. Extremely important as GHS take the first loss of this Final Four.
Falcons exiting out, though, having to avoid the Arc Star. Feel the pressure from the Thermite. GHS finally get eliminated. And remember, the Kings of the Hill, Team Liquid, representing Viva Mexico. The Falcons are in home territory. They're mowing down the lobby. Our last two squads, and it's only Zero. He can't clutch. It is Team Liquid, El Presidente, to win the game.
Critical fight win up the top of Down Beast. So many teams were playing for that position. We saw Alliance come up there and get removed. GHS, I think, had the chance to probably take that game, but they don't move in on top of Team Liquid when they have the opportunity, when there's enough other teams fighting that they could have jumped in there. That means they go out in, it was either third or fourth there. I think it could have been a bigger game for them, but look, when someone opens the door for you, you've got to walk through it, and Team Liquid walk away with a first from the high ground.
And that was them rotating from the south side of the zone, right? That was a quick rotate from Team Liquid all the way from what, like Barometer? They had wrapped around.
Yeah, remember, they were the ones sitting all the way at the back of Mill.
Yep.
So to move from there and impose themselves upon the other teams that have been sitting on the top of Down Beast for a while is impressive. We're going to have more impressive plays. Soon we'll go to a break and then it'll be match 5.
Vamos a jugar nosotros.
Sí,
aquí
nosotros
arribita.
podemos jugar ahí. De hecho, voy a ir piqueando ahí, ¿no?
Voy tirando ulti,
Voy a piquear aquí,
Ya.
No hay un vato aquí, no hay un vato aquí.
Voy a bajar contigo, voy a bajar contigo.
No, no hay nadie ahí. Me he hecho bot y tiro
¿Bajamos
ulti.
dos al final o bajamos todos?
Podemos bajar todos, dependiendo. Última team, se están peleando, podemos bajar todos, podemos bajar todos.
La ulti, Estoy pegando loco la base.
Quiero
Bajamos.
Pero you.
No, me morí.
¡Ahí tiro cámaras, tiro cámaras!
El pibe está cagado. La
Celebrations from Team Liquid Alienware. After 4, they join Mizuchi, Aurora, and Gaming Gladiators as the 4 teams who have won so far in Day 4 of Apex Legends at EWC. Welcome back. I'm Rain Day, joined by Jayhawk, Zephyr Cass, and we've got a new face on the desk, though he's not a new face if you've watched or probably played Apex Legends in the last few years. Hodzic, coach of NRG. Hod, it's great to have you, man. Obviously, yesterday didn't go your way, but it does allow us to spend some time talking with you during halftime here and catch up on these games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as last lane, I would love to be on stage right now, but, you know, I'm just happy to be part of the broadcast any way I can.
Of course, man. Well, we appreciate it. You know, Riyadh, we've got talent in the building. We think we should use it. Speaking of the talent that's been on display, they've put themselves in quite a comfy position, our 4 teams who have won these last 4 games. We haven't had a repeat winner yet, but if we take a look at our standings for this match, you can see Team Liquid has added yet another 21 points to their score. 17 for Falcons, who are yet awaiting their game win, but doing quite well to stay involved, stay aggressive in these in-games, and it looks like things are getting better and better for them. Dragons pick up 8 more points. That's great from South America. GHS and Fnatic round out our top 5, with Alliance been picking up a nice 12 points there, which, remember, they averaged 13 points on Stormpoint, as Privacy noted.
I was going to say, his stats still ring true as far into this, but I got to bring up, of course, even though they're low on the tail end of that board, Elevate, who has been such a presence in today's matches as well. Of course, Mizuchi do fall a little bit earlier there into those fights, but definitely something we'll have to touch on.
I mean, Jayhawk, talking about just the impact of 2 teams like this, Liquid, Falcons, and Dragons being in the mix of that, it just goes to show South America, it wasn't a fluke getting into this environment. They are handling themselves quite well in this finals lobby.
Absolutely, and we talk about the way that South American teams have to get here. It's brutal. Everything that we saw yesterday where only 2 spots are on the line, that's what South America's qualifiers are for every single LAN. And so the teams that have to make it are the ones that go through the bloodbath and come out on the other side.
It's an amazing look here. Falcons, as you can maybe hear, if you didn't, we heard it in our studio in the SDC arena. Falcons fans up out of their seats, realizing their team is in first place. But unlike yesterday or the day before, if you've been here all 3 days, that doesn't matter, because you got to get over 60 points, then you got to win the match. This is match point, my friend. So it's exciting now, but there's still plenty of work to do. And let's walk through those matches. Hodzic, this is where I want to get you involved as well. It was Mizuchi with a win at the start. Talk to me about this team. It's Timmy, question mark, leaving DSG, but it seems like that question has been answered. This team has a ton of firepower.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that I'm personally very biased toward, just because, you know, having coached Guild in the past.
Yep.
And just been really close with Waltzy as well. This team has been, I expected this team to do really well, just because I feel like Timmy is an extremely, I mean, you can see it through his content, he's an extremely motivated individual with whatever he's doing, and very talented. So it's a team I expected to do well. They are surprising me a lot this turn, though. They're going above and beyond what I expected. I know Timmy and Guild were actually a little bit sick. I don't know if you guys talked about that or knew.
No, we did.
Yeah, they were sick actually for their group stages. So like they didn't feel good going into these matches. But, I mean, they still, I think, got 4th in their group stage, and they're doing really well. I mean, you love to see this. It's one of my favorites of the tournament so far.
And honestly, one of the elements of having the days in between is that if you do get sick, you have a little bit of time off. That's not typical, Jayhawk, in these types of formats that we play. So it does benefit them, obviously, for that little bit of rest, reset physically, mentally. And then game 2, well, you see a splash off. A team that we didn't talk about, I don't know if it was purposefully or not, in Aurora, who had some changes. They left out Hardeki coming into this. They've got Kazakh, but they found a way to get a win. They're sitting pretty near the top.
Absolutely, and it was a little bit of a controversial change. Hardeki, one of the most beloved players in all of Apex Legends, and so after their best performance chance they've ever had on land. This split doesn't go their way. They end up dropping him. People are wondering what's happening, but Kazakh looks like he's ready for the challenge. He was fantastic in this game. We saw Aurora in a cascade zone, able to come up from the south side, clear out their entire side, including Mizuchi, who did take game 1, and able to close it out in style with some big KP, and once again showing that their playstyle and the lifeline can work on land.
Quick thought on Aurora. Do you think they're in a position to win this all?
I mean, the one really, really big thing they have going against them is that they are playing a comp that's very obvious, right?
Lifeline.
Once you get to match point, you want to be a little incognito. You want to play big because teams can sense the teams that are afraid or trying to stay a little bit silent, so they'll naturally be like, hey, that's so and so on match point. So they have a little. If they choose to stay on the lifeline, they have a little bit going against them there with that comp because they stick out like a sore thumb. But, I mean, I think they're playing really well. They definitely have a good chance.
This is a great chance to ask you this question. I've found that pros know really well. It's almost like a sixth sense what team is what.
Yeah.
You know, you might think, oh, it's a certain skin, but sometimes those factors aren't there. How can you tell so certainly what team is what from your perspective as a coach, knowing what your players can see?
A lot of it is based on knowing rotations, what POIs people are coming from, where they like to go, the spots. Because all these teams, they have set plays. You know, they have places they like to play from, the ways they play it. You know, with one team occupying, you know, Grandma's house is going to play it differently than another team doing it. So a lot of it's also play style. For example, Sweet is like one of the most identifiable players in the game sometimes because he's just doing all that rat stuff and really being a nuisance to all the teams. So a lot of like individual play style is just, you know, we've scrimmed against everyone for like 4 years now, so we all know each other's play styles. It's pretty easy to identify sometimes.
It's amazing. You feel like you're maybe missing out on something, Ben. They go, oh, that's Sweet. That's something. It's like, how would they know that? I mean, I know, but obviously there's so much going on behind the scenes. Another team I want to switch to in EMEA is obviously Gaming Gladiators. Lufka, you had mentioned he had an opportunity with Ascend, one fight away from being a LAN champion. Now, clearly Gaming Gladiators not only doing well in the overall Esports World Cup, but in this lobby performing and at a level where I would say they look like a contender to lift the trophy.
Yeah, the height of EMEA currently in today's matches, and I got to give some real kudos to them, especially coming out of, what was that third match there? We talk about long, distant rotations. They're on one of those siphon starts, something that can be difficult, especially when we talk about EA and Falcons getting handed that northern zone where they were absolutely slaughtering anybody who was challenging them going into that POI. The great thing about Gaming Gladiators is not only did they have to contest and fight their way in for center Skyhook, but also the transitions they made when we talk about market and then calling those shots efficiently to take advantage of the chaos between Falcons and E8 shows me where their mind is at going into these games. They are not afraid to take it up against just about anyone else currently in this lobby, and as a result, it has propelled them to the top.
You can actually say maybe hesitancy was the reason they lost that fight. TSM at that moment, with Hal coming down from the heavens, was the aggressor, and that ended up paying the real dividends. Team Liquid here in the best position on Down Beast. I've seen people win this with Blues dropping down from this height after this fight occurs. Odsic, Privacy mentioned to this as well, obviously the Falcons analyst, that there are these God spots. There are these analytical spots of where you want to be playing. Team Liquid, were they just in the right spots for that game, or do you feel like they've just got momentum here heading into Game 5?
I mean, a lot of it's momentum. I wasn't able to obviously catch a little bit of their mid game, but I know they weren't the team on there the whole time. But a lot of it's just momentum. I imagine that they want a team fight up there, and then when you get to the point like later in the game, fighting for that down beast, the top of it, is really hard to do early on because there's a lot of room around the map. People could shoot at you from all sorts of angles, long range. But as that zone closes, all of the height gets just exponentially stronger. The more, because you have less angles that are going to be shooting at you. So they, I believe, won a fight up top, and then just once they sit up top, I mean, they just have to sit there and let the rest of the game play out below them.
Certainly what Team Liquid had in mind, and it worked out quite well. We talk a little bit about Storm Point here, and I kind of want to shift that. I think we're going to bring it up on the back wall and take a look. I mean, Hotsick, we've got you here. Your thoughts on where these teams are dropping. Anything stand out to you about the dynamics of this map?
I mean, honestly, not too. It looks all pretty much run-of-the-mill, to be honest, from what I'm seeing. All these teams that I know, all these teams, I mean, you have a lot of teams landing in their comfort spots. You got Liquid and Barrow, which is a big one. Alliance up at North Pad. DSG not in this lobby, sadly, so Alliance gets that for free. Devastated Coast is one. Obviously, we see Bleed doing really well.
Yeah.
Devastated Coast is actually, in my opinion, a bit of a sleeper POI. It's not one of the best, but it actually has a pretty high point average from a lot of, at least in North America. It's one of the, when we do our POI drafts, it's one of the lesser taken spots, but it actually has a higher point average than most of the other POIs you'd think of here. So it seems pretty, like I said, pretty run-of-the-mill. Yeah, you got Aurora with C-Note as well. I mean, it's all pretty much most teams getting their comfort POIs, which is good for them.
Okay, so let's go into this scenario where we're on match point. We see a team like AKA, Falcons get into a position where they're on 60. If they're here, what happens to these rotations? We saw it yesterday in our last chance where it felt like SSG had this wide open, easy path to victory, but it was because Na'Vi and team skirted around the other side looking for kills. In your mind, what's the implication of a team on Storm Point the way this is set up, hitting a match point and the chaos that ensues as a result of that for teams either trying to stop them or the factors that follow that type of trajectory?
Right. Well, if you look at generally if you're a team on match point, you land, you see where the zone is going. This generally happens for every single map, but obviously it changes a little bit for match point. You look at the zone, you take an educated guess if you have console where it's going to go, where it's going to actually end, and then you instantly start thinking, where do we want to play? That's going to guarantee that we don't get pushed, or that's going to make us stay a little bit more incognito. That'll guarantee us to have playability within zones 4 and 5, right? Because that's the biggest thing. A lot of teams in this current meta will play for zone 3, where they just want a spot that's pretty safe that they can control in zone 3, kind of like shoot around them, keep their area under surveillance, give themselves a lot of opportunities to move. But when you're on match point, if you have a prio zone, one that's like really close to your POI, one that you can get a really good spot to, then generally the best thing you can do is go to the most, the God spot, the spot that is most defensible, where even if teams know that you're up there, one team would have to severely throw their game on purpose to keep the tournament going. And a lot of teams sometimes aren't likely to do that. They're too afraid to because they don't know if other teams will kind of match the energy. So you want to pick those spots. Like, for example, theoretically, if Falcons was on match point just now, the spot they actually played just now was great. It's a very complacent spot inside of the Beast, but it's very difficult to be pushed from there, especially playing the Watson. It's almost like a perfect scenario, right?
Yeah.
Very, very difficult to win over if there's already a team in there.
Our last LAN, Reject Winity in LA, they had a Watson to finish off match point. It is a solid character for defending a point, like you just mentioned. That is technically the God spot. Hotzig, thank you so much. We're glad to have you on stage, my friend. Even if it wasn't that stage, we know you will be back and busy as ever, of course, in Apex Legends, as you always are. That's it. After 4, we've got 4 different winners and no teams on match point. But this game, Game 5, could change that. Let's head back to STC Arena and get the action going yet again.
It could indeed change after this game. You're completely right, Rain Day. We are looking for our teams to hit match point. That mark is 60 points overall in their tally, and we are so close with a number of our teams now, Dan.
We are getting very close, but it is not guaranteed. We've seen situations like this before, where the teams at the top, you think they're going to get there, and then suddenly someone at the bottom finds a victory and puts themselves back in that conversation for getting to match point a little bit later on. But it's Team Falcons who are the closest right now, 11 points away from getting to that threshold. Can they find that consistency as we move back over to Storm Point? We heard the analysts talking about the drop spots and the potential rotations that could happen, but of course that's all going to be dependent on where this zone goes.
Dan staying on Storm Point, we're going to World's Edge. It's all good though. A lot of teams at the moment are fighting out for that point, for that 1 or 2 points they need just to get over the cusp to get onto match point. This could be the one, not just for Falcons though. There's a couple of other teams who can get there as well.
And the arena, of course, the hometown for Falcons here. Everyone willing them on to try and get to that match point threshold. 11 points are required. And that is very achievable for a roster like Falcons, and especially it being on World's Edge. Ignore what I said earlier. Now being here at Skyhook West, there is a real opportunity for them to find points, but the zone is a far distance from where they drop.
It's a good point. I mean, Falcons been blessed with the last 2 zones. You have to say a Sky West zone, finishing in and around Market, and then they had the one on Storm Point, of course, that pulled towards Down Beast, where they had some fantastic priority. But I want to talk about the team that has great priority to this zone, right down over at the south side of our match. I am talking about the team who in the current standings is in second place, and say their name and they appear. It's Team Liquid who I want to talk about, Dan. They are just behind Falcons in the overalls. They need 16 points to jump onto match point, and they're going to have fantastic pro to this zone.
And we'll look at Liquid and Falcons because there are two teams who are at the top at the moment, and I would say that Liquid would be very comfortable at trying to find a win on Storm Point because they're at Barometer, it's their tried and tested POI, so if they can get onto match point here on World's Edge, they would have a real opportunity in match 6, but that is still a tall task. 16 points is not the easiest total to try and get. You're looking at a top 3 finish there alongside some kills. The survey beacon though is going to give them some information as to where everyone else is going to be moving, and we'll have to see how they play.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if they have a ring console. Our feed at the moment is a little bit covered up onto launch site where they find themselves dropping, so it could be one of those games where we're talking about, hey, Liquid didn't have a ring console, so they don't know exactly where it's going. But just as we see that, you can see there actually is a ring console over at the dome that would have been hit. So Liquid have the info, but let's see what DRG do as they make their rotate.
Yeah, DRG are going to be approaching the south side. There is going to be actually about 5-6 teams all moving south very quickly, and Guild being one of them as they continue to make their move through World's Edge here. And a lot of teams, I think, can get into good positions. I think one good thing about this zone is there's a lot of space to play. There's a lot of buildings that can be shared as well. So if you are going to be one of these buildings, you want to make it as less shareable as possible. And Watson can really help with that. Get some fences down and take as much space as you can.
So Guild at the moment with the Watson fences down. They're going to be playing the northern side of launch site. Trying to hold in the teams that are going to be coming from essentially the rest of World's Edge here. A lot of them are going to be, well, the majority, hey, all of them pretty much are going to be coming from the northern side as we do head down to that extreme south extremity as DMS now make their way towards Lava Siphon, where Twisted Minds will be located at the moment. You can see that on the third-person view we have going down at the moment. They'll be able to land in and around those blue bins, and Taskmaster, maybe he just missed the jump a little bit. Watch him jump up that zip line. Maybe, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there. He's just checking low ground. He was checking low ground. That's what I'd say to you if I didn't hit the zip line.
I was going to say, is that your excuse that you would be going for, but
it's clear.
Just as we look around the rest of the map at the moment, it's Mizuchi who are on this eastern side. They're surrounded by both Blacklist and LGD Gaming. And remember, Mizuchi do drop down here towards the southeast side of the map, so they know there's a couple of stragglers around because LGD, they've already lost one and they're trying to get that banner, and they do get it. That's one of the benefits of having the crypto.
Certainly going to be able to much easier access to getting back into the game. As you can see, going in towards stacks now is going to be Mizuchi. Just the white armor though on Timmy, if I wasn't mistaken there, if my eyes didn't deceive me. Fnatic though, they're trying to move through that vault tunnel, but one of the toughest rotates I would say for making mistakes. Essentially, Fnatic walking up that hill, there's a few rocks that you can get ratted on behind, and if you don't make the initial damage and you don't get an initial knock to clear the space, it can be one of the most treacherous paths to try and travel. Mizuchi though, I mentioned how white armors could be something that Timmy has. Well, Guild is not making him feel alone right now. He's also got white armor, so Mizuchi moving early, haven't been able to hit any Evo harvesters or really have anything to interact with to get those Evo up. They have to do this old school, Dan. They're going to have to do the old school way. Bullets and damage.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you don't have that pathing available to you and the zone starts coming towards you and you don't necessarily have the priority that some other people do, you kind of have to take a fight or at least do as much damage as possible from a distance just so you can try and join them on blue. But I imagine they won't push until they get to blue, as they are closing in. Speaking of closing in, Elevate have been moving from the north, and they're going to be arriving around the Grandma's house area into Lava Siphon, and that's actually been a very comfortable rotation for them because they're one of the last teams to go through the northern side. I think only Space Station, Aurora, and Falcons are going to be behind Elevate Bleed, and we speak about teams closing in on match point. Elevate Bleed still close as well. 17 points required for them. That is very achievable, all but difficult.
Second and a third already for them, outside of the 14th and the 10th that they got in the 2 games, which kind of sandwiched those 2 in the middle. Fnatic, though, under a little bit of pressure. You can see some shots coming down from height, and that's going to turn into a knock and a finish as well. GHS trying to put the pressure onto them here, and Fnatic just kind of caught in a really, really difficult situation here. They initially wanted to rotate through the vault tunnel, saw that that was taken, and now having to play on this side of the tunnel and inside of the building, try to plan another escape essentially towards where that zone is going to be going, but GHS were there with all of those angles covered. Now you're going to see the EMP go down as well, which means any fences that might be inside of that building are going to be destroyed, and here comes the push.
Well, can Fnatic hold as a 2 here? Yuka was just
out of the way and did leave himself a little bit vulnerable. Now Fnatic do have the option of at least having the shields down, but GHS just looked far too strong here and should be able to close things out, and they will. Fnatic are our first team to fall in this lobby, but is there anyone else to maybe capitalize on the damage done by Fnatic? We'll go back to that later, because Stacks has been stacked.
Waltzy trying to get some shots down with that. Havoc will be able to back up here as the high ground of the triple stack building is going to be held by Mizuchi. Now, Mizuchi 36 points, a little bit further away. It would have to be an extremely big game for them to get back into the contention of match point in this game. As Elevate now move into the remaining members inside of this building. It's going to be a 3-stack insider here, so they've got to be a little bit careful. But Lou has been a standout player, I think, in North America. Ever since the switch to the controller, it's been constant progression and constant damage coming out of him as he's had to relearn that input. And now Zach Mazer looking to destroy the gen, and that is going to make grenades a real opportunity for damage here.
This is a great CFQ as well to get that info as well. How much damage do you need? But Elevate have also taken a lot. Does not matter. Gaming Gladiators will be eliminated. Remember, it was originally GHS that were there. GG cleaned them up, but now Elevate come in and clean up the pieces as well. But it doesn't look like it's done just yet. Now SSG are having a sniff. It is a hot commodity over here. Everyone is moving through the same area of the map here.
And I'll tell you for why. We were thinking, hey, maybe this is going down a launch site. Well, it's actually pulling back up to the north and towards where Elevate Bleed find themselves. Now, we do see some end games down on that low ground, but essentially on a map overhead, we can see a little bit of Siphon still involved. We can see a little bit just of the platform outside of launch site, just to the north of the main part of the POI. As LG, speaking of Siphon, try and get some shots down, but there's a little bit of trapeze work going down in and around that zip line, making it a little bit difficult to get that knock.
Most of the edge teams have been able to find their way to the edge of this circle as well. So for those teams who have moved very early, you're going to start to be greeted by arguably teams with better armor, looking to try and take some of the positions off of you and assuming your armor is not going to be as good as theirs. Actually, the only team that isn't within the zone or close to it is Aurora. It's a very late move for them. Falcon have been far quicker at moving down towards the south side here, and you can already see they have a red armor to work with as well, as it is going to be Blacklist International eliminated here in 17th position. And Mizuchi, they put those kills on the board, and they get that armor that they kind of needed, really, the Evo upgrades they were desperately looking for.
Now they can just do a little bit more, command a little bit more space, and Mizuchi are the last team actually inside of Stacks. So they're going to have to leave at some point, but their path is going to be clear to do so. Elsewhere inside of the zone, talking about what's happening away from it, is going to be Team Liquid. And Yanya gets the finish onto Brutus here from EXL, which means this will be a 3v2. Now, this is completely isolated over at Dome. Nobody else within the vicinity to cause any problems or influence this fight whatsoever. Azazel, excuse me, as I put my teeth back in, will be able to hit the Harvester just to get a little bit more Evo for his teammates. But unfortunately, it's looking like a rotate in towards Stacks and a case of survival now for e-xolos Laser, as Team Liquid will rack up those points and think about their next move as well.
Well, Falcons are now going to be able to look over the revival of DMS, but also look at Aurora closing in at the same time. This seems to be a pattern here on World's Edge. Falcons and Aurora both arriving at a similar time and having to take a fight at some point, but it's the question from my end, will Aurora just try and get past this whilst there's a little bit of a distraction from DMS?
Well, Falcons point by point are getting closer. That's one secured, 50 points. Means Falcons are now 10 away and looking to turn double digits into single digits by picking up a couple of these kills on the cross. DMS eliminated in the meantime. That was the team that was down on that low ground.
That's another placement point, and that is into the top 15, so one step closer for Team Falcons, and they have been able to kind of bully Aurora away from this north side as well, and we did get a little glimpse there of where the zone's going to be going, and it's going to go away from where Elevate Bleed were in that building and down towards where EXO-Clan currently hold on the far northeast tip of launch site, just outside of that POI.
Yeah, that platform that is overlooked by Lava Siphon. One of the more common finishes, I would say, that we see on World's Edge when we see this zone. Falcons still looking for points, though, looking for the kills inside and around Lava Siphon. Imperial Hal, who's had a great tournament and a great finals so far today, consistently up in that kill feed, as we would expect one of the best players in the world to be, has certainly been providing the firepower for Falcons to try and move their way towards match point. In the kill feed, though, you can see that Zach Mazer for Elevate Bleed has found himself a Kraber, and they found themselves a kill off the back of it.
See Elevate Bleed now looking to try and push up on this damage. But at the same time, they're thinking, well,
Actually, where we currently hold is a pretty good building. They don't have the zone information just yet. They don't know that they need to move, as Aurora have been able to bypass like 6 teams here to now challenge Elevate Bleed for this position.
And you can see it's a challenge. It's an interesting kind of battle, this one, right? Because you're looking at Aurora, and I'm not mistaken, they were all on red Evo armor. So they're thinking, we have an armor advantage, but that Kraber completely changes the context of that fight. So the push they were probably thinking of, they then back up and have a second thought and think, hey, we're just going to leave these guys behind right now because one good Kraber shot, and that could be the end of our game. Mizuchi, we mentioned how Stacks was where they were fighting initially. They're still on this side of the mountain range, and now they're going to have to take to the skies and try and wrap around.
Well, Mizuchi didn't want to go through the vault tunnel because it was being held, and we'll see where they land a little bit later as LG still commanding space over towards Lava Siphon and looking to try and take a little bit of high ground here just in case there is a team that's trying to challenge them. They look okay for now as Dragons Esports eliminated in 15th.
Sykes on the horizon as well. I like this aggressive composition being run by LG here. Horizon, Bangalore, Hound. A little bit of a throwback to the characters who essentially were the main fraggers at some point during different metas, as Mizuchi will be eliminated. Their wrap around the mountain was not one that was fruitful, as Aurora will pick up some more kills.
And that's a team who was closing in on match point being eliminated. Now, Aurora, another side who could definitely get there as you get a quick look at the map overhead and where that zone's going to be pulling. It's actually pulling away from that platform that we spoke about, and that is a lot of open space. So that means when we do get to that zone, all these teams that are in the surrounding areas will have to kind of take a scrap to try and take any commanding space to work with here. As Elevate Bleed will have to now move from this building, and Liquid also have to move a little bit from this south side.
Gonna miss this Rolling Thunder, trying to avoid those missiles coming down from the skies. And the explosions back down on the ground. Liquid, 3rd place in the overall standings at the moment. One of those teams who's closest to touching match point and giving themselves a chance at ending this tournament and calling themselves champion. Plenty of work still to do, of course, for the Mexican trio, but for now they're looking for kills, they're looking for points. But they're also looking to claim a little bit of space here.
Team Liquid, arguably one of the most consistent teams in Apex Legends history, are looking to try and close in on FaZe as actually the team on the other side here. You saw EXL just got eliminated as well, so we're down to 12 squads. We're starting to dwindle a little bit because people are realizing there's not much room to play with. There's actually 6 teams on the north that are all going to have to move south at the same time here. But here is going to be an absolute war, because now Liquid have realized that LGD are trying to get out of this vault.
Yanya barely any health to work with, but he got the knock onto Mingyi, and then that means that LGD will be down in numbers as the res will now come in. One thing that makes that a little bit more comfortable for Team Liquid here is, of course, the gold res. So now they can get back up to their feet with a little bit of armor, a little bit of health to play with, as Aurora will be eliminated. Elevate now down on this low ground. That's one of our teams who are chasing match point. They're gone.
And Zach Mesa's reward is a Kraber. Can you hit a shot, though? Because Lou's gone down, and now you're going to see another team try and send it. It's going to be LG on the other side of this one. They've done a lot of damage, has knocked the last remaining player.
Funk is a player in front of him, but look at this spray. It's not good enough from Elevate Bleed. They will be eliminated as well. LG can't make it through either, as the carnage on that low ground will settle for just a second. LG, the last team to fall in this scuffle, was Liquid now down to 1. Yanya's on his own on the Bangalore.
SSG have just lost their first. You can see Exhibit's gone down to try and give that extra information. It's Falcons that are going to be on the other side of this one. Zero's taking a lot of damage, but is just about alive here. They need to help him get this bat off.
8 points. Jim Burton's zone, not a good mix here. Zero's going to have to send this one himself. It's great damage, but he will fall as well, and Falcons will not hit match point here.
SSG make themselves known, but for how long? It's going to be Koifel on his own against the world, but does take down the last remaining player as Team Liquid also fall. And now SSG in the last 6 and a gold res to work with. There's still a chance here if you can get it off, but no, the push comes through.
Oh,
it's a shred and a half from Koifel.
Koifel! Takes down 2 on his own. The man is standing tall here for SSG. 180's onto 1, knocks the second as well. As Guild fear Koifel in that battle. What a performance from him, and look at the damage output coming from the Hemlock as well.
Well, to speak about what's happening elsewhere, FaZe Clan do have the best position on the map at the moment. Alliance, Guild Esports, and Exoclan all still alive on the west, though. But SSG still have an opportunity, even as a duo here, to really disrupt this final circle.
This is a big chance for Alliance. The reason I say that, the top 3 teams coming into this game have all fallen short of match point. They are out of this lobby, so Alliance have points available able to pick up. It would have to be a big game, a monster game, a ginormous finish to this game for Alliance to hit match point, but it's very, very possible.
And how many times have we said Alliance, they turn up in the group stages, but they do not switch on in the grand finals. They could prove everyone wrong if they would be the first team to cross match point, but they also have to cross this map, and there are so many teams with eyes on them at the moment. EXO are above them, Guild get eliminated, but it's still FaZe Clan in the best spot on the map.
Alliance are going to be vulnerable. They need to focus their attention to the teams to their northeast at the moment, which is what they're trying to do. And Hackis has found a Kraber. No better weapon in the game for Hackis to demand some space.
They are very aware of the team above them, but Hackis knows there is a team behind the rocks. And of course, SSG still trying to make their way in. And Hackis says no, see you later, SSG.
Oh!
4 squads now remain, and Hackis is popping up for Alliance.
It's the collateral after the body shot coming in from Hackis, and now he sends it. But Effect is now left on his own. He wants KP, but Alliance will fall as we move into the top 3. FaZe Clan, Twisted Mind, EXO Clan trying to fight this out.
This is all for FaZe Clan. They had the position, they have the damage, and they have the chance to get back in the conversation here. No one makes it onto match point, but FaZe do play catch up, and they get themselves into the top half of this leaderboard.
Just when you thought we've seen it all in this tournament, the individual plays that we saw in those final moments of that game are highlights that will be watched for years to come. Koifel on SSG. 180s, turns it into 2, keeps SSG alive. Hackis in the final moments with the Kraber. Knocks one, gets the collat, and almost manages to put them in a spot to be on match point. But when the dust settles on World's Edge, it's FaZe who take home the win. 6 kills alongside the 12 placements. It's 18 in total for them.
But like you pointed it out, the teams who were leading the way, the teams that were closing in on match point, did not put up the numbers to get there. And it opened things up, not just for Alliance, but for this entire lobby to say, actually, we can get into striking distance now, and we can join you for fighting for match point. FaZe Clan, 2,500 damage. EXO Clan, 2nd place. They went a little bit quietly through the map there to find themselves in the top 2.
Well, I was going to say, EXO Clan were actually the team for the majority of the game that were holding down the position that FaZe essentially ended up winning the game from. It'll be interesting to go back and see what happened in and around that platform as numerous teams moved in and obviously saw that as a priority position to try and take away from them. And now as we look at the leaderboard, you can see essentially not too much has changed. Falcons closer, but so are the chasing pack as well to that magical 60-point mark. 8 to go for Falcons. Team Liquid need 9. Elevate just behind them with 11. And Alliance with some points in that game, they've given themselves a chance as well.
Well, considering the fact that you can get about 20 points with a big win, anyone from 12th position could find themselves on match point in this next game. But there's only one way for us to find out how, and that's going for a quick break and getting back into some more Apex action. We'll be right back after this.
I am here with Jumper, content creator and all things Apex Noah. Now, I want to ask you a quick little question. I understand that we are pretty much all going for a certain team. However, there is an underdog team that you would like to talk about, and that is Twisted Minds.
Yeah, you know, I've talked a lot about Mizuchi, but what I wanted people to also know is I think Twisted Minds is definitely a team that could come out here, take it today. We have Strafing Flame, amazing IGL. We have Easy Flash, who is knowledgeable enough to be an IGL, which makes him one of the deadliest fraggers when you combine that with mechanical skill. They've been top 5 on their last 2 lands. Great day 1, and I don't know if you saw their celebrations, but those are some championship level celebrations. So I think that's a team that can come out here and take it.
Exactly right. And I have to add on Player K as well. If you put a sniper in Player K's hands, it is all over Red Rover. As a whole team, I must agree with you. They are such a deadly squad. Easy Flash is always sort of topping with the damage. We always see that name in the top sort of damage scores. And, you know, having, I guess, Strafing Flame as that IGL, it is a bit of an unstoppable team.
You're right about Player K. Because of the other two, his name gun honestly flies under the radar, but he's one of the best support players, best Watsons. And then you're right. Like, have you ever seen that guy with the charge rifle? It's absolutely deadly.
That's it. I've been here with Jumper as well. We're just having some Apex conversations. It's always great to talk to you. Thank you so much for talking with us, and we'll head it back over to you.
Throw in.
There's one team on high, one team on high, one team on high. They might fire us.
Yeah. Bottom right. Under the fucking platform. On the platform. Crack to the platform. Full team here.
I know. No, I'm not.
What's the flash? 6 flash. Right here. In the smoke.
I don't see them.
High speaking, okay?
Wait, high jump down. I think high jump down.
Take high, Nax.
Wait.
Yeah. Come with me.
Wait, we have the whole high.
Yeah. Peek under with me, Nax. Knock 1. Knock 2. Come here, Nax. Almost kill 1.
Dead.
Last guy. Blow me on the knock. Cracked. I missed everything.
Nice! Come on, boys.
Fucking hell.
We're gonna win the fucking round, you loser.
How many kills do we have? 2 or some shit?
No. We have like 5.
Well, as we heard the final moments of that game from the point of view of those 3 gentlemen on your screen, FaZe Clan feeling good, feeling happy after a big win in that previous game on World's Edge. They put themselves back in the conversation here, Jan.
Yeah, back into the top 10, or into the top 10, should I say. You got to remember, this is a FaZe Clan roster who have dominated in previous competitions in EMEA and now looking to try and do it on the international stage. It's been a different winner every single game so far here in the grand finals. Can we see anyone make it 2 wins? Because you'd imagine that would be enough to put you on match point.
It's crazy, isn't it? You're looking at that and you're kind of thinking, like, some wins are worth more than others, and the biggest win is the one where you're on match point. That's what's going to win you this tournament, and Falcons are still the closest to being the first team to hit match point. Now, you can see how tight it is, though. There is only a fraction of a point, essentially, between, you know, you're looking at Falcons up in first on 52. You go all the way down to FaZe with that big win in the last game. A win here for any of those teams, and you're jumping onto match point.
Yeah, even a big win for teams that are a little bit lower, and you can be on match point as well. We are getting to that time now here at the Esports World Cup where anyone could make their moment and anyone could be the first team to be on match point, because you get such a huge advantage if you are that first squad, because you essentially get a free hit. If you can be the only team on match point, which really was the opportunity for Falcons there in that game, then suddenly everyone else is going to be looking at you hoping that you do not throw that opportunity away. Oh, sorry, hoping you do throw that opportunity away, whilst you hope you don't.
It's fascinating to watch that last game as well. You always feel like the players are just saving something a little bit extra for finals day, right? Some of the individual plays, some of the pop-offs we saw in those last games are plays that are worthy of a grand final, are worthy of a competition where $2 million is on the line. Everybody knows what it means to perform in this lobby, in this moment, and we're starting to see the players step up.
And we have to move across to Storm Point once more, of course, and I was mentioning about Team Liquid, how I feel like they are far more comfortable when it does come to Storm Point. This, I would argue, is their biggest opportunity to get onto match point here from Barometer. And I'm very excited to see whether their consistency can continue, because I mentioned it, arguably one of the most consistent teams across Apex Legends history with what they've been able to achieve.
And then we look at the likes of Elevate Bleed on your screen. A little bit quiet in that last game, relatively. We saw them kind of scuffling in and around that building outside the Vault Tunnel for quite some time. And even though they had some opportunities and they picked up a couple of kills on the way forward, it wasn't really enough to throw them into the conversation of being a team to close it out here on match point. They've got quite a lot of work to do, but you can say that about anyone, really. It's not a guaranteed match point situation here. This is a chance for match point. A lot of teams have that chance, but nobody has a head start, it feels like, in getting that opportunity.
Well, the fact that Falcons were 11 points off and they didn't really get much closer, only a couple of points on the board to put them 8 points off now. And yes, okay, you're within 8, but that still requires you to have a good game. That still requires you to get a good amount of kills and get to the late game here. Nothing is going to be easy for any of these teams here in this lobby.
Well, here we go then, headed into match 6 of the day and a change of scenery once more. We're back on to Storm Point, and we are still looking for our first teams to hit match point. Now, it's an interesting conversation that in itself, isn't it? Usually we're looking for the team who's going to hit match point first, but there's so many at the moment who are just on the precipice that it might not be one. We could see 2 or 3.
Yeah, at this point, it's who's going to get it and when are they going to get it, but a few more games, or maybe even just next game, it's going to be who isn't going to hit match point, because it gets to that scary point when it is this close that you could have 1 or 2 make it here, but then the following game you see 3 or 4 more join you, and that's when you really have to seize that opportunity of being one of the only teams on match point.
We look back at some of the history of players and teams who have won tournaments, who have been close as well. When you're looking at the lineup of teams who are in and around the match point conversation right now, Falcons, we know, they're usually one of the teams who hits match point and is able to convert relatively quickly into tournament wins. Liquid feels like a little bit of new territory for them to be here early and have that opportunity. But the team I want to kind of focus on, that we were saying, right? Let's use some of the nicknames for this team that has been put on them by the community, by fans across the globe. Group stage team. Team that can't hit match point until the tournament almost feels over. Alliance have the chance here to put that history to bed and rewrite it if they can be the team who steps up, wins this game and puts themselves on match point early.
Well, you mentioned Team Liquid, and when we do get a look at where this zone is going, it is absolutely perfect for Team Liquid at Barometer. They could have not asked for anything better with this zone, and a real chance at trying to get onto match point here as we get an overlook at Barometer. The zone is going to be pulling towards them, and they do have a ring console and a survey beacon, I believe, so they're going to have that info. You definitely saw them hitting the survey beacon regardless, but now EXOCLAN making their move down towards Barometer, and there's going to be a lot of teams joining them. If Team Liquid are quick to think here, they will see EXOCLAN and they will realize, even without a ring console, all right, it is coming towards us.
Well, by the looks of it, there's a little bit of an engagement here between Team Liquid and EXOCLAN. And EXOCLAN, I wonder if they saw one player was a little bit split and tried to jump on the opportunity, or if it was Liquid just firing their guns to force EXOCLAN away. But seeing EXOCLAN this early, and now seeing the likes of FaZe arrive as well, Liquid are playing for that building just to the north of the main structure of Barometer. It's a great spot to hold for the end game. So many games end up finishing just outside of that building to the east, and if they can claim it as their own, Liquid are in a great spot.
Well, a team who have moved very fast, by the way, is Team Falcons. Without a ring console, Falcons have already found themselves in Barometer, so that is a surprise that they've been able to read the zone that successfully just from Zone 1 information. And it may have just been a case of, well, we see there is a ring console down at Barometer, we're going to head down there to hit it, and they're going to be very delighted when they find out. Now, Elevate Bleed, it's going to be a scenario for them where they have to move all the way here from this eastern side down towards Devastated Coast. It was something that Hodzik was mentioning on the desk. It is a POI that does offer some fruit when it comes to finding those points. It is not necessarily a POI you would go for, but there are zones that certainly benefit from it.
The Falcons hitting that ring console, or attempting to hit that ring console right now, so you might have had your crystal ball out here for Falcons. And even though the smoke is down, you can see the shots are still raining down from height, where you can see FaZe have taken the position away that was left by Team Liquid, who thought, this is our POI, we know the best place to play. So Liquid up on the height, it usually guarantees you a few KP if you can play it for the long game. LGD, they do have ring console information, as you can see by the green outline on the minimap on the top left-hand side of your screen. And they're going to be playing inside of the bunker here. So gens are down, fences are down. Time to rest up, boys.
So for Falcons, they will get that info of where the zone's going, but I think with the amount of shots that were coming towards them, they probably realized it as it was happening anyway, but it doesn't hurt to get that confirmation when the ring console's there for you.
So we've already got about 10 teams that have found themselves in and around Barometer. So a lot of these edge teams are going to struggle to find anywhere to play. So it's going to be about putting your big boy pants on and saying, can we take a fight to try and wrestle one of those positions away from someone? Or do we start now to kind of parole the surrounding areas, play edge, get some kills, get our shields up, and maybe that's the way we get onto match point, is finding points through kills.
Get up to red, put an evac down, send it late game. I love it. That's my game plan if I'm dropping on the northern map right now anyway. Twisted Minds, been a bit quiet so far, a lot of talk, maybe as them being a team who could perform here in this finals lobby, but a long way to go, of course, in this game. We'll switch over to the point of view of DMS, who are hitting the evac. And they will be trying to play for the position underneath the bridge. The question is there anyone already there? It doesn't look like it, so they're going to play this side. And this is a difficult spot to hold for the long game. The Watson, of course, is going to help you. But if you can hold it for the majority of the game, it is a great spot to have towards that end game. So I think they're playing with that in mind. They're going to have a lot of work to do, though.
I do love Barometer zones, and I do love when we get to this point during match point format where you get 5 or 6 teams that are all very close to achieving the threshold, and then everyone starts to play a little bit safer. You get a lot more zone-heavy decisions, and it means you get a very congested area on the map where everyone's trying to fight for that space. But it does mean that when the zone forces them together, it's a lot of engagements where the IGLs really have to think on their feet about how they want to approach not just that fight, but their rotation and how they move forward.
One thing that's to note here for Falcons, this position I've seen them play a lot in scrims, and it can be a little bit awkward sometimes, but if you can time the fight that you win late on in this game for this high ground, and you can look down on the zone as it starts to close, a lot of teams do stack up towards the northern side of Barometer, and they can pick up a lot of KP, and it might be a little bit more difficult to win from that position, but remember, they don't have to win this game. They have to get points. And they're currently down 52 points overall, so just the 8 they need, and they can do that just through a decent placement and some KP that comes their way.
A top 10 and 6 kills and you've got the job done and you're on match point, and then you can start thinking about winning, as the zone is going to continue to drag towards Barometer as we expected, and as of course all these players expected. My question would be, is anyone still holding the Barometer area where the ring console is, and how brave are you? Do you want to try and hit it for zone 4 information?
Yeah, I think the zone is going to be, I think everyone's pretty comfortable with the zone now. With the majority of the Barometer zones that we do have, I think the one thing you can gain from that smoke, you just get a little bit of extra evo. A little bit later on, that you might be able to pop those shields up. 11 points to go for Elevate. Very similar story, and it's going to be a similar story, right? For a lot of these teams at the moment who are closing in on match point. In the kill feed, you can see FaZe. We mentioned that high ground that they command here at Barometer. Picking up a few KP as the teams have to rotate below them. Elsewhere, though, miles away from Barometer, we've got Blacklist International, and we've got Fnatic down on that low ground.
Yeah, this is a fight that is very far away from anyone else really on the map, but if you win this, you are going to have the majority of the northern side to yourself, and it's going to be a comfortable rotation in, a lonely rotation, but of course then you need to think about what happens after that. For Blacklist International, they're down in 20th position right now. They are so far away from the leading pack when it comes to the match point threshold.
One of my favorite questions to always ask when we have a lobby with a lot of teams in it who are world-class teams is, where are Aurora? Because it's always fun, because you always like look at the map and you're like, they're in zone, they've just exited down Beast, just to give you a little bit of an indication of their pathing. They will be approaching zone with as much Evo as they possibly can for those armors. GHS Professional have been eliminated. That's our first team out of the lobby, but this is the team to watch right now. This is the decision and the position that Team Liquid believe is going to put them in the best spot in the lobby to get the points they need and potentially win this game as well. Barometer is their POI. This is their choice.
Fnatic is still chasing here, by the way. They want Blacklist International. They want this KP. Maybe it can be what kickstarts their way back into this tournament, because right now they're also down in 18th, 17 points right now, and they are very much away from the leading pack. JMW is taking a lot of damage and needs to try and rescue a shield battery out of somewhere, but it's gonna fall, and that's the lifeline going down here. This opens the doors for Fnatic.
You can see is immediately turn and run. Fnatic, turn and chase. They've wanted these KP the whole time, and they're gonna get the second knock on Tihaka as well. So Leica is gonna be the player who's gonna get that second kill, and he wants the next one as well. The Beast of the Hunt will run out, but the shots will ring true. And this will be Blacklist International, the second team to fall out of the lobby here. Fnatic gets some KP.
But as a reminder, if Fnatic were to win this game, they could find themselves being around 38 to 40 points, depending on how well they play. And that, again, is how close this lobby is. And then you are not that far away from match point. You are hoping that no one wins the game before you get there, but you at least need to get as close as possible. And remember, there is so much prize money changing for every position you find yourself in here as well. So just that one hop up, that one extra position could be the difference between you and thousands of dollars.
Falcons now being forced down to the low ground, and usually that's an indication that someone took a little bit of damage and had to just prioritize an escape route instead of where they want to be positioned. The other side of the bunker you can see is going to be home base, essentially, for Falcons here.
As you look at that stage, by the way, it looks like those are screens. That's actually AR. That's augmented reality that's showing all those triangles. If they're on, it means they're alive. If they're off, they're dead. So you can see one of those teams only has 2 players alive, whereas the team to the right has all 3. The AR at this event has been nuts, by the way. It's been incredible to see how it's been implemented.
Yeah, shout out to production for giving us quite the show here for Apex Legends at the Esports World Cup. As FaZe Clan continue to hold this position on height. I think a lot of teams at the moment are waiting to see that zone pause, waiting to see that zone come towards them. And for the likes of LG, oh my goodness. For the likes of Dragons Esports, Alliance, SSG, Aurora, who are all arriving late, it's going to be pretty busy and difficult to get into. Alliance, one of those teams who's looking to rewrite their narrative here. Let's jump into a listening with Alliance.
Yeah. Push over me. I'm watching. Yeah. I don't see them at all. Coming now. Come. You see them? Yeah, but they might be there. I'm taking their spot. Yeah. Watch out though. Here. They're going right side. Okay.
Danger close.
Wait, one on my left. Yeah. Full team watching from the tunnel panels. Yeah, they're sipping a Cito, careful. There's team behind us. Come to me. No, we cannot. We need to watch for us. Watch Cito for us. I'm making sip, come to me. We cannot right now. Good to me, Yeah, I'm good. I'm watching for you. Yeah. I'm taking Cip now. Come to me and take Cip. I need the bat here. I can't look around. Yeah, I'm showing the team. We just need to evac the fucking corner, okay? Yeah, watch me. I can't right now, batting. I'm watching, man. I'm coming. Come here now. Yeah, listen. We're just gonna evac the corner, okay? Yeah. Car. What's this?
Contact on my marker.
Balloon, Jurassic. They're jamming around the Jurassic. This team ballooning, by the way. Okay, listen, I wanna land in the fucking water here. I think we play low ground water, okay? Alright. They're gonna get 3P by building. Building needs to cross, and then we get 3P up. I got no right now. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I will take Solana, can take. Okay, be careful there. Jurassic. I'm picking it. Watch out here. Keep here. Yeah. Okay, come me. I'm gonna put the evac here. Yeah. You ready? Yeah. That's good. The evac on the other side is good. Use this cover. They're trying to shoot us, but let's go. We're fine. Yep. Take guns out. Land water. Yep. Gonna focus on the side right away. Now it's flanking right now. If water is taken, take tunnel, okay? Alright. I'm flying left and looking. Yeah, bait it. Like, swear for it. Looks city, I'm going. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Careful so don't peek out here. Yeah. I'm talking this. Yeah. Careful, shoot. Yeah, hold the smoke, yeah. I'm shooting it. Yeah. Nate. Yep. We can play this side on me as well. Yeah, I'm talking this side too. Play on me. Just walk, hold the smoke. Next off. Yeah, hold out the smoke. Yeah, after I'm watching out the smoke. Yes. We can all just play on the stairs too.
Well, Lions leave from the evac and find themselves under pressure though. Everyone trying to force their way in. One of those teams is going to be Aurora. SSG down to just Coifel once more. 15 plates overall. Aurora sets in the ring of fire here. It could not be more symbolic of their position.
Well, they are at least able to get that bot down and get a little bit more health, and they should be able to survive for now as SSG get eliminated in 18th. And look where that zone's going. Southwest here, pulling towards Falcons, pulling towards Guild, and pulling down towards EXL, actually, who are in that far south side, and they could be in a great position for the late game.
They certainly can indeed. Now, for the teams who are on the north, this is going to be about a change of plan. It's going to be how do we get the kills, how do we get the points to get ourselves closer to match point. Aurora just needs 6. They've managed to get healthy, but and Rain's gone down. And now it's just 2. Kajak and 9 Impulse trying to clutch up, but 9 Impulse will fall, and Aurora will not hit match point.
That's one of our teams who are in the top 5, but a team who is in the top 5 and could hit match point is Team Liquid. They get the kills. They find themselves 4 points away from that threshold, but they still have a job to do here from their position. Remember, they committed north as the zone starts to pull southwest.
EXO-Clan in 9th place overall, 34 points on the board. It's a big ask for them, but still very much doable to hit match point right now. Team Liquid taking to the height here of the building, which is just above them. And EXO-Clan now will leave that building just as Liquid arrives.
Still not safe though here for Liquid, but remember they only need 4 more points, so they need to think about this one. Is there 4 kills they could get whilst they approach this zone? As Imperial House just gone down in the kill feed as well, so we are going to need to see Falcons be careful here.
Are they going to be able to get in a position to get the res here? Yes, they are. Imperial House is back onto his feet. Falcons still need 8 points. Alliance, well, they need a few more than that, but they are moving their way towards zone here and picking up the loot that's left over by their EMEA colleagues in Aurora. Elsewhere, LG in a fight with Team Liquid.
Liquid just lost one. It was also Zero getting involved in Liquid. They are so close, but they are not going to make it onto match point as the crowd erupts, because that means Falcons are the next closest. 55 points for Falcons. They need 5 more.
9 needed for Elevate as well, as they try and line up their approach to this zone. Twisted Minds underneath the bridge. Elevate trying to make their rotate now. There was a solo which was just behind them as well that they're going to have to be very, very aware of. But Elevate have found a corner that's safe. But how safe really is this position?
I mean, I will say 12 of the 14 teams have made their way into this circle, but DMS and EXO-Clan are going to disrupt them here. There is definitely going to be fights that happen, but is it going to be the outsiders? No, EXO goes down, so 1 outsider falls. Alliance still fighting tooth and nail to stay alive here, but Hackis goes
big
down.
Damage from Hackis, but are they going to be able to capitalize? Effect, playing down the knockdown shield. Big damage, but Alliance will fall as well. Another team not able to convert opportunity into a match point position. DMS have gone as well. Falcons now 4 away.
4 away. They just need a couple more placements, a couple more kills to go alongside it. And they would be our first team to reach match point. And there is kills available.
Oh, this grenade.
Look at that damage.
Oh, this grenade.
How wants LG, how wants Funk, and it looks like he's sending Zero in to do the damage. And they'll get that kill. They're now 1 point away from match point.
You just felt that grenade was going to light up the kill feed as Zero is firing up the crowd here in Riyadh as well. They only need 1. Nine squads remaining. Falcons looking to become the first to hit match point. It's 1 kill. It's 1 more placement. And they will be the first across the line.
How aggressive do they go here? Do they look for that kill, or do they just try and outlive some of their opponents here? You could see that Zero was fired up. Maybe he thought job was already done. Little do they know they still need 1 more to get over the line here. Remember, Falcons yet to find a win today, but they could still be the first team to cross that threshold. Elsewhere, there is kills in the feed. LGD onto DRG. And there's going to be a lot of info here for Falcons to work with.
Smoke bomb onto the evac. Going to give a lot of information. It's going to burn Lufka as well. He has to return back to that generator. The interception pylon will keep him healthy, as it looks like Falcons, they've decided it's time to look for kills. Gen down from Jemper, and Zero's going to get the kill! Falcons will hit match point!
And now it's about denying match point for anyone else. Clean up this lobby. Get as much kills as you can and take those points away from your opposition as Falcons continue. They take down Guild. 7 squads now remain.
Falcons are rolling here in Riyadh. Match point achieved. Another team wipe to their name. As now we turn our attention to the rest of the lobby. GG still up on this high ground. Fence is down. FaZe Clan have an opportunity here to go back-to-back, remember. GG still poking, still prodding. They're going to have a look at this. Mizuchi eliminated by Falcons in the meantime.
Everyone being eliminated by Falcons at the moment. They know they've done enough, so they are being aggressive. They are looking to take these fights and take the game to everyone still alive in this lobby. But you mentioned it. FaZe, can they go back-to-back? If they did, you'd imagine it would be enough to get them onto match point as well. There are still a couple of teams alive here who could cross that threshold as well with a victory.
Just to give you the bigger picture a little bit here. e-xolos Laser, they're down on the southern side. They've been here for the majority of this game and are in the best position to win this game. Everybody else is in front of them. Their backs are completely clear. But they're not a team who are particularly close to hitting match point right now. Whereas FaZe certainly are. LGD will go down in the meantime. GG do manage to get some damage as Bird will take down Arctic from FaZe. So it looks like Falcons are determined to stop anyone else matching them.
I mean, all the other teams would need every single kill to get onto match point, and Falcons are taking it off of them, taking that opportunity away from them, and now they're into the top 5.
Zero was fired up a few moments ago, and you can understand why. The final 5 minutes or so of this game has quite simply belonged to Falcons. On that high ground now, Twisted Mind's having a fight with GG. GG down to Just Blast. He's playing behind that knockdown shield on height. Manages to get the knock onto Easy Flash himself, but back on board with Falcons now as Twisted Minds will be eliminated.
Look at the amount of space that Team Falcons have been able to take here with these fences. This win is up for grabs. FaZe eliminated. 3 teams now remain. The smoke and fire about to come out. All the information you could want as Team Falcons look to try and make it a victory.
e-xolos laser make their move onto Falcons, but through the fire and the flames, they will carry on, picking up these kills. Imperial Hell will get 1. He gets the shield swap as we're down to just 2. It's GG on the high ground. It's a 2v2 in the lobby. Spraying through the knockdown. That'll get rid of that. There's the knuckle cluster as well. They have to fall into the grasp of Falcons here. And if you know anything about Falcons, it's not just about achieving 1 goal. It's doing it by winning the lobby. They just need 1.
It's bit by bit. You've got to climb. You've got to try and find this bit of damage to work with here.
They're going to have to drop here. Imperial Hell will wait. And when the drop comes in, Falcons will stand tall. As its match point hit with nothing other than a victory.
And it was not just any old victory, it was a dominant victory that we just saw from Team Falcons as they send a message to the rest of this lobby. The only team to be on match point going into match 7. The only team who will have the opportunity to win the tournament here in the next game. As soon as they crossed that match point threshold, you saw their game plan change. It was delete the rest of the lobby. It was ruthless aggression, and it paid off.
An incredible performance. And boy, does this crowd love it as well. 28 points on the board as Falcons put 16 kills alongside that first place.
I mean, the crowd are cheering 1 more game. You're guaranteed at least 1, but will that be the last one? It's the top performers dominated by Team Falcons. Zero and Hal hold the damage, hold the kills. As Falcons onto 80 points, they said, we see your match point threshold of 60 and we will crush it. Because not only now does that put them onto match point, but also you've got to think about the grand scheme of things. Let's say if Falcons didn't win this tournament, they are still putting themselves within that top 2 to make sure it's a hell of a lot of prize money available to them. But right now, they're the only team who can win this tournament in the next game.
Well, the conversation coming into this tournament, and to be honest, ever since Falcons came together as a team, is can anybody stop them? Well, now it's down to the rest of the lobby to step up here in Riyadh and throw down that challenge. Falcons hit match point. We'll see if they can close out here in Riyadh after this break.
We have to kill him. Last guy. Nice.
Oh, wait, I'm
last.
It's a solo, Bolas! It's a solo! Jump down, shoot!
Just shoot him.
Shoot. We're good, Shoot. Fight again. I'm reloading.
Knock. There's a knock on me.
We're good. He's in the knock.
Yeah.
I can't enter the lookout.
He's resing. No, he's faking.
You're alone.
I'm good. Crack. Nice, you win that. He has to jump. He's gonna jump now. Jump it now. Let's fucking go!
And the crowd going absolutely crazy here. Look at this line of people trying to get into the venue, trying to rally against the team who has hit match point, Falcons. They are soaring their way to victory.
Damn, it's looking hype outside, it's looking hype inside. I think we're about to have another hype game. And yeah, I mean, it's gonna get better, right? We've got a team on match point now. The 60-point match point threshold has been reached. There's one team that can close this out in the next game, and that will be the Falcons. It could be the Falcons.
It could be. Maybe. Just maybe, because we are swapping maps once again to World's Edge. I mean, what an explosive game for Team Falcons. 16 KP in that one game alone. Look at this. Sitting in first place, 34 kills. Can we just talk about how Hal is just playing out of his mind? He usually is the kill leader in these lobbies, but when it matters the most, when the money is on the line, where first place could get $600,000, they are sitting with 80 total points.
I mean, that was a nuts game. 28 points they picked up. I mean, you know, teams just hoping to, you know, just roll over the line and grab that match point eligibility. They blast through the roof and get up to 80 points, which means, you know, not only do they have the chance to win it all right here and right now, but they are so far ahead of the competition right now that, you know, I can almost see the 6 figures rolling into their bank account already.
Although, by a few mere crumbs was Team Liquid right there, almost at match point, but they could not achieve it. Again, Team Falcons, the only team in this lobby at match point. It is one more. The crowd, before we toss the brick, we're chanting, one more game. One more game.
They want at least one more. I'm thinking we'll get a couple, actually, Vicky. I'm just putting it out there. Look, I mean, you know, Falcons have used their win up. No, you can't even say that about it. I feel like so many other teams, you're like, well, they got one win, won't see another one for a while. But, I mean, doesn't matter if it was, you know, Falcons in 5 at the regional finals recently, or whether it was, you know, Hal bringing out the 3 in a row at Champs last year. There's just so much pedigree on this team in terms of being able to close out a high-pressure situation.
It's just, you can't ignore the calls that we're seeing from Zero. The fact that they held down that end circle building from the very beginning. Not only that, but the compositional swaps that they have opted to go for on Stormpoint to put Jen, the flexible Ditto on this team, onto the Watson to play into those strengths, to change up what we really don't get to see very often from Team Falcons, a team that has no issue being hyper-aggressive, playing for end zone in Stormpoint.
They do a lot of experimentation in scrims, and it's really paying off in situations like this. It's almost like an elimination method, right? Like a process elimination. That's what I'm trying to get that. Where they will go through every single comp that they think even has a chance at being competitively viable, and then they'll cross it off. They'll play a set. They'll be like, okay, yeah, look, didn't work for us. You know, most likely what is meta is what we're going back to, and they're just switching it up here. They've got SkyWest Trials, which we are heading into very soon, and they'll go back most likely to the Sia Bangalore and the Fuse over there, because that's a more aggressive play style and it suits their World's Edge. I guess the one thing that we do have to think about now is obviously it has changed. They're on match point.
Do they need to prioritize a composition that gets kills and points, or do they play Watson and maybe, you know, hope for a zone a little bit closer to home where they can get the #1 spot? Because at this point, that's basically all that matters to them.
While we are going to wait for right now, we're just making sure that the players are good, that we're ready to load back in. With the stakes being as high as it is, you could only imagine we have to lock in. And I do want to recap on your point, Genome. Talking about Falcons and their performance thus far on World's Edge. Game number 1, they got 5th place, but no KP. Game number 3, when we went back to World's Edge, we saw what happened when obviously the circle pulled towards their POI. They didn't move from their building, but they got 2nd place, getting 9 kills. I mean, look at this crowd. Look at the banners. Hear those chants. And I love also Zero feeding into the energy. I mean, this is their home stand right now. Zero with a mid-game pop-off in the player cams to let the crowd know that they hear them.
This is probably the most one-sided crowd we have seen in Apex Legends LAN. And yeah, as you say, Zero feeding off that energy, loving the positive reinforcement as they walk away with that win in Game 6.
No scrims, guys. The pause is off. We are getting loaded into the dropship, everyone. Team Falcons, the only team to be sitting at match point. Let's dive into game number 7, World's Edge, and see how this plays out. Will Falcons have to worry about another team sitting at match point, or will they take it home here?
How many times have we heard that line as well? Team Falcons, the only team on match point. Yeah, or maybe it was DZ back then, maybe it was TSM. Either way, they are so very often the first to get there, their consistency, and they are so very often the team to capitalize on it with their incredible play under pressure.
Actually wild. I mean, coming out of Sky West, usually have that survey beacon ring console. They have both out here, like we've seen thus far. Team Liquid, the team that could have hit match point in that previous game at 57, and Blacklist with the wingman shots, chasing after the Watson. Why are you running? They get the player from LGD, they clean up some KP, but I mean, when you are in dead last, you know, what more can you ask for? You have to play with desperation, knowing that there's already a team at match point.
Yep, gives a little tap on the backside to finish them off there. And look, Blacklist International, yeah, I mean, go for some kills, right? Because when you are down the bottom of this lobby, I mean, hey, a couple of kills can actually jump you up a couple of spots. And I mean, you play the long game, maybe they're going to get to match point, but that's many, many, many games away. At the moment, really, it's more of a, hey, let's, you know, secure ourselves some more prize money.
Ooh, but look at where this circle is pulling. Over by Fnatic's POI on the outskirts of Overlook, could possibly pull towards the bins south of the hill that would lead you into Epi. We've seen that zone plenty of times. Or can it even pull towards No Name from where we see the duo now from LGD if they could get that respawn?
Yeah, I agree. There's quite a few options here. May have to wait for zone 3 or 4 to get our answer. Don't have the ring console at Overlook either. You know, we've seen in recent lobbies where, you know, Guild was in that sort of situation, being able to stick on it. LGD Gaming already with the respawn as got some teams running over into each other at Geyser here. This is e-xolos coming down off the back of Blacklist International, and wow, they got that start against LGD, and now they've given up the advantage immediately.
e-xolos feasting instead on what is left from Blacklist here. Gaming Gladiators were behind them before. They have now rotated onto Big Mod where Mizuchi land. Seeing all the action, though, happening here over by Geyser. e-xolos want to capitalize off of that early fight that we saw go down here in Geyser. One warrior left from Blacklist before e-xolos call them out.
Some of these fights could be important later on. Control of the tunnels as Blacklist goes down. Could go over to e-xolos now. With Mizuchi, Gaming Gladiators, Guild all still locked even further down. It's always this traffic jam down at Big Maud. Mizuchi finally, I think, being able to get out from under the watchful eye of Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, I love these early replays too. From the wingman shots from the very beginning. Very difficult for LGD, but Blacklist is still the first team to go out. They paid for trying to chase down after LGD originally, and that was e-xolos who had taken them out from the lobby. Now, our leading team from Group B, rather from that last chance qualifier, Guild, who really kept those dreams alive, now being able to see what they could do here, because Blast has lost out on his shields, and we currently see mizuchi sliding in.
Okay, this fight gets underway in Geyser. mizuchi gonna go even further up through Geyser. Now, e-xolos have moved all the way through up to the top part of the tunnels in front of them. And they're in there first, right? And that's important because once you try and come up through that little elevator shaft, I feel like it just very rarely works out. So it's that, or you're gonna have to go, you know, into the sight lines of people like LG Gaming, looking at the other door, the lower exit as far as the Geyser tunnel goes.
I do think, though, that this side of Geyser, the reason why we're seeing so many teams just congested here is because there was that ring beacon over by Geyser. We can expect more edge squads, like even Liquid eventually maybe rotating in that direction. We can maybe even see Alliance looking to see if they have an opportunity to wrap around once they get the information over by Harvester. Playing very split since they know that a lot of these squads like to loot very quickly. But first looking at e-xolos with a quick rotate over by the outskirts of the armory.
Yeah, so that's Fnatic on the other side of those smokes. Of course, they are landing over at Overlook. So hoping to get up from, you know, down in the dumps right now, 18th spot. And I like what they've done, Vicky. They've switched over from Bloodhound to Lifeline. I think Fnatic are a team that has so much fighting potential that they absolutely can take the Aurora playbook and run with that. Also, don't love Bloodhound in the current meta. I feel like he is not the best recon character you can go for. I would rather see a Seer or a Crypto on that team. So I think, sure, chuck that out the door. You know, maybe go for the survey beacons on your Pathfinder and then take the Lifeline for those fight resets.
And if you don't want that information, something that we see just basically shoot in is that Pathfinder, right? For you to be able to cross in that distance if you need so desperately, but also so that way you could be able to get the scan. If you have a Watson, you get the scan on the survey to see where everybody's stationed. And if you have that Watson, you obviously get the scan on the ring. But this is something that I was looking at earlier on when we took a look at the map feed, where Team Falcons, obviously taking their time to rotate from Sky West, have been able to call out the split positioning of Alliance. Alliance still safe here, and Team Falcons will be rotating from Landslide, so all the way from the west side of the map to where this circle is pulling. A lot of space on Fragment side where a lot of these teams could coexist, because look at the prediction from these squads, breaking their necks, expecting it to either be a no-name or by the rocks on the north side of Overlook.
Gaming Gladiators. Over here in No Name, quite a few teams seem to be suggesting that this is the final resting location of the ring in match 7. So many Watson fences inside here will make it very hard for GG to try and finish off that kill. Now, while all of this happened, as we mentioned, Team Falcons, of course, we've got to keep our eyes on them a little bit as the match point team. They were over at Landslide, double beacons for them there, got the scan on the ring console and the survey beacon, and they'll probably get even 1 or 2 more on their rotate in. It's a very long rotate, Vicky, but it'll give them A, so much Evo, and B, so much information with which to plan this final circle.
And avoiding a lot of this action that we're seeing right here on the south side, right? Because if Falcons are approaching from the north side, they probably want to go in from the high ground that would exit out of Epi, where there is a ring console, playing it much more safer, as they have to, right? Being the only team on match point, you could expect squads to completely change their own pace, whether it be from the different maps that we're going to see and witness the way that they try to approach with different compositions, or from the fact that they want to play for that win.
And this is almost like a playstyle that Falcons have really pioneered in a lot of ways, which is you play hard edge and you hit a lot of beacons on the way in to find the weak spot.
Most spots are going to be taken in these zones, but, you know, not everyone predicts it right, and usually there's 1 or 2 spots open. Zero will identify those immediately and then just play their best from there, hopefully beating out teams in even better spots with their red armors.
But they also have to recognize the threat that is Team Liquid. T-Law breaking the law at 58 points, looking to see if they can at least sit themselves at match point. Guild and Timmy, the last 2 alive from Mizuchi after losing out on Waltzy. He is able to pop the shield bat, getting some safety and some room to breathe right here. Gaming Gladiators have been stuck from underneath No Name from the very beginning, but again, as we saw on the minimap, the circle pulling over to the north side, I just can't believe that this may have just allowed Team Falcons to just waltz right into the high ground, unless this circle just completely shifts over to the south side, where a lot of these teams will be funneled outside of the buildings over by Fragment East.
This is what's happening down here on the ground. I'm just casting my mind a little bit wider to the Esports World Cup as a whole, Vicky. You got to remember, Falcons on top in terms of the club championship right now as well. And here they are on the cusp of further improving that record to be, I believe at the moment, the only team who has multiple championships to their name.
At least the only team to hold, I believe, 3 or 4 at the very least. And let's not forget that that is a $20 million prize pool club championship. That is isolating the fact of what these pros could be making if they do take the Apex Legends World Cup championship title. But with Falcons being exactly on this high ground that we mentioned before, they are currently aiming down their sights at DMS. LG on their other side, having to be careful. Rotating here early could actually be very risky with the amount of teams that still have to rotate from the north side from Climatizer.
Mizuchi racing against the ring to get in here. e-xolos laser still in that vault tunnel. Been ahead of them for the longest time. Okay, ring centers on Fragment. Interesting pull. Means Team Liquid should have a very easy path to getting their match point eligibility, 60+ points. Dragon sitting well within it, Alliance there too, and Falcons on the north side. That is a dangerous looking team. You know, I am actually reminded of, I think it was potentially the first scrim game that Falcons ever played together, where they played a similar spot above, you know, the rim of Epicenter, and they looked down upon everyone else in that lobby with, I think it was like 2 Kravers and someone else in their hands, and just destroyed everybody. It didn't even look close in that game. Now, this is a harder lobby than that, but can anyone oust them from this position?
Having that positional advantage is going to be scary until they eventually have to drop down, because this circle is shifting more south away from that hilltop advantage, but it's still a spot that if they clear this entire north side of the zone, they are going to be a very scary team out here. I know that we have Space Station rotating in. Like you mentioned, Genome, LG from that low ground train tracks. We're going to have to tune in to see how Falcons want to approach this. But on the other side, without ignoring e-xolos, who have finally rotated outside of the vault tunnel that exits out of Geyser, Fnatic are also another team that have just not moved from here, and it's cost them Leica.
Haven't recovered the banner just yet, which is a shame because there's a mobile respawn beacon there ready to be used, but they can't. The zone pushes them in. I think they'll try and get the banner before they come in somewhere behind FaZe Clan and Elevate Bleed. Meanwhile, Falcons have got SSG and Luminosity on their backsides. Now, of course, a big part of match point is being able to read the teams around you to know which teams they actually are, because of course it's hidden on the kill feed, but be able to identify that correctly and potentially even work with other teams to do that.
Let's jump into a listening with Team Falcons as they plan their next move.
Okay.
What's above me? What's above me here?
Where's the first 2 out? First 2 out.
Yes, Can't shit.
Can't see you.
I cracked one. I'm chilling a bit. I'm chilling. I'm on. Where are you?
I can't help you.
I'm outside. I'm on the side. One shot.
Come on. I can't.
No, they're gonna peek.
I'm dead. I'm just gonna die.
Come back.
No, I can't.
I got you.
Batting here.
Watch out, fellas.
No make it.
They're fighting the duo on the other side. Okay, let me peek that. Smoke back.
Okay. I'm scanning it.
Grab for this.
Yeah.
One.
Swing.
I'm going up. I'm going high. On me.
What this?
Taking more. Bridge. Kill this fuck now! Yeah, kill. Hey, Bobby, I got ran it on. 100 on me. It's a duo. Okay. He's trying to finish me here. Okay. Shoot him. I smoke it too. It's a duo. He's trying to finish. So 40. Get around. I have gold knock. Take me. Okay. Push. No, I'm dead, bro. Just push me. Nice. Give me a knock. No. Oh, what the fuck? He was ratting me in the corner.
Pex! Team Falcons get eliminated! The crowd is deflated, but we get more Apex! We go to another one and Elevate Bleed, the only team from the north side who are looking so good with 53 points, sitting at third. Liquid, by the way, 1 point away from also hitting match points.
The match was gliding towards them on a silver platter. And all of a sudden, it just gets knocked out of their hands. I mean, SSG and LG, two teams that could have easily combined to take them out, but Falcons somehow pitted them against each other. But then the knock.
Yup.
It came back at the worst time. It felt like they dealt with both of the teams and they just dropped their guard for a millisecond.
Team Liquid at match point, by the way. 60 points for Team Liquid. Vamos! The dream is here. It's not just Team Falcons. The script has shifted. We have to see who else may potentially hit match points because EA is in trouble. EA go down. Elevate Bleed cannot achieve match points. At the moment, it is just Team Liquid.
They go down on 54, and they're survived by FaZe also on 54, but they are having a struggle right now. They also drop. Another team that could have made it will not. Alliance, still 52. Aurora in a great spot up north, essentially taking over the spot that Falcons probably would have played, and they're on 49. I like their chances of getting to 60 here, Vicky.
Aurora, a team that has really popped off. The only team with a lifeline composition, despite even the changes, has really displayed how crazy this is. But Team Liquid involved in a fight here. Yanya out of this fight right now, but he is able to pop the shield back. Nizul gets the knock. It's just Hawaii to his left. Can the All-Star clutch it? No! It is Mizuchi, who have climbed out from Geyser's side and now are finding themselves in one of these buildings in Fragment.
TL don't have to worry. Job done, 61 points, match point eligibility achieved. These other teams, though, not at all the same situation. They are struggling to get those last 10 points in the bank and start fighting against TL and Falcons.
Alliance at 52 points. The team that has the most points, with Mizuchi being right behind him at 51. Aurora with 50. This is so insane. Alliance make the call to go in for the immediate rotate, but let's not forget Aurora have taken the spot that Team Falcons would have rotated from the high ground.
And you're seeing how Pathfinder changes these lobbies a little bit too. We haven't seen him for quite some time, but usually it'd be a slow walk out of the buildings, get stunned by a bang ult, and the team up top would wipe everybody out. But the reposition available now for these teams who are playing Party, maybe that means that Aurora don't have a 100% chance of just mowing everyone down below them. Let's see.
Guild with the lovely clutch as well. Nice hip fire shots taking care of Dragons. Aurora approach, drop from the high ground, are currently looking at Alliance here. They are holding so much space when one of the members of Aurora over by the south side, looking at DMS, looking at Mizuchi, but they cannot give this opportunity to Alliance.
Kazakh peeks his head around with the Devo. Doesn't quite get the knock though, and with Pathfinder grappling in to try and put paid to this great position that Aurora trying to hold out. Alliance also 54. It seems to be the unlucky number in this lobby.
We currently have Mizuchi that also has hit match point. We have a total of 3 teams at match point. Can we make it 4 with Aurora sitting at 59?
Do they know what point total they're on? They should just full send someone and confirm 1 kill. That's all they need. If they get clean wiped by Mizuchi here, that would be the worst case scenario.
But once he goes down first, Oirain has Pride Rock. Bocek in hand. Is he legless? He drops down with the Havoc. Another knock from Kazakh. Aurora, 1 kill away. They get to match points. And do they get the dub? It is only it's Timmy who is playing so defensively. But 9 Impulse doesn't want to overextend. They do not want to risk it here. And Aurora are your champions. 65 total points after getting that dub. What an insane Game 7 on World's Edge.
So often in match point, we see teams get close and then fail to pick up those crucial last points. Not so here in Game 7. 4 teams now stand with a chance to win $600,000 in match 8. That's Falcons, it's Aurora, it's Mizuchi, and it's Team Liquid. Aurora, they really capitalized on that high ground. We talked about it, it was a fantastic position. A couple of the other teams, they had to scrap to get out of Fragment, and once they did their best, but it wasn't enough to deal with our EMEA Warlords.
I cannot believe what a game changer that was. We went from only Falcons sitting at match point to now a total of 4 teams. 3 teams in that game alone. Team Liquid, Mizuchi, Aurora. They meet them at the table. What an insane outcome we have. We are changing maps. Will it end here? Let's find out on the other side of this break.
Все, забираем ХГ и играем, это топ-2.
Я лосу.
Я забрал ХГ, все. Они
Слева
слева,
один.
не все слева, двое слева.
Я Цверика слева убегаю.
Хились. Они не пушат. Я каварить сейчас буду,
На
аккуратно.
тебя лезет один.
Кавар тогда.
Смотри меня!
Смотрю.
Манга.
Маганук, все, ресет, останови посмотреть.
Я хилюсь.
БС-70.
Смотрите меня.
Я пикаю. Блять, куда
Под тобой
вы
сильно,
заебали?
родной.
Я не могу всех смотреть.
Давай, пошли.
А то
Пусти, убил. Цел 8.
Руками хуесосы, пошлите. Ко мне, го. На ХГ. Свапы. Давай, косите.
Я заложу.
Зипку дал, короче. Файтим или что?
Давай.
Залетай, го.
Я крак. Ой, блядь.
Welcome back, everyone. Aurora with the only 2 dubs in this entire lobby as we welcome 4 teams at match point. This could be it. This game 8 on Storm Point could be it. Look at Team Falcons. Look at Zero's face, deflated after they lost relatively early in that previous game.
Is he locked in or is he out of it? I mean, it was the right call, I believe, to be up there at the top of Epicenter. They just failed to execute when the situation called for it, when the time came, and Aurora won from essentially the same spot.
Looked like they were in shambles, but we know that this is a team that just GG's goes next. But the teams that are elevated, that feel like this is finally their opportunity. Mizuchi, we have to talk about the fact that is this Timmy's opportunity? Is this the chance? Falcons, can they take it back? Liquid, vamos Liquid, can they do it? Or Aurora with that dub as we take a look at the series results.
I mean, Mizuchi sitting in 3rd right now. The best result that Moist ever picked up was a 4th. To do better, after just adding It's Timmy to the roster, would be vindication and to be validation of that choice and that roster change. That said, we saw Droga just he was getting on the mouse with Waltzy there, and I do wonder, you know, what were they talking about? Were they thinking about a comp change? You know, they've stuck to the Fuse-Seer bang the whole way through. Do they think, oh, I don't know, maybe it's time to bring out the Watson, something like that? Look, it's going to be a theme as we try and find an end, find a winner in this series.
You know what else is a theme? Seeing that we see all NA teams except for one outlier. Aurora, the only team at match point who stands at the top. The only team from EMEA to represent. Is somebody else going to match up right behind them? We know that Alliance very close by.
Exactly. I mean, look, you say that in terms of who's on match point, and you're absolutely correct, Vicky, but this has been one of EMEA's strongest performances we've seen ever. Alliance is up there in 7th spot, FaZe in 5th, and Gaming Gladiators just behind them in 8th. A notable absence of APAC South and APAC North teams.
I can't believe this. Let's get ready to go as we load in through the dropship onto what could be the last game here at the Esports World Cup. Let's get started, Genome. I cannot wait. With our 4 squads already at match point, can this be it? Or will we welcome more teams into the competition?
There they are, all 60 of our competitors on the stage, on Storm Point, in the arena, in the hunt.
I have to talk about the fact that Aurora are not moving away from the lifeline, but I specifically want to talk about the stats that we've seen so far on Storm Point. Aurora won the first game that we saw on Storm Point. They won game number 2. The next time we saw Storm Point, game 4, it was a Team Liquid win. When we saw Falcons on game 6, they took the game on Storm Point. Those are 3 teams that have found their success on this map. 3 teams that are currently sitting at match points. And this circle may be pulling down to the south, close to Barometer, where Team Liquid have their POI advantage. I don't believe I see a ring console, but they do have a survey beacon.
Next ring revealed. It's another potentially Barrow zone. Unlike the other one, that was a little too far south, a little too far west. Couldn't find its way in between the mountains. This one has a chance to go Jurassic, I would say maybe even the edge of Pylon there. But still a good chance it does pull Barrow once again. Do we see the same teams succeed who succeeded last time? That was where Falcons did so well. That's where Team Liquid can play from immediately. I mean, Mizuchi not that far away. All of the teams on match points. The Note Caves have Aurora right next door.
You can't make this up.
They can play exactly the way they want to play. They've got priority to the zone.
Helmet here, level 3.
It's probably the fairest circle you could have picked. Well, if it goes to Jurassic, I'm going to say that's probably the fairest circle you could have picked between the 4 teams to decide who wins, if it's here.
But even if it does pull towards Barrow, it's not like Liquid have that information, right? Like, they're still going to try to play patiently by the south side, maybe even wait to scan that survey beacon, because of course you can only scan it once. Once you do hit it, wait for the other teams to take advantage of their own rotate. It's already happening. EXO now involved in the fight here too. Popping the mother load already. Case winning. We talked about Emiya earlier before here. 36 points, sitting at 13th.
This is over near the pylon. FaZe out for blood. Gonna go for the finish as well.
The desperation to get the finisher, though. He's gonna slide down and get the Evo Shield swap. He gets it, but Slayer's just one, and he's not a body here in this fight. And FaZe with just nags. He doesn't have a shield. He slides down, and EXO get eliminated.
JHS Professional, though, very close by. They've heard the shots, and there we go. They start coming for the remainders of FaZe Clan. FaZe was sitting on 57. They only needed 3 more points, Vicky.
So we're talking about getting into this game. Can we potentially see another game? I'm always up for more Apex. You already know. LGD, see a team flying above them. It is DMS and LGD. I actually like this position from them because in the case this circle does pull towards Jurassic, like you mentioned, Genome, they're in a very good spot in terms of their rotation pathway. It's a 50-50, but if it does pull more towards the south, they could still inch forward from the bridge side, playing off that low ground. Early rotate, though, they could still find themselves very exposed without the right composition.
Most teams definitely calling this as a Barrow zone, as Cinetic does get the respawn. I mean, a couple of teams are hanging around Pylon. I think that's because of a logjam with a couple of teams rotating through there, not necessarily trying to stay there.
And the ring console being right there too, right?
Yes.
It's that information over by the southeast side. Elevate. Zach literally won, having to back away from this fight.
It's being scanned by the Seer, which means can't use the abilities, and will get caught off guard, knocked. Oh, that's a big flatty beam.
He took so much damage.
50 health to play with. There's no chance against Phony and Zainu.
And that's a big deal here for Elevate Bleed because they were sitting at 54 points. They needed to desperately have a pop-off game to meet those at the table who were sitting at match point already. Down at 19th place for this game, and Twisted Minds creeping up from the other side here, from the south side of Pylon, where Mizuchi over by their POI down south, where they split that Echo HQ, where there's a survey here. Over down the south side here too, they would probably try to take priority if there was a ring console, but they also will be able to rotate from the south side of Barometer.
With the respawn now, FaZe have another chance to grab those 3 KP. One fight win will do it. Fnatic with that switch over to the lifeline, just looking for some glimpse of hope. I mean, if you're out there hoping for another game of Apex, well, look, Fnatic is one team that you could bank on to try and extend this series. The classic
Peacekeeper coming out of Yuka there. Hits the long-range shot, but...
Unfortunately, though, they lose out on Leica right in the middle of trying to get that res. Of course, you give that up when you commit to the res as lifeline, since obviously there's no knockdown shield here, but they also give up the high ground, too. It was almost a trade-off, but with Panic getting the evil shield swap, it's very risky. Satsuki was the only one to actually climb up. And no way, DRG take out Fnatic, and they stay alive here.
I didn't quite understand that push from Fnatic. I mean, when you play TDMs on this map, you know that climbing up those windows onto the roof is just a death wish. And Dragons, I don't know, maybe they heard them popping a bat, something like that, and thought this is the window. Yeah, the grapple. Not that you've got a lot of accuracy, obviously, when you're pulling up in the air like that. Either way, it's an ill-fated choice for Fnatic, and they will continue their woes. The ring pulls, and it pulls to Barometer. Team Falcons, correct me if I'm wrong, they won the Barometer zone we saw in this series, right?
Yes, they did, but it was a much more southern Barometer zone, but still, we highlighted it when we went into World's Edge in that previous game that Zero had made such an amazing call.
And who's to say he hasn't here again, because they're playing a different position than they were to last time, and lo and behold, the ring just seems to follow him around. The ring goes more north, Falcons go more north. Let's see if it does continue to pull in that direction.
Well, Aurora are fighting for their match point life. They managed to pop the bat. Kazakh does the same thing here too, and they fight their way into this building after a difficult rotation, because everybody is in this next zone, except for Mizuchi, Space Station, Alliance, and Dragons Esports. Going to be very congested, but I'm more so worried about the teams that don't really have this building space. It was Team Falcons that called out that gondola, a zone that we have seen plenty of times.
Still on blue shields, though. Twisted Minds, fantastic day one. Qualified them for today. Don't know if they maybe got a little bit cold not playing in day 2 and day 3. We haven't seen them really show up just yet. Chipping away 40 points. But definitely not the skill ceiling that we saw of them, that we know Strafing Flame is capable of leading his team to.
Could be a momentum thing. We see that from a lot of these squads that really pick up the pace mid-match series. Mizuchi, though, from the very beginning, with a crazy strong start, are looking to gatekeep the squads, exiting out of Pylon, exiting out of Echo HQ. Space Station had diverted from the air after taking Nevac Tower and actually opted to rotate from Pylon side. Look at this drop down, though, over the teams that have already taken the space over by Barometer. And if this zone does end up continuously pulling over to the north side by that bridge by LGD, by the gondola of Falcons, we know that Falcons are going to take up so much space there.
Well, don't forget Mizuchi there, throwing in some curveballs here at FaZe Clan. They desperately just want a 3v3 and to win it. But it's hard when the traces from Mizuchi almost put Nags on the floor. And if Space Station get a whiff at this, they'll take them down so quickly.
And they already do. Koi cleaning up Nags, gets the finishing blow. Zainu follows up right afterwards. Space Station made it by just a hair yesterday, are looking to put themselves into the competition. Alliance, the team that we were all looking at after an amazing performance, sitting in 7th with 54 points, looking to see if they can creep up right behind Luminosity that are in the building right in front of them. Nice cracks coming in, and FaZe Clan get eliminated. They finally find that last member from Arctic.
So that's their back cleared for Mizuchi. Alliance, part of that 54 gang. Couldn't quite make it over the top last game. I think FaZe Clan was one of them as well. So too Bleed, eliminated in 19th in match 8. A cursed number. Can Alliance get back on top? Having a look at Sweet and LG, we haven't seen a lot of them today, Vicky. I was expecting a little bit more, honestly. I mean, they have been on a tear. I feel like Sweet is potentially in the best form of his life. Sykes finally fitting in, and the roster felt like it was kind of solved, but this lobby might be their undoing. Such a tough one to play. Zone goes south.
And look who's within the vicinity. Team Liquid by the edge. Falcons not in that next zone pool. Mizuchi playing a patient approach on the other side by Spider K's, but we know on that rotate, you are so vulnerable when you're out in the open by the water.
Zero with the Kraber.
From 0 to nothing maybe, and they're trying to look to see if maybe he gets a shot, but also getting information by looking down the site. Knows that there is a team obviously right in front of them with the Watson fences, painting that perimeter, but also the two potential cryptos in this zone. LGD, GHS, could be huge here when it comes to this zone once these squads know it's pulling down to the south.
It was Guild Esports just debating one of the shots out of 0. If they hit that, they probably send it. I think now that they've seen the next zone, they're aware it's probably going to continue further south, and they're looking for the opening on the building below them to try and push Guild and take it away from them.
What's risky in that case, if they do opt to do that, is that they are out in the open in the line of sight of Alliance that we know that just harassed LG from that building. They have exited out of that building, but they will also be in the line of sight of Guild, e-xolos that are actually sitting in the Team Falcons position. The fact that this is still pulling south is crazy. When we see Mizuchi still on blue Evos, they're looking to their backs because Space Station is trying to fly from above. Let's jump into a listen-in with Mizuchi.
That guy's weak. I like 60 flushed him. I can't see him. Yeah, we just play this rock.
Hostile spotted.
Yeah. Yeah, this thing. If they get into, we just cross the 30. Come to me. Stay left, stay left. Well, in here. Like, not exactly that safe. I'm bang ulting left. Kill the team left. Yeah, yeah. I'm nading it. Nading it. I've got fuck, I've got fuck. You're good. I cracked him. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. I died from island. I died from island.
I can't. He's getting shot at.
I'm raising. Scrolling.
Palm back. I should be safe right here.
I'm fighting. They're like dying there. We are safe here. We're safe here. Just show. Do either of you have Bobby?
No.
Okay. Hard pull. We're good.
Got me an upgrade.
I got stuck. Can you get away?
No.
Okay.
Not great here for Mizuchi. They do correctly identify Space Station Gaming on the left side, but the stray shots from GHS Professional ruin their chances of getting the reset. I like the insta-res call, but unfortunately the sightlines were just a little bit not in their favor. I mean, GSS, they're still sitting over Bamboo. They're playing Crypto from there. They're going to have to move. I don't know how they're going to get out.
GHS Professional, Reapers Professional perhaps here on the island. I mean, sandwiching Mizuchi against Space Station, who just sent a bombardment of arc stars and a bunch of nades.
Now, we said Falcons were looking for this building. Guild are holding on to it. Felt like they knew this was where the zone was going. They're just going to take the top floor. Surprised. It's a good spot. Very good gen. They play it safe. Rather than trying to take the entire building away from Guild, Team Falcons will play on the top. The corner of it will be in.
Uh-oh. 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 Team Liquid are about to go down. Nizul's still alive. Running for his life. Team Liquid are out. One of our match point teams are out. This is not it for Liquid, but Mizuchi as a duo keep the dreams alive. So does Aurora, but that just leaves Falcons here alongside Aurora as the full 3-man.
There's 14 squads left alive, with Mizuchi going out now 13. And by far, Team Falcons are in the best spot of the two.
The problem with Aurora is that they are the only team running the lifeline. That puts a beacon, that puts a spotlight on this team. That tells everybody in the lobby that this is Aurora, one of your match point teams, and you can expect them to actually be focused.
Yeah, very few teams running that
Falcon on the high ground. So much happening below. That's great for them. They don't have to worry about it too much. The focus is not on them. And I don't know, when it comes to match point endings, it's like they've got a cloak of invisibility or something. Teams just don't look at them. And they do manage to find spots and run away with them. 6 bullets left in the Kraber. Looks for an opening. Oh, he misses it again.
Is this it? Can you get this one at the very least? LG get eliminated in your feeds. 10 squads left, and this is where it's mostly hot. The Congestion Alliance. We're looking at Falcons, but Alliance also know that they have a Kraber. They've been hearing it the entire time that they've claimed this north side of the zone when they originally booted LG from the building north of Barometer. Falcons, though, claiming this spot here, are looking for the opportunity to take this bottom floor.
Couple more teams creeping up on the match point threshold now.
The blue. Oh, no way. Not like this. We cannot miss those. I'm sorry here. But Falcons, you see Zero. A little bit of frustration here. Do they make the call to rotate out? I hear an evac tower in the distance.
I mean, Aurora have an awful path into this next zone.
Oh, yeah.
4 teams on the left of them. 4 teams on the right. They need a bulldozer to make this way through.
Although I said that they were the only lifeline, e-xolos are the only other team running the same composition as Aurora, but they still may actually bring attention to themselves, considering that we don't see that lifeline in general. As the Falcons now, with the bombardment of nades, make it 2. Kazakh, Aurora are about to go down. 9 hit points, the only one alive, trying to fight for his life, popping that shield up, but they fully send it. Aurora get taken out. That leaves only Falcons, the only match point team in the lobby alive.
Somehow, with 9 squads left, only 1 is there. Hal finds the perfect spot for Fuse. Ticking away, this is why he is leading damage on this team.
Leave a little something for Fusey here. Look at that tick damage, look at that pressure. The knuckle cluster, the space, LGD on the low ground. Dragons Esports get eliminated.
He's got about 1,000 more than anyone else in this lobby to this point. And they don't just want those records on the stats, Vicky. They want the trophy, the money, the glory.
The best spot, though, for the rotate. If Falcons wins this is very possible for them. Alliance get the trade, though. They find hockeys, but if that's found how, Zero, you cannot miss those. The Alliance get taken out, but so do Falcons. Are you kidding me? Effect, just save this game. Effect, just save this game. And Gaming Gladiators are now at match points. The Bang ult just saved this game.
Incredible scenes. Match 9 coming your way. Alliance 59 points. They don't make it.
Alliance still, though, clipped the Falcons' wings. We are going to another game. We are seeing more Apex Legends and Guild sliding down. Legacy alone, though, he still gets the trade. Bayu goes down. Jesco meets him. MT. It's only up to MT from Guild, but Gaming Gladiators are in the best spot to take the win.
This is going to be an easy cleanup for Gaming Gladiators as they get the cherry on top of their match point eligibility.
The emotions from Light. Gaming Gladiators. They sit at the table on match point, meeting with Mizuchi, Falcons, Liquid, and Aurora. It's getting hot. We are going on to a game 9. The dream is still alive. And you can only imagine the emotions, the pressure that these players are facing.
That's right, only 1 more team makes their way to 60 plus. Alliance and FaZe Clan fall just short. Elevate, Bleed don't add to their total. A 0-point game, the first one of the entire series for them, means they'll sit just short.
I cannot believe this. We have some more Apex Legends. Don't go anywhere. Can this be it for our Esports World Cup? We'll find out soon on the other side of this break.
adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الهيدشوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Drone. Wait, the drone is someone close.
They're close, right?
Quick. Going. They're close, I think. Where?
They're like down here. Wait, I can't tell.
Where are the people?
Oh, there, everyone there.
Okay, take left side. He's playing good.
Wait, I'll stay. Okay, I'm going left. I'm dodging. I can go here. Watch out.
Yeah.
Watch me, boys. We win this.
I am. They may eat you.
Fighting! Bring me!
Get killed!
Yes!
FaZe, Falcons, Aurora, and Gaming Gladiators are your last 4 winners. And after 8, we still don't have a champion. Match point continues with game number 9 coming up in just a minute. But right now, we've got a little bit of a halftime where we can catch up with some of our analysts and a special guest who will be joining us. I'm Rain Day, of course. Jayhawk here next to me. Zephyr taking a break. Glitter Explosion back in on the action. And this man right here, you know, you can call him the Prince of Denmark or something. He's got something going on. I've seen him in a very nice tuxedo at a fancy event. Nasky, of course, man, thank you for joining us and spending some time. I know you would rather be playing today, but it's obviously great to have you in your insight.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm excited to be on here. Of course, I'm super sad to miss out on this finals, especially with how amazing this event is. And I was feeling really good going into this, so I really thought I'd at least be in the finals. But yeah, I mean, I'll take what I can get, and I appreciate you guys having me on board. So thank you for that.
It's awesome, man. You know, it happens. That's competing. We've all been on both sides of it, winning and losing, and different things in life, and this just happens to be that moment. But we move on. We go ahead. A lot of teams as well will be feeling a little bit more dejected because they had a chance to win $600,000 this last one. They didn't get the job done. It was Gaming Gladiators who stopped them all and got to match point, and now are in a position to end it. They're also in a great position in the club championship as well, Jayhawk, which is a huge motivation for teams like that.
Absolutely, and with $7 million on the line, that's a big deal. Gaming Gladiators, if they could win an Apex Legends, not only would it be historic for EMEA being their first ever championship, but it would be big for the org in the club championship.
We're so close, Lauren, to that being a big deal, but I kind of want to, just because it is EMEA, and we do have Nasky here, get your thoughts on what it would mean for EMEA to hoist this trophy. Anybody in that region, you all have played so well this tournament.
Oh, I could talk about this topic for a while.
Okay, well, don't, because we've got like 30 seconds. But no, seriously, what do you think?
No, but funny enough, 3 months ago, I talked with my coach, Don, and I told him In 6 months, that's what it takes for EU to be tied with NA.
Oh.
And in a year from that, EU is going to overtake NA. And it all stems back from when EU, obviously, like with the unfortunate war that happened in Ukraine, and Russia and CIS, some of the CIS countries got banned from competing, which is pretty much half of our region. And since then, EU was on a downhill decline because we couldn't find as much competition, we couldn't grow as much. But slowly you see all these Russian competitors come back into it, and we have these amazing teams like Aurora and DMS who are just, like, I mean, you look at them, they're playing insane today. So it basically helps elevate the whole region. And seeing EU do this good right now isn't that much of a surprise for me. If anything, it's a surprise that's happening earlier rather than later.
Wow, what an amazing showcase as well of all the factors that come into play, Lauren, of getting yourself ready for a tournament like this. And also, we mentioned it with South America, but EMEA's going through the same thing, leveling up the region. The better competition, the more players are doing this on this stage consistently, the better your entire region is going to get.
And we've seen that reflected from the very beginning of the competitive Apex Legends scene to where we're at here today on EWC. I mean, even when we're taking a look at the series rankings, I know we've been focusing on our match point teams. Now we've got GG joining that mix, another team there on match point. But even so, behind them, we still have Alliance by only 1 point. We saw both of our South American teams. They've been playing hyper aggressive. They're going for those kills to even keep themselves in the discussion.
I think we're seeing a lot of parity in this EWC, and it's a fantastic thing to see, a really timely thing to see. We do have another LAN coming up in just a few weeks, so great for all these players who are going to be competing there. Let's get over into what happened in these games, though. We had 4 that went by. We left you with still only no teams on match point. Well, now we have at least 4 teams on match point again. Let's walk through the past 8, at least the back half of this 8. It started off with a FaZe Clan win here. Nasky, Synetic, Arctic, Nags, that's been a great story. You've teamed with Nags before. You've got experience with him. What do you think about FaZe Clan when that comes to mind, how they're playing?
I think FaZe Clan is one of those teams you don't expect. Because you look at Synetic, their IGL. A year ago, he was in Challenger Circuit, right, trying to make a name for himself. I know, I mean, for the people who know, the people that actually know, there has been some funny moments with Synetic, people not thinking that he was that good, but now he's really proven himself, and we spoke about this among some of the EU teams. We spoke about Synetic actually becoming the next up IGL in Europe, and
wow.
And from the start of this pro league, I actually consider him to be the top 3.
Yeah.
So he's showing himself. Arctic, a mouse and key anchor player. No one really also expects much from him, including me, and I was like, I've been proven wrong, and I'm happy. I'm happy for that, because he's of course EU, and I gotta support him. He's been playing out of his mind, and Nags, my previous teammate, amazing player. Yeah. We didn't team with him for other reasons. It's not like he was the issue or anything like that. When he played with us, he was also an amazing player, and to see him be, I think he had in the group stages, he had 3,000 more damage than both of his other teammates. He was playing amazing in it. I think he even top fragged in the lobby.
Well, I mean, one of
it's a good team.
Yeah, it's a great team. I mean, these guys have been great since, you know, coming in Made in Heaven in Los Angeles. Now, obviously, with the representation of FaZe. But I just want to switch your attention to Falcons. Obviously, super team. We've been talking about them. They're on match point. Had a chance to win it twice now. What goes on in your mind as a pro in the position of having these opportunities slip by, especially with the caliber of a team like Falcons? Just water under the bridge, go again, or does this actually start to weigh on them?
Well, I've been in the same situation before, and I wouldn't say it starts to weigh on you. Once you reach that momentum and you have those points and stuff like that, there is not much that can remove the momentum from them, even when losing a winning opportunity. But yeah, it is a let's go again type of vibe, and of course losing this type of stuff feels bad. But when you are that much ahead in points as they are right now, it's not detrimental on your impact and on your performance.
Okay, and with all these teams starting to reach match point, how big is the circle pull? Because obviously a lot of the teams that we've seen win, it was a circle pull that was relatively close, but then Reject Winity all the way from staging when Acclimatizer won. So going into this next game, how much should we be paying attention to how close the ring is to the teams that are obviously on match point?
I actually love that question. There's so much nuance to it. And typically you would have, you know, if you have zone 2, you could pick the best spot, and usually that you just go from there. However, there's certain cases, I want to say like Skyhook, like Stacks, where there are so many possible spots to get.
Right.
Even if you were to land in Skyhook and it's a stacked zone, you could come in really, really late, and usually there's a building free. Especially with Valk not being in the meta, there's a lot of stuff you can, you can luck out, whatever you want to say it. So in zones like that, it doesn't really matter that the zone is on you, but then you have zones like at the top of my head, I want to say Down Beast. Down Beast is you have like certain 7 spots, 8 spots, 9 spots that are accessible, especially due to checkpoint allowing for an evac rotate where you can pick and choose whatever spot you want. But once those spots actually do get filled out, it is extremely hard to win one of those zones coming in late.
And then in that same vein, obviously this is a little bit different than what we're typically used to because we're alternating maps every map. It's not 2 and 2. So when you have teams on match point, what does that map change do to your play style once you're at that spot, knowing that you could be winning the next game?
Oh, changing the maps one by one is a super underrated, amazing thing. And I've not even thought about this, but seeing it in play now is amazing because it can refresh your stuff, right? If you die off drop or die early or just have a stinker, then you can refresh everything. Like it feels like you were just starting the tournament when you get that map change, especially when it happens that often. It's actually so good. And I think we won't see anyone reach a slump. I hope not. I mean, 8 games have passed already, but I would assume this would mean no one reaches a slump because they can always reset mentally.
Great point.
Yeah.
Game 8 here, obviously, you know, when you look at Gaming Gladiators, they're a team that's been so good across all of EWC. Esports World Cup is a major thing. You know, NIP, I think, are eligible in it, but I'm not sure how much they've gotten so far on the leaderboard. But for Gaming Gladiators, there's literally $4 million potential dollars on the line for that club. That is massive. That win gets a lot of momentum towards them. We'll see if they can continue that on World's Edge. And if you have any thoughts on that, that's fine. But I'd actually rather spend some time seeing if you like fortune telling. You like fortune telling? Like those little cookies, you know, at the end of...
Yeah.
All right. Well, you're going to be our fortune teller here. We're going to bring this map up. And I want Nasky to tell us what's going to happen in this upcoming game. In fact, they're letting you off a little easy. They're not going to bring the map up. They say, okay, just give us a general thought. What is the expectation here? Are we ending next game? And what do you think is going to happen?
Okay, so we have a World's Edge. First of all, let me try to, you know, get the foundation right.
Listen,
and then
man, you know,
take it from there.
Yeah, you might want to give a generic enough answer to be right.
Okay, wait. We have a World's Edge.
Okay, yep.
We have seen a lot of southern pools near Siphon and Tree.
Okay.
And those zones are really, really good for Siphon.
Okay.
What else? Okay,
he's cooking.
We have, I want to say those are the majority of the zones. We haven't seen any, there's no climatizer zones, there's been a few survey epi zones. But I kind of want to say Gaming Gladiators might have a good game.
Okay.
But when you do have those zones that end near POI Tree and Siphon zone, and they do obviously land Siphon in this finals, because we aren't there, that's a different topic. But one thing that Siphon is not good at is that when you have those zones near you, which normally everyone would assume is a good thing, if you don't have the beacon, you can't rotate for other beacons because everyone is coming into you.
Yeah.
So if you don't have that beacon and you have that zone near you, it's actually the worst case possible.
Wow.
Okay. So 66% beacon spawn rate. Let's see if GG can roll the dice and get lucky with it.
Well, you heard it there from our resident fortune teller, Nasky, who's joining us on the desk. Glitter Explosion, Jayhawk, myself, Randy. We're going to take a break because the action continues at the Esports World Cup. Game 9 and maybe a champion.
Well, in Apex Legends, there's not too much you can guarantee, but there's one thing that always seems to happen when we expect it least, and that is that we have one more game, at least, of Apex before we crown our champions. What a insane and crazy end it was to that game. Seeing all of our match point teams drop one after another, to leave us in a position where one more game is what we need to decide if it's going to end here, if it's going to end now, or if we're going to keep this thing going.
And that's why it's the best format in the world, ladies and gents, because we do have at least one more game, if not two. Make it 3, who knows?
Make it 4.
At this point, with how this lobby has been. 5 teams on match point, 5 teams with a chance to become the champions here at Apex Legends at Esports World Cup. But there is still teams chasing. Alliance 1 point away, FaZe 3 points away, Elevate Bleed 6 points away. If we don't get it done here, 3 more teams could be joining match point.
And one team, of course, who did join match point with a chance to win it is the EMEA team, who have come into this event and into this season and surprised so many with the consistency of their performances. It's going to be Gaming Gladiator, the team that's on your screen right now. And let me tell you, the Lava Siphon drop for them is going to be a good one, because we are heading down to Tree.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is coming all the way down to the bottom of the map. Tree and Guild Esports are going to lap this one up. And when you look at teams that could potentially win and change things and take us to another match, Guild Esports have a good opportunity here dropping at Tree.
They certainly do. One thing I will say is, like, there's a cruelness about this zone as well. Alliance, who finished 1 single solitary point short of match point in that previous game. 1 kill, 1 placement. They didn't, who cares how they got it? They didn't get it. And now they have great prio to this zone. So that's one that's going to sting for them. If they were on match point and they saw that zone pop up, they would be celebrating and jumping up and down, maybe not in their seats, but certainly in between the ears.
I'm not sure there's a ring console for Alliance, though. It looks like 2 survey beacons they've got access to down at Thermal Station. Guild Esports, though, at Tree should have that information and should be able to play for a priority position. EXOClan from Harvesters are moving very fast, and you've also got to remember, Team Liquid down at launch site have the chance to move very quickly to this zone if they have a ring console. You can see a survey beacon near, but remember, it was down at Dome last time. It doesn't look like there's a ring console available for Liquid here.
Yeah, we'll have to double check that. They did actually have a ring console down at Dome, so that information would have been collected, or should have been collected, but by the looks of things, they might not have hit it. So we'll have to wait and see what the play actually is coming in from Team Liquid. You need to get a very interesting one,
right? You need to get blue first, right? Aguirres has to get blue on fuse before you can even hit that. So there's not a chance for them to hit the ring console, but they are moving in the right direction regardless. And this is still where initial zone knowledge can come into play here. Some of these IGLs know exactly where this zone is pulling, sometimes just with a little bit of information.
Well, it looks like they know where the zone is going, and it looks like Team Liquid have a great spot to play. Now, pros and cons of this. Great rotation. This is where the end zone is going to be pulling, but they do have those white armors, which makes this very difficult to hold down for the long game. So they're going to have to output some damage. There's no Evo harvesters around them, and they're certainly not going to be able to leave and go and get some due to the fact that there's so many teams already taking residence in and around Tree. EXOClan you saw on your screens right now, but moving away from where that zone is going to be ending and heading over to Geyser, because there's an interesting build-up of teams here. We've got e-xolos, Laser, and LGD Gaming having a little bit of an engagement here, a little bit of a poke at each other.
Yeah, and there's also potential as well for GHS to get involved and Elevate Bleed, because they're all going to be rotating on that eastern side. And once you hear that damage, there is potential for kills as well. And you know, kills means points, and points is what a lot of these squads need if they want to be getting up to match point. One thing I will say for some of the teams that are rotating late and on edge that are already on match point, you are going to have a major shield advantage going into this late circle. Because we've seen so many teams move early here, there's going to be a lot of grays, a lot of blues you're going up against.
I just want to quickly reiterate, if you're just joining us right now and you're wondering where we are in the tournament, the teams that are on match point, which would mean if they win this game, they will be crowned your tournament champions. We are looking at Team Liquid, Mizuchi, Aurora, Gaming Gladiators, and Team Falcons as the teams who have crossed the 60-point threshold, and if they win this next game, will be crowned your champion.
It sounds easy, right? But that's the thing with the match point format. All it takes is one of those teams outside of the top 5 to just finally find their form, finally find that victory, and then we end up going into a match 10. Now, historically, we do tend to end around the 7 to 9 mark. It's rare we get further than that. But if you go historically further back into Apex Legends, it does get a little bit dicey with how far you can go in these games.
Well, you got to remember as well, this team's chasing down match point as well. GHS, one of those teams, quite off the pace at the moment and already lost one player. It was Elevate Bleed who did get that kill and managed to convert it as well. So that's going to be a point to them, and they are closing in on 60 points themselves. Elsewhere, the team who could close it out right here, right now with a win is going to be Aurora. It was fascinating to watch them in that last game as they were one of the teams that just seemed to fall after another patch point team went down and then another. But this has been a great return to form for them here in Riyadh.
I think that both Aurora and Falcons have a real chance here with their rotations and with their pathing to be able to gain a big shield advantage and have a real stab at some of these teams that are going to be holding some of the priority positions. You've just got to be brave, and I think that when you're on match point, sometimes you don't take that risk. Sometimes you're not going to be trying to take a position off of someone because you're scared of giving up the spot that maybe you've had gained earlier because of that match point situation.
Well, it looks like an evac play is about to be called in here, although maybe it's just a little bit of a change of plan as Zero will say to Hal, put that thing away. And it's going to be a foot race essentially through the choke towards Thermal Station, where they will continue on their path back to where we believe this game is going to be ending, over by Tree. And you can see the team starting to stack up already. LG in that top building. You've got Alliance who are playing the choke and playing the train station actually the other side of the building. You've got DMS inside a zone as well. We saw Team Liquid earlier, what they were doing, and Alliance. I mean, you've got to feel for them a little bit here. Being so close yet so far away has been the story. We said this right at the start of things. It's they watch other teams get to match point, and by the time that they hit it, the tournament ends. Is it going to be the same situation again for Alliance? Is there going to be another tournament that's just a disappointment?
Well, if Alliance want to have a stab at winning this entire thing, they'll have to win this map. At least that's how they'll feel, to deny one of those 5 teams that are on match point. By the way, outside of maybe Team Falcons who are about to cross into the zone, there are only 3 or 4 other teams that are not within this next circle. And that's how compacted it is, really, down at Tree. And the zone is going to continue to pull down towards Tree. There's not going to be any sort of crazy shift north, so everyone who committed down to that south side will be rewarded for committing early. But then it's about the zone 4 shift for me. That's when you're going to see the biggest difference as we see our first team eliminated, and it's going to be Blacklist International taken down by FaZe Clan, who will find themselves now on 60 points. They will cross that match point threshold, but remember, if they win here, they will not win the tournament. They have to go into the next match to be able to get it done.
However, Team Liquid will win the tournament if they win here, so congratulations to FaZe. They have essentially done their job of getting themselves into a position now where, obviously, if they can stop the other teams who are on match point winning, they can have a shot at winning this tournament themselves. And a huge amount of prize money, of course, $600,000 is going to go to that team who takes home first place. First in points at the moment, but essentially tied for opportunity is the team on our screen right now, traveling all the way from Trials and Sky West towards where they find themselves right now. Well, of course, talking about Team Falcons, everybody alive at the moment. And they're about to potentially engage here with EXL.
As soon as one fight breaks out within this zone, there's going to be a lot of teams adding to that damage as well, looking to try and maybe capture some of those points that are available that wouldn't typically be without those fights already happening. For Mizuchi, they're on the southeast side, and they do have to walk into this zone. They're not safe in this building. And I'm wondering if they're even going to be safe further into that terrain ahead of them as well. There's not much cover. They might have to look to try and take the RV. But for now, they can wait and see where this zone goes a little bit and see if anyone plays for anything aggressively around them.
It's a really interesting zone, actually. Just looking at our map overhead here, and there is so many teams already inside a Tree who have taken up all the real estate, all the buildings. Playable spaces at a premium at the moment, and if you are the likes of Aurora, Falcons, who are arriving late, who are on match point at the moment, getting into this zone is going to be so tough, let alone going on to win this game. So keep that in mind. If they manage to pull off something miraculous here, it would be a win that certainly was earned.
Well, what Falcons have done is been able to manipulate the map in a way where they've been able to dodge about 3 or 4 teams who were on the north and actually take a place on the northeast side of the zone. As we get a pause just to sort out any potential technical difficulty for any of these players. And that does mean that, you know, everyone gets a little breather here. Remember, only one team has been eliminated so far. That's Blacklist International. Aside from that, a full lobby, full squads, 57 players, 19 teams, and the majority of them are already in Tree.
Yeah, make sure that we don't give away too many positions and what teams are where at the moment, just in case, like you said. I like how you phrased it earlier. One of the headphones has just slipped off an ear inside the arena. Oops. Happens.
Look, Jumbo's fiddling.
Yeah. Not going to happen, Jen. Falcons fans out in force today in the finals as well, supporting their boys. But I always find it funny, like match point it's such a wonderful format because of the unpredictability of it, right? You have to work so hard to win a tournament, but most importantly, you have to win a game of Apex Legends, which is what the game is built upon. But we came out of the booth early and we were like, we thought we were done. You know, it was jackets off, we sat down, we were like, listening to Vicky and Genome, and we expected the games to be done and dusted, but I think it shows the quality of the lobby. Even when we have multiple teams sat up on match point, getting that win is so tough, and it almost feels like you're going to look back on moments where, was it the Kraber shot that didn't connect that cost Falcons that game? Because if the Kraber shot does connect, one of those bullets, they kill Alliance, they have a walk-in, they still have that Kraber. Maybe it's their tournament, but maybe it's ifs and buts. They don't win you tournaments. It's about getting the job done, and those opportunities don't come along too often.
Certainly when you look through the group stage results, Falcons were incredible at finding wins, but it's a very different lobby in the group stage. There's a few teams that may be looking a little bit lackluster. Here in the finals, every fight you have to work extremely hard for. Nothing is given to you in this lobby.
Well, the game is back underway here. The pause is going to be unpaused. And I just want to give a quick mention to Lufka, by the way. He was part of course, the team who were on the receiving end of the famous howl coming down from the heavens as they crept up to try and win a land themselves, and they find themselves on match point. So this is a chance maybe for redemption for Lufka.
I'm sure all three of those players who were on the receiving end of it have been thinking about it. Maybe some sleepless nights, even now.
I can only apologize.
A moment in history, but for the wrong reason, sadly. Now, Aurora continuing to just try and find a space to play right now. There's a lot of rock formations they can use as cover for now. It's about where they go from here. And we're about to get some more zone information that will give us a big indication of how this final circle is going to look. And it's going to pull slightly away from Tree, back up to the north side, which is good news for a lot of the late movers like Aurora, because when you do arrive, at least there is less teams to try and break through to get into that zone.
Well, here's a stat for you, right? To give you an overlay right now, we saw a few moments ago so many teams who were on match point. Some were inside the zone, some were outside of the zone. Right now, as it stands, there are 0 of our match point teams inside of where that zone is going to be pulling. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of time left for them to make that rotate and fight their way through it, but I think it just shows that everybody's going to have to work extremely hard as Aurora now make their play. This is a little bit of a Hail Mary because they don't have too much info on where the playable spaces are going to be.
Where do you go here
for the RV? Is he going to be free?
You hope for something,
it's
you
free.
Find an RV to work with, but now this is where the nades come in. And this is where lack of a Watson can hurt, because you can get peppered if you're not careful, but it looks like they've been able to stabilize. No one is going to overcommit to grenades right now, and Aurora have been allowed free entry into the zone here.
Aurora with good armors to work with as well. So you mentioned quite rightly, no Watson in the composition is going to make it difficult to hold down the RV, but having a huge amount of Evo on those armors is going to mean they can soak up just a little bit more damage. Mizuchi now making their approach to Tree from launch site. The team in front of them that's holding them out, another match point team. It's going to be Team Liquid.
Chance to hit some shots for Yanya and Team Liquid, who have looked incredible today. Remember, if you go down at this point with 5 teams on match point, you'd assume surely someone else is going to get the job done. You cannot afford to fall early here. And that's why Liquid just backing off slightly. They don't want to overcommit to this. Unless you get any real damage, you're very reluctant to commit to a fight.
Liquid are currently holding the entirety of that building structure, by the way, so I think the Mizuchi want to try and force them away. There's some big damage, flesh damage as well, and Waltzy almost gets the pick with that Hemlock. Sweet in the kill feed as well, he's taking down Hackis. And I have not seen Alliance manage to convert 1 point to get onto match point yet. Now they do get it by the looks of things. Alliance, thanks to the kill and the finish from Effect, will hit 60 points and will be up to match point, even though they have just been eliminated.
Alliance just scraped over the threshold. Dragons Esports just been eliminated as well. So now 19 squads down to 17 as things start to pick up here. The action's starting to get a bit faster, and FaZe Clan also eliminated. But remember, they hit match point as well. They just need to hope they will get a chance to play for it in match 10.
Luminosity Gaming also will fall down 5 squads now in this lobby. Gaming Gladiators playing up on this high ground will have to, of course, drop down at some point to get a little bit closer to that zone. But speaking of which, it's Aurora who are making a play from the RV up onto the tracks thanks to the zipline from the Pathfinder, and they're getting knocks, they're getting kills, they want to take a command in space.
Finally, we're at the conclusion of this fight as well. It's Liquid with the damage, and it's going to be Mizuchi on the receiving end of it, and Liquid should and will take down Mizuchi. That's one of our match point teams falling, but at the hands of another.
Team Liquid with a huge win on the southern side of this zone, eliminating a fellow match point team. Back to Aurora then. And as you can see, they're not going to be safe where they are when that zone closes. However, they have such a good vantage point to clear out one of the sides of the zones. All red Evos as well. Aurora are looking dangerous here.
Can Aurora be the first EMEA team to lift a trophy at LAN in Apex Legends? Certainly looking to do a lot of damage to SSG, who are in the RV they previously occupied here.
Well, the damage wasn't big enough for them to play off of. You can see Twisted Minds just lost a player thanks to a knock in the kill feed as well. Falcons and Aurora all of a sudden a little bit closer together than we thought they would be a few moments ago. And look at the space now that Team Falcons have. Everybody who was in tree is now in front of Team Falcons. If they can clear a couple of teams just around them, then they might have an opportunity here to have the rest of the lobby in front of them.
Well, Aurora, it's gone from bad to worse because they've lost 2 and it could be the 3rd here. Another match point team potentially going down.
Kajak's got a clutch here. Kajak, the new pickup, barely any HP to work with. The Doc drone goes out and he's going to pop a shield barrier. Fnatic doing a little bit of damage here as well. But he is going to be the solo player here for Aurora, and it looks like we might have another match point team falling. Aurora will be eliminated. Twisted Minds eliminated now. It's GG, Team Liquid, and Falcons who can get it done now.
Falcons are under duress, though. There's a lot of pushing coming out of the opposition team here, but great damage from Jeff Burton. But it is replicated here as Hal tries to follow up.
Hal's hot, following up though, and Hal will get the final kill. SSG. They'll be eliminated in the meantime as Hal steps forward. e-xolos later will go down and Falcons keep their dream alive.
Falcons can reset. Fnatic are not pushing them, so they will still hold the northeast side there. Elsewhere, Elevate Bleed also go down here as GG have lost 2. It's another match point team who are looking like their backs are against the wall.
Well, Light's inside his zone here, but he has no friends to help him along the way. It would have to be a monster solo performance for GG to call themselves champions here. Elsewhere, inside a zone, EXO-Clan still find themselves there. Team Liquid down to 2 as they've lost Jaguares on the rotate here. Nirzo and Yanya, it's up to you.
Worth noting, the only healthy team are Team Falcons right now. They're on match point. They have the chance to win. Let's jump into a listen-in with Falcons.
It's not in zone. I have ult. Moving forward by myself. You want to come? I'm coming. I'm pushing with you. I have fuse on 15. Heavy. Put a bat, no more bats. Chill. I didn't take up. Okay. Dropping your red top. I've no more bats. Can you drop me bats? Yeah, here. Finishing. Yeah, good bot. One smoke. Okay. Are they going to fight right side at all? No.
They're like chilling on the rock right now.
Falcons sounding pretty calm, pretty composed, and in the meantime, the biggest takeaway, Dan, Team Liquid were eliminated as well. So now it's GG as a solo, and Falcons who can win this thing.
Match 10 could be on the horizon if Falcons cannot convert this game, or if Light cannot pull off an absolute madness as a solo here for GG. In the kill feed, EXO have just lost 1 as well. 8 squads now remain. Make it 7 because GHS will fall, as do EXO-Clan. So it's 6 teams left. Falcon, they cross 100 points as they close in on a real opportunity to take this tournament.
Falcons won't care about how many points they have. They only care about one number, and that is first place. That is becoming a championship-winning team once again. 0 with the damage. Fnatic eliminated in the meantime. We're down to 5, and 0 has to pop that bat.
Who's going to be the savior for the rest of the lobby here? Who wants to step up and dare challenge a Team Falcons who look ruthless with their pushes at the moment? There is good damage coming out of DMS and LGD onto Falcons right now, and Falcons do have to go through both of them to get to this final zone.
Let us move here.
Taking gatekeeping to an all-new level. This is through the gates of hell for Falcons, but can they make it through? And if they do, then maybe, just maybe, this could be the game for them. Zero makes the play, trying to take the high ground. Finds a team across from them, but the damage isn't huge. How's going to follow it up here? The zone will close and Falcons will be forced to move.
This team was built for a reason, and for reasons just like this, for a moment just like this. Can they actually convert this one, though? Because there is a lot of teams looking at them right now. Do the other squads have any idea of this being Falcons? That would be my question. And don't forget, there is still an individual left from Gaming Gladiators.
Zone moves. And it's time to make your move. The bang ult will go down from Zero to try and force these teams away. But Falcons, they were burning thanks to the ultimate coming in from the fuse. Now there's a bang ult for them to try and chunk as well. Zero's doing damage himself. GG are gone. GG are gone. Falcons are the last remaining match point team.
It's Falcons versus 3, but Gen falls. Hal and Zero, hand in hand. What can you do together?
It's DMS doing the damage. 4 squads remaining. Jim Burn holding that knockdown shield. Trying to do what he can to keep his team alive. They're going to try and stick the res here.
Surely
the
not.
EMP goes down.
Surely not.
Can Falcons get Jim back to their feet? Yes, they do.
It's a second chance, a bite of the cherry here for Falcons, and they're back to a full 3, but the zone is closing here. Someone needs to shoot them, but no one is. Gen falls again.
Gen will fall. Zero will fall as well. And it's up to the CEO. A man who has pulled off so many famous rap plays in his time, and I tell you what, there might be another one here. How? Barely any armor to work with. Gonna get the shield swap, but here comes the challenge, and we will go again! We will go again here in Riyadh!
As DMS cross the match point threshold, and DMS keep us going! It's a match 10. It's another team onto match point, and this tournament will not end here and now.
DMS will claim victory and make Apex fans around the globe wait a little bit longer to crown our champion at the Esports World Cup. That was insane, that endgame. Absolutely nuts.
It was my worry when I saw where that zone was shifting and the rock formations that allowed the two teams just to watch over Falcons and force them to make a wide rotation. It was going to be so tough. But DMS and Guild and LGD, they all held strong to keep Falcons out. Tried as they might to get into that zone, but boy were they not allowed. And now it means that DMS joined them. I'm fairly certain Elevate Bleed joined them on match point as well. This is going to be insane going into match 10.
So many moments in that endgame where you're looking at Team Falcons and knowing what's happened with Hal in the past, with TSM, where these things just happen. Things just start going their way, and they turn it into a championship victory. Well, the craziest thing about that was they felt like there were those moments. Jim Burton gets back on his feet. Hal managed to climb up and crouch behind an entire team. You're like, wait, surely not. But it was not to be, as we now see 10 teams, half of the lobby is now on match point.
Well, if you want to see more Apex Legends after match 10, then you're looking at 11th through 20th and saying who can find a win over any of those teams in the top 10.
Well, if you're crazy enough to think about leaving, it's only going to be for a few moments. We are going for a break, but we keep things going here in Riyadh.
Найс, медленно. Из дома сейчас пойдут. Катушка, есть подут?
Нет.
Из дома сейчас пойдут еще.
Фокус дом, нет?
Да, погоди.
На мне стоит.
Окей, жду.
Вот тут. На мне, прямо на мне, Лева.
Понимаю, я хилюсь, похуй.
Дом, Игорь.
3 склада, ребят. Борем дом. Осторожно. Хилюсь. Кракнул. Нокнул.
А дом
скачали, блядь! Нормально, я хилюсь. Я липку дал вот так. Да, окей. Они въебались! Сир 100! Топ-2, падайте, парни! Сир на мне лата, дай! Лучше! Хорошо!
That is what it is all about here at the Esports World Cup. Apex Legends, I mentioned earlier how it has captured the imagination and the hearts of so many here in Riyadh. Well, you can say that again, essentially, right? It has been an incredible match point finals where we now have half of the lobby crossing the 60-point threshold to give themselves the chance and lifting that thing up, calling himself a champ.
My question is, who will put that key in the trophy? Whose key will be crushed? Because 19 of those bad boys are getting smashed up after this one. Only one can be placed within the trophy. There are 10 teams on match point. And if we do want to see a match 11 here, if you just love Apex Legends and you want another game, then you're looking at someone in the bottom 10. Now, there are a couple of squads in here that could do that. If you look at the history of Apex, the history of this tournament, Twisted Minds, LG, Exoclan, Fnatic, SSG, there's still big teams there, Mark.
Yeah, just you pick anyone. Basically, at this point, it's like anyone in this lobby feels like they have the ability to win a game. But Falcons, when you're looking at the points overall, they've been the most consistent when it comes to putting those numbers up. Now, DMS, they get the win on World's Edge. Now we're going to see a change of scenery once more, and it's time to head back to Storm Point. I mean, look at the previous winners. Aurora with 2, GG with 2 as well. EMEA standing up as DMS also doing it for the EMEA region. And FaZe Clan as well. I mean, been an amazing performance from EMEA, the strongest in quite some time.
But I bet a lot of those teams are saying, well, I wish that win had come after we'd got match point, right? It's all well good having 2 wins, getting 2 match point, but can you get the job done now that the pressure is on? We go back to Storm Point. Liquid had the chance with a barometer zone at Storm Point before, but surely we won't see a 3rd barometer zone in a row on Storm Point, right?
Just to let everybody know, you can't see us on camera right now, but Dan looked me straight in the eyes when he said that and lifted one eyebrow, a little bit like The Rock does. So, mate, if it's a barometer zone, well, send your
complaints.
I'm not going to say complaints or positivity, wherever it is, words, to Dan Gaskin on social medias. Anyway, let's turn our attention back, right? Storm Point. We've seen tournaments, of course, be finished here on Storm Point. We've seen some of the most famous moments in Apex history on Storm Point. As it looks like we are ready to see that beautiful scenery once more. Everybody lock back in. This thing won't end.
Well, we said in the previous days it was 10 matches. And we said, well, it's not going to be 10 matches this time. We go to match point format. We'll probably finish in 7, maybe 8. But no, we have reached 10 yet again here at Esports World Cup.
And just to put it in perspective, what's on the line for these players? Imagine it's a 3v3 to win this tournament. 2 match point teams facing off against each other. It's a $225,000 difference between coming first and second. That is the pressure these players are under right now. It is insane. $600,000 for winning a game. If you're a match point right now, $600,000 is on the line.
I mean, just the difference between 3rd and 5th is $100,000, by the way. And if you're sitting in 3rd place right now, you're thinking, well, I've got the opportunity to win this entire thing. But at the same time, if we were to see Falcons get a victory or Liquid get a victory, we're still in a good position for a lot of money. But for the teams that are a little bit further down, there's still an insane amount of prize money to be gained by just a few positions here.
I mean, just getting into this lobby, you guarantee yourself $12,000. So, $12,000. So getting through to the finals is one thing, and it just steps up and up and up, of course, until you hit that $600,000 prize for claiming that championship. It's doesn't get bigger than this, Dan. Really doesn't.
Some of the best teams in the world here, but some of them are still not on match point. And I think everyone now who is on match point knows that more than likely it's going to finish here at 10. The odds are not on your side if you're thinking we are going to go further than that.
Well, if you see one of the following teams win this next game, then it is done. They will be the champions here at Esports World Cup. Team Falcons, Gaming Gladiators, Aurora, DMS, Guild Esports, who I feel like we haven't even mentioned, Mizuchi, Team Liquid, FaZe Clan, Alliance, and Elevate got onto match point as well.
And we have to give credit to Guild Esports. Remember, they started this day with no advantage points. They came from the last chance qualifier and had to claw their way back into this lobby, and clawed they have.
Well, there's some of the broken keys for the teams who unfortunately haven't made it to this stage of the tournament. There might be a few more to add if we do wrap up our tournament in this next game, but that space inside, that's what the one you want to place your key in. That's what the one you want to lift above your head, and that's the one that you will have to lift above your head if you call yourself a champ.
And of course, there's still the club championship to be thinking about on top of all of this. At the moment, Team Falcons lead the club championship with victories across the board and also the most points right now. They could put themselves in an insane gap ahead the rest of the organizations, the rest of the clubs, if Falcons were to win here in Apex Legends.
For the bottom half of the teams at the moment who haven't managed to cross the match point threshold, it's all about getting there and giving yourself a chance. But with 10 teams, that's right, you heard me right, 10 teams over half of the lobby now finding themselves on match point, it almost feels like somewhat of a distant dream, but with some of the things we've already seen in this tournament, in this grand finals, Dan, wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me if we're going to match 11.
Well, we are unpausing and we are into the dropship and we are out of the dropship. It's match 10. Apex Legends at Esports World Cup. It is the chance to cement yourself in esports history with a win here, but it still could go further. 10 teams are still yet to reach match point.
Guild Esports on your screen right now. They managed to cross into the match point bracket, I'm going to call it, group of teams, whatever you want to call it, where if they win this next game, they will be your champs. And I think what a story it is, right? The return of MT. He steps back into the competitive landscape. He picks up 2 players who he said he felt were inexperienced. And from that, takes them through the LCQ into one of the 2 qualification spots that was available, and now with a shot at winning the whole thing. We did see a knock coming in here on SSG, by the way, and Elevate Bleed, they managed to convert.
Yeah, Elevate Bleed just having a little look towards SSG and saying, well, if you're going to drop this close to us, there is a chance for us to get some kills. And they do put one potentially on the board here. But now I'm looking at where the zone's going to be going, because that's going to tell us a big story at who has some of the best positions for this next circle and for this next game. And at the moment, it does look like we're going kind of back towards Barometer, but I will say maybe more Jurassic here, right? There's not as much Barometer in this one.
It's a Barometer zone, everybody, is what Dan is trying to say. It does look like we're going back that way. Now, I get what you're saying, but I don't want to pull the wool over anyone's eyes. It is looking like another Barometer zone here on Storm Point. Team Liquid on match point. It's their POI, and it's not the first time they've had this opportunity. Team Falcons as well, we know they love these Barometer zones. And it isn't the first time that they have been here. They did win one earlier, but this is the one that matters most.
Well, Liquid did have a ring console, so they will have confirmation that it is going to be pulling towards them again. This is the 3rd time now. The first time it pulled towards them, they hadn't got onto match point yet. It was just about getting to match point. But now this will be the 2nd time since they've crossed that threshold. And if they pass up this opportunity, they may leave this tournament kicking themselves after this one.
Well, it's crazy now. You've got to think about the mental gymnastics that's going through the heads of Team Liquid, right? We've seen them here, and they managed to get onto match point, and then they like play a different spot, which they think is going to be a priority. The zone pulls back away from where they find themselves, and now they're probably thinking, okay, zone's on us, but where do we want to play? Do we want to play the top tower of Barometer, which seems to be the play call from them for now, or do we want to try and play for the building that we thought might be God's spot of just a few games ago? It is so fascinating to watch the decisions being made, and you can see the one that Liquid have made, right? Up on the top of that tower, it's the safest place to play. They can guarantee themselves some kills.
Liquid have moved fast, Guild has moved fast, FaZe have moved fast, and Team Falcons have moved fast, by the way. Falcons already in Barometer, joining 5 other squads at this point. DMS also taking this northern choke as they continue to use the zipline to get further, deeper into Barometer and ahead of some of the teams rotating after them. We're going to have 5 of our match point teams already in Barometer here.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken as well, DMS were a team who came through the Challenger circuit to get into Pro League, and I'm sure there'll be some people out there who'll correct me if I'm wrong, but what a story it would be for them to return and claim the title here in Riyadh. Elsewhere, just looking across the map at the moment, you can see that Barometer is starting to fill up, and Falcons are filling up one of those spaces. They're playing that bunker once more as we jump over towards Command. Now, GG hitting the big evac, the big boy, to get all the way across Storm Point from high to low, and I think this is probably going to be their best chance just to gather their thoughts, just to catch their breath before they touch down.
And just as it's been quite a few times this tournament, it's another 100% pick rate on Bangalore. There are a few off-picked legends. You can see a Horizon coming to the equation there as well. We know the Lifeline's also going to be a big part of it. A Catalyst that's been chosen by Luminosity Gaming, maybe to try and give them an extra oomph as they plan for their rotation. But we jump in with GG, who at the moment are in Jurassic. Now, it is looking like it's going to continue to pull down to Barometer, but there's always that what if, right?
Yeah.
What if it does shift away? I don't think it's going to, but I've seen crazier things happen.
I love how you're planting the seed, by the way, because if it does go to Jurassic, you're a genius. It's not, though. It's going to Barometer.
It's definitely going to Barometer, and wild to see it 3 times in a row, but that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Of course, it's not the exact same zone. It is going to be a little bit further into the northeastern side of Barometer than we had seen previously. But Guild are going to be able to lock down the building they currently reside in, and with a lot of coverage from these windows, you can potentially pick up some kills.
Falcons have left quickly. You can see in the kill feed that MT has gone down. Taskmaster manages to get that pick. Elsewhere, you can see EXO having a little bit of fight themselves. Guild, you have to wonder if they're going to be able to get the res and hold off this push, and maybe it's the white armor check that's allowed DMS to think, hey, this might be a fight we can take. This is a position we can take away.
How brave are you feeling if you're just DMS? You're going to be riding a high after that victory. But are you going to push in? Speaking of pushing in, though, Elevate Bleed will be pushing in here and will be initiating some damage.
Mater's going to go down first, though, and now the flank is less affected because there isn't damage. Lou has to escape. Zach has to watch from his knockdown shield, and Noct is going to fall! And Elevate Bleed, having got to match point, will not be able to close this out now. They will fall thanks to FaZe Clan getting those kills, and FaZe, remember, they are on match point.
Twisted Minds will also fall at the same time. That's one match point team, though, eliminated in Elevate Bleed. So that takes us down to 9 as the number gets even slightly smaller. But still plenty of teams that can cement themselves in history. Now, Zone 3 will be shown to us shortly. And that's going to make a big difference. I think a lot of these buildings that people have committed to, you can get stuck in those buildings if the zone does start to shift away from you. And then you need to be thinking about what's your plan of action. And you may not even be able to plan for it right now because you're not going to get the same information that we will on our broadcast here. It's not going to change that much for now for a lot of these squads. As you can see, it will continue
it's a barometer zone
towards barometer. Please don't barrage my social media.
You said it was barometer.
Fault. I did.
Fair. I'm backing you up here.
But I did also say it's probably, like, surely we wouldn't see a third one in a row, right?
We have.
Here we are.
We're back at barometer, everybody.
It's not my fault.
Mizuchi down on that low ground. A reminder, Mizuchi are a match point as well. It was almost as if they were forgotten about, right, in that last game because they took on Team Liquid early, one of the first teams to fall out of the lobby. And now it just feels like everyone who's looking at each other is a team who's on match point, right? They're all next to each other, and it feels like almost takes the pressure off maybe some of the teams who were there and being focused. And now it's everybody just playing the game as it was designed to be played.
Well, there's only 3 teams that are outside this next zone, and they're all in the same area at the moment, may I add. Fnatic, Dragons, and Space Station are all closing into the same position, whilst everyone else is within the zone, and there could be a big fight happening on the eastern side. And here it is. Here it is. This is the big fight I was talking about.
I mean, there's explosions, there's Exhibit, and there's SSG trying to clutch. Ziny with some good damage and will retreat back to his teammates. Should be able to get the shield swap, but no! He will go down. Fnatic will fall first, though, as Koiful will get that kill. But where is the rest of Dragons Esports? Do they know where Koiful is? And Koiful got Ziny up. He's managed to get the shield swap, but it's a 2v3. And surely Dragons should be able to clean this up.
You'd think so, but there was a small moment for a reset, but it maybe won't happen. You can still see there's someone on the floor here. Gaming Gladiators were taking a peek towards this one temporarily, but they've moved back. So this is an isolated fight, and DRG definitely have the chance to shut down SSG.
Zilash is getting the information. The spray is coming in, and Space Station Gaming will be eliminated. The South American team with more kills to their name. Elsewhere, though, Aurora in trouble.
Aurora can have to try and do this as a 2 by the looks of it, if they can even get back on their feet. Zone begins to close, but it's not going to affect too many teams here because everyone's pretty much in there except Dragon Esports. But Aurora losing 1. Do they have a mobile respawn beacon? That's my biggest question here.
Jaguar is looking for some shots to line up. The respawn beacon would be nice. Does Nine Impulse have one? They're looting his body. It's an evac tower. And a ping on a Kraber. But it doesn't look like, especially from the point of view of Orain here, that they're going to have that Moby. GHS Professional will be eliminated in the meantime. 15 squads now remain.
That's another non-match point team eliminated. There is a respawn beacon right next to Aurora, by the way, but it's not exactly the easiest to access, especially one that you can sit on and not be shot. That's the biggest detriment to them here. And you'd imagine if they did have a mobile res, they would have already used it by this point. So it's about now trying to play this one out as a 2 for the time being, unless you can get to that res a little bit later.
Well, Pulverex did something pretty crazy as a 2 from that position quite some time ago in Apex Legends competitive history. Of course, that's a little bit of a different situation towards the end game, but still shows from the spot they find themselves in that all hope is not lost. GG now in a fight. Light with a little bit of damage. Maybe not the damage he was looking for, but the Bangalore ult is going to force the other team to retreat. And Lights found a Kraber here. GG making their way.
And remember earlier I said GG were kind of taking a peek at that fight between Dragon Esports and SSG. They knew there was a squad that was going to be arriving over towards Jurassic, and they did try and get aggressive on them, but Dragon Esports will retreat and say, we don't fancy taking that engagement. Maybe they heard the Kraber through the wind, as we are going to get Zone 4 information very shortly. Now, this is the one where it could change things for have you committed to the south or have you committed to the north? And it is going to be pulling south.
It's pulling out, and that is an interesting one for Team Falcons fans. Look at the road that they now have. It is treacherous and it is ugly. FaZe Clan being pushed inside of this building themselves. Nax, bit of a swing from him and good damage output as well. Should be able to buy enough time, especially with the fence going down, to get that battery popped. Arctic now looking for the stick with the Arcstar. Not going to happen. Gen goes down as well, just to give them a little bit more stability here. This is down on the south side of the zone. Blacklist International with the team trying to push them. Maybe a three-man swing here.
Well, Blacklist have got nothing to lose at this point. You think FaZe everything to lose, and they are desperately trying to defend. Great fences at the moment from Arctic just to keep them back. If one of those fences snags a player, it is so easy to just utilize the damage and the stun that is on that one individual.
Such a touchy moment here between these two teams. Nax trying to get the information, of course. The hands go up from the Seer just to see where that movement is coming in. They want to try and keep pushing this Blacklist International. They know that they have the armor advantage. They would have got those armor checks, but the Watson is making it almost impossible.
And you saw there in the hills, over the hills, it's Gaming Gladiators are arriving soon. So if this fight is elongated anymore, there's a chance for a third party here that neither of these teams will be expecting necessarily. But if you win this fight, if you can hold this southeast side, you are kind of alone there, and maybe can walk into zone as now Arctic tries to get some damage.
It's another three-man swing attempted. Arctic swings out and gets that damage down. Another fence will go down, but that one's a little bit short.
Not as good.
A couple of inches, maybe the wrong side of what it needed to be. FaZe Clan are now going to leave, though. The smokes will go down, but they're being shot in the back now. FaZe on match point, but on their back as well. Nax alongside Synetic trying to survive, but here comes the push.
It was a massive risk from FaZe to try and burst out. Can they fight tooth and nail as a two? It's just Synetic, but no. Another match team falls, and FaZe Clan now will be out. 14 squads remain.
They had to force their way in. GG are doing exactly the same thing now, but they are taking the aerial route from the top rope. Now, that bunker above them, that was where Falcons found themselves a little bit earlier, so the low ground is going to have to be played. A light. Well, you've got to hit some shots here, my son. You've got to hit some big ones and can't connect.
GG, by the way, in second place at the moment. If it was to end now, that's $375,000. But they have their eyes on the prize. They want that big $600,000 for first place. But they're all on blues. They have been able to get into zone, but the awareness of the rest of the lobby is certainly there. They were shooting them through the skies, and they know someone is below them here.
Keep your eyes on Team Liquid. Keep your eyes on Team Liquid. The edge of the top platform will be in. And speaking of being in the game, Aurora, 3 players back on the map. They've got 9 Impulse back in.
Aurora back as a full 3, but the zone continues to shift away from pretty much everyone in the lobby, may I add. Arguably the best team in the best position right now is EXO-Clan, who are not on match point. Now, a team that is Alliance, they have to move all the way from this north side. This was the most difficult shift. Anyone on the north has to now progress over these bridges, which are going to be watched very heavily by the southern teams.
It's going to be a lot of reliance on that zip line a little bit later, I think, for Alliance as well. But instead, they're going to look for a couple of kills. Effect, trying to fire through, trying to destroy the gen to make the fuse a little bit more of a problem for the team who is trapped inside. But he's got to be careful of those shields. He's got to take his time just to pop a battery here. Falcons still inside of this zone as GG will get blasted back into the game. So Respawn's been a huge influence on how this game could go. We've seen Aurora bring a player back in, and now we've seen GG do it as well. 2 match point teams getting all 3 back in.
Everyone is finding a way to get back up to the healthiest position you could possibly be. You know what's crazy about match point? In this position, some teams would say, let's play for kills, let's play for second. In match point, you can only play for the win if you are on match point. You want to be getting first. You don't want to give that opportunity to anyone else, as Unlucky takes a lot of damage as they begin to move.
Alliance moving through the hot dog. Well, are they about to be fast food for the rest of the lobby? Shots coming in from Effect. forces that team away, and now they have to plan their move. They have to make their rotate, and there is that zip line. They are going to play for that wall. They are going to play for the side and try hold everyone else elsewhere. On the other side of the main barometer structure, you have Aurora still alive and still somehow surviving. Falcons, though, they've lost 0. It's up to How and Jember, and I mentioned how this is a rough rotate for them. Well, you're seeing it now.
Well, they do have a respawn beacon, but will you get the opportunity to actually get that respawn? We've already seen 2 so far. LGD full, kill feed starting to explode as everyone's moving in. How's taken damage, so's Jember, and Falcons have fallen, and Falcons will be out of match 10.
Guild Esports fall as well, another one of our match point teams, which now puts the pressure on to Team Liquid. Alliance have gone as well, and that's another match point team falling. Liquid have the height. Liquid might just have this game in their hands, but look at Aurora. It's been a game of respawns for them, but they're still in this.
Aurora sneaking into the zone and finding a little nook or cranny to play with, but it's Liquid who hold the supreme height right now as they shut down a member from GG. It has been a difficult time for Gaming Gladiators, and it looks like it might go from bad to worse.
Yanya gets the knock onto GG. GG, of course, another match point team, now down to just 2. Speaking of which, Aurora, they might be about to have their run end here as well. Kazak, the last alive, but there's the res potentially coming in from the lifeline. Oirain can't get back up quite yet. EXL want to swing this. They know they have to swing this. There is that lifeline res. Kazak with the bot down, gets damage down, but it's going to be the end of Aurora as well. EXL take them down, and Mizuchi now, they're on the bottom, and they are still alive. They are on match point, and they're into the top 8.
8 squads remain, 4 on match point, 4 are not. A 50% chance of a match 11 here. Liquid hold the high ground, but Exo Clan hold a building, and Luminosity Gaming hold the north side of this zone, by the way, as Team Liquid continue to rain down hell from above.
Blacklist International been eliminated. In the meantime, we now have 7 squads remaining, and for Team Liquid, this kind of zone is perfect for them. They can rain down fire, they can damage and force teams into each other, but at some point there is going to be that moment where they know they will have to drop, and the question is, will they land safely, or will they land and have their hearts broken?
EXL, ExoClan, and Luminosity, the last 3 teams alive that are not on match point. GG down to 2. DMS are watching over this from the left-hand side, by the way. They're still in a pretty good position. But the zone is going to close, and everyone kind of has a place to play here. And they should be able to keep away from one another. It's going to be the next zone that forces everyone into this final fight. It's the final zone. It's 7 teams that remain, but that might turn into 6 shortly as EXL desperately try and dive in here.
Well, Team Liquid are going to be forced to do something in a minute. It's going to be a leap of faith for Team Liquid.
Danger close.
7 squads in front of them. Below them, Timmy and Co are trying to leave, but they've got some fences in front of them to work through. On the other side of
That's now shredding GG as GG might fall here. And desperately, they've tried to get back on board with reses, with repositioning, but EXL just gone down as well. Only 2 teams left now, not on match point.
GG will fall as well. We're into our top 5. And maybe, just maybe, we're coming to the end of the road here. Team Liquid, here is the leap of faith. They land, they're safe. Team Liquid have got down from that high ground, but they're taking damage. The EMP is doing damage, but Nia's always going to exchange it. He gets the knock onto Walty.
They're safe for now, but how safe is my question? Jaguar is the last to go down. Liquid fall, Mizuchi fall. DMS still alive, but they're falling as well. It's EXO, it's LG, it's 2 teams who are not on match point.
There's no way that this is going to keep going here in Riyadh. We thought Game 10 was going to get it done, but LG have got something to say about it. DMS, as A2, are pinched between Luminosity Gaming and Exo Clan. Taskmaster's got a Kraber. Taskmaster just killed Sweet and Funk. What is going on?
It's Taskmaster against the world. It's a 1 versus X here for Taskmaster.
No Kraber ammo to work with, Doran, even though he's just done something nuts. We keep it going here in Riyadh. I cannot believe what we are seeing.
If you thought 10 matches was insane, how about 11? As more teams join match point, and still no one can get it done. It's another barometer zone. Liquid can't get the job done from their POI. But EMEA stand tall and say, we want to lift that trophy.
And with that win, EXO-Clan have made it to match point. The team who was a last-minute replacement not only get to the grand final, but might be in a position to win the whole thing.
And you might be asking, well, why is the crowd erupting here? Well, of course, for Falcons fans, they watched on, watching Falcons eliminated, thinking maybe this is going to be done, but EXO keep it going and keep Team Falcons' chances of winning this alive. EXO-Clan, 24 points, 12 kills alongside it. DMS were the last hope for this to be done in match 10, by the way.
By the way, I need to go back and watch what happened for the POV of Taskmaster, because all I saw in the kill feed as we switched to his POV is Funk down, Sweet down, Kraber. He might have just collided them both.
Well, it is only 11 teams on match point, and I say only because only one team joined the 10 we had previously. And that does mean LG did not quite get there. 59 points. There are still some heavy hitters in that bottom 9 that could still keep this thing rolling.
An incredible day just keeps on getting better here in Riyadh. Game 10 wasn't enough. We've got a game 11 coming up in just a few moments. Do not go anywhere.
Ready, set, go.
We play the heady. We
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. I got see a scan. I got see a scan.
I'm here. We fine.
There might
Shoot
peek on the
left,
left.
shoot left.
Yeah.
Behind this, no nades. You come in one, shoot right,
Careful,
shoot right, shoot
careful
right.
right. Okay, yeah.
Buddy.
I don't know who the team is on the
We
right.
find, we
He
find.
knocked one.
He
He
knocked
knocked
one.
one. Is that a duo on the left or what?
It's a duo
Do
on
we
the
go?
right, duo on the
Do
right,
we
duo
go?
on the right,
Go
duo on the
flash.
right.
I'm swinging.
Cracked.
One hit. Nice. Last team. Last team. Last team.
Like one guy,
I'm
one guy, one
swinging.
guy.
I'm swinging this.
Cracked.
One hit.
Let's go! Let's go! Yes! Told you it's not a...
EXO, 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 the crowd goes wild, and we get another game of Apex Legends. It is my honor, ladies and gentlemen, to be joining you into an insane match point finals that we haven't seen before.
Once again, Swinny makes it into the finals and has an impact. Incredible last game. I mean, we got down to, I think it was like 12, 15 teams, something like that. And it seemed like there were barely any non-match point teams left alive, but they just kept going. And all of a sudden, there were 2 of them versus DMS.
We're showing you the series ranking, by the way, because we weren't expecting it to go this far, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't have this prepared for us. We were not expecting to go on to a next game. We were not expecting to get such quality Apex. Look at this, 11 teams at match point going in to game 11. Are you kidding me? LG 1 point away. More than 50% of this lobby at match point.
So we see the Barrow zones rinse and repeat on Storm Point, but now, Vicky, we go back to World's Edge. There's been a bit more variety there. Maybe we get something fresh to give a new team an opportunity to take out a win.
The crowd, the energy, the players locked in, looking at that first place $600,000 prize. They're trying to cheer, let's go Falcons. Is the morale still there is the question as we transition on to World's Edge. Tuck those barometer zones away. Moving forward, the pressure. After such close calls, I mean, we can't ignore it. Gino, the last time we were on the mic right now, the last time we were able to see this game go the distance, we only had, what, 4 teams at match point? We have 11. Let's get started, everyone. Is this it? Or are we gonna get more Apex? Find out now as we get started from the dropship.
The last time we saw 11 rounds of match point on LAN was in Poland, Vicky. That's how far back you need to cast your memory to find a series this epic.
I love Apex Esports. I love seeing the competition that we have witnessed. I cannot believe it. Since Poland, 11 games. And this, are you serious right now? This zone? How long has it been? 3 times or so? We've seen something similar where it's pulled over to the south side. And we have to talk about the teams that are gonna have this information. Liquid, who split over by Dome, Mizuchi by Stacks, Gaming Gladiators by Lava Siphon, and we can expect these teams to go in for the quick rotate. Can they keep their cool with so many other squads to meet them here at match point in this lobby?
Guild are close by and they do get the ring console. Maybe this is finally something that can go their way. Mizuchi, as you mentioned, also with the ring console. Last time we saw a southeastern zone, they actually opted to stay in Stacks for a very long time. I'd like to see them move out a little faster this time, but sometimes that is at the mercy of e-xolos laser.
Now, where that zone is north of Lava Siphon there, it does seem to gravitate towards the bridge between Siphon and the North Siphon Village. You often get some very fun zones where there's teams on either side. One will get pushed across into the bridge. Teams try and survive in that crack in the middle.
A lot of areas to coexist, like you mentioned. Imagine the northern building that overlooks Lava Siphon.
Yeah, look, shout out to the observers giving us a quick, what could be a sneak peek of the final zone here and the area around it. Of course, Gaming Gladiators, they start in Lava Siphon. They also start in second place. If the series were to end now, Vicky, they'd be pretty happy.
To get that dub, that's $600K, but the difference between first and second, what, is a $225,000 money match? Woo-hoo. Something to keep note of as we keep going through a game where so many of these squads are vying to take the dub. You can expect the gameplay to be a little different here. EXO, the winners of our previous game, to keep this series going, sitting in 8th with 66 points. That last game really elevating them and pushing the momentum in their favor. But feeling the pressure from the outskirts too. One of the few teams rocking the crypto in a lobby riddled with Watson. One of the 3 teams with the crypto, of course. Team Gladiators have already moved away from the north building of Lava Siphon to find their own building space.
Yes, since game 9, they switched over, took away the fuse and replaced it with crypto. So for the last 3 games, they have been rocking the Bangalore crypto and the Watson. An interesting composition. Very defensive. And if you find yourself in zone, as EXO do, be a very good spot for them to play. And of course, after that last victory that they pulled out to get us onto match 11, they have joined the 10 other teams on match point.
One of the best stories we've ever seen here in Apex Esports history. And the history books have not closed just yet. This is not the final chapter. Team Liquid, a team who's always come so close, but has never achieved that trophy yet. Trying to find the opportunity in South America represent for e-xolos are not at match point 48, as they are sitting on that bridge above Team Liquid.
And as we are at match 11 here, noting how it's a bit longer than some previous LAN finals we've seen, of course that means there's a lot of teams right now who are closer than they've ever been to winning at a LAN. We've had people like Falcons, like Reject Winity, closing it out before they have a chance to even think about joining the pantheon of Apex Legends LAN champions.
I mean, you'd think, right? In that last game with 50% of the lobby, you would think. The faith is still alive as also Slayers picks up some KP onto LGD. In trouble, still alive here. While FaZe Clan have completely taken over this top hill on this choke point. But so many other teams are going to be whittled away coming out of that north choke. I'm talking about the teams that are going to forcibly rotate from the Geyser side, since there is a ring console in that direction from the zone.
We've still got 20 teams alive. The bloodthirsty days and parts of this series are over. Most teams are not looking for KP at this point. They're looking for the win. Now, with Lava Siphon and the village above it available, even potentially over towards Big Mord or the Geyser, there are a lot of spots for teams to play within the next zone here. So this could be a bit of a slower game, a nice little ramp up towards the end, and zone 4 is where this is more likely to get a bit hectic.
The zone pool. And I want everybody to fix their attention onto Team Liquid and Mizuchi once Mizuchi commits to the rotate. We see the side-by-side from Space Station, who have been struggling to find their footing. Phony wants to prove the naysayers wrong, but he gets taken down. Sainu, the last one alive for a space station in a very difficult lobby. He gets one knock, but the third party, the insurance policy, may have helped him out from Blacklist. Chaco is able to get that follow-up. The third party moves in, and space station are eliminated.
Fnatic go down at the same time as well. Now, why is it those teams that are not on match point falling so early? Exactly what we said just before about them not being on match point. Here are the Falcons, still leading. Let's listen in with them.
Probably not. I think South is better. There's only 2 teams outside.
Yeah, there's like one.
They might have fought though. I think just dodge them with SMG and come on. I think we can hit map him free. Yeah. Gotta get fast.
Tree? Okay. I can put an evac. No,
there might be someone on up there.
Yeah, hopefully no one shoots. I see someone shoot.
I feel like someone's there.
I think I heard someone shoot, like tree.
I heard it siphon, I'm pretty sure, but...
Yeah, there's one tree. There's one like...
I'm taking it. Go south. Okay. I don't see anybody in the building, the big building. There's a Catalyst team here.
Head that way, fellas.
Building.
It's like high. Fly wherever you are. Fine. Catch me, bro.
I'm walking in.
I need the booster right now. Yeah, play the building. Letting go right now. Jumped off the booster.
Fuck one right here.
I guess Gondi, I guess.
Not a particularly strident call there by Zero. Unusual, but if you consider their position in this match, so many teams between them and where this zone will end. The fact that it's pulled a bit more towards Maud, towards where Alliance is sitting down in the small building outside Lava Siphon, means that if Falcons do recognize this early enough, they might be able to find some cover among the coral or down on the low ground potentially. Maybe even play from that the front office in launch site.
Yeah, in the middle of their rotate and those listed-ins too, we also saw in the kill feed phase getting engaged in a fight, bringing them down to a duo for now. Looks like they're in a lot of trouble though from afar. Another fight happening on top of this platform as Falcons see that they're getting pushed. Hal gets knocked first. This is so crazy, so detrimental, forcing Zero to back away. We saw on their faces how deflated they look, and now they've lost out on Hal. FaZe get eliminated in your feed. Our first team to go out at match point in this lobby.
Gets the Finn onto Hal. Did they not notice that there was the team above them? Getting eliminated almost immediately. I think he tried to go up the zip as I looked back, but either way, DRG are not going to let them get away after this.
Put some respect on the South American teams coming in. Have to look out here on the other side as Dragons try to take this fight, but Zero gets the knock onto Panic. This is why Zero is insane. The crowd rallied behind him. He gets another knock. One more left to go. Can he clutch it? No, he cannot. Team Falcons. The crowd completely deflated here as Dragons keep South America's dreams alive.
Team Liquid with 2. They sit on the bridge here. And the zone has pulled towards them. They don't know it yet, but they are about to give up their spot, I dare say.
Oh, EXOlos still alive. EXOlos still alive. There's a reason why we were talking about these two teams in the very beginning, because Mizuchi has height, is sandwiching Team Liquid. Let's see if they can reset here. But I mean, with the Knuckle Plus, it's going to be so difficult, just hanging by a thread in the corner.
Timmy just trying to get the damage in there. He gets the confirmation of where he is with the Arc Star, and now he's surely just going to keep throwing Knuckle Clusters until these knockdown shields fall.
Talking about the microplay that Mizuchi's doing right now is absolutely huge. It's the space that they're taking. They're denying the rotation opportunity from Blacklist that wants to go through Geyser, because one member of Mizuchi is at that choke. Another over by Big Mod looking at Luminosity while Timmy is holding a forward play. Looking at Falcons here too. We get to see the replay that cost Team Falcons life. in this game 11. Zero could not clutch it. Dragons stayed alive, and they were also, by the way, I want to pinpoint, Dragons has been able to reset on the south side of the zone that we would have otherwise seen Team Falcons.
5 of the 13 squads alive are not on match point. Still plenty of chance it could go either way here.
Let's relocate here.
In terms of the positions that we like, as the zone pulls further north, it has gone where we initially predicted, above Lava Siphon. Maybe just a little bit of concern for some of the teams who might have got that Ring 3 scan. It was a weird pull down and then up again. However, the team's betting on the North Siphon building. Oh, okay, and then it's just yo-yo back and forth, this one. So as it pulls toward the chasm, it then comes back down to our highway scene where GHS Professional, I believe they were playing on that sort of second level, the arch below the highway. Team Liquid now reset to 2 above, and Mizuchi, I think they're getting caught off guard here. It looks like Luminosity Gaming have pulled up from stacks. Can they turn this around?
Playing so split up and not rejoining in that timing has now forced Mizuchi to play this out as a duo. It is Luminosity bringing their way into that next zone from the north side, and there, Mizuchi specifically is about to get sandwiched by Blacklist.
Blacklist, a rogue element in this fight. Luminosity Gaming there, using their bang ult to try and force them away. This allows the reset.
This has to be pinpointed as well, that that 1 KP has now elevated Luminosity Gaming into match point. They are at 61 points now. If we go to another game, they join the match point crew.
The way that this zone is ping-ponged around, it is a little hard to tell what Godspot is going to be, because there's a big bluff just close to where that fight was happening with Luminosity Gaming and Blacklist International. If that's in, it's kind of game over whoever wins that spot. If it's not, it's a lot more likely to go to a team like Elevate Bleed, who are on the Siphon side.
Raven tapping his fingers together, scheming behind Elevate Bleed. As Mizuchi desperately, they land on top of the duo. It's a 2v2 here, and Liquid in trouble. He still gets a shield swap. Can he clutch it behind the knockdowns? He does, but right before the third party from GHS, they swoop in, and now they take the high ground from the archway of the bridge.
It seemed like it was only a matter of time before TL went down. Alliance don't want to meet the same fate, but it seems like they will. Dragons Esports again coming at these teams like a ton of bricks, and now they're up to 56. Unfortunately, one's boxed, one's knocked. Could be the end of their spoiling actions for this game.
At least they were able to drag these bodies around throughout the lobby when it mattered. But still, it's just a shy of a few points away from also hitting match point unless they keep the dreams alive, with the Watson being the solo in this lobby. Left alive. While Aurora want to talk about their high ground position. They're not in that next zone here, but you have to look at the way they approach.
Okay, so the bluff's not in, because Luminosity Gaming are playing up there right now, and we can see that that's right on the edge of zone, so sure, it's a good spot, but it's only a good spot for the next 20 to 50 seconds. LG will have to push down under there, potentially getting underneath GHS Professional.
I see an enemy.
I don't mind LG's spot. And if they can get there, maybe they're the team to make this go to match 12. Is that even possible, Vicky?
Breaking records. Breaking records. That's what we're looking at right now. This has been some of the best Apex Legends we have been able to witness in this match series. GHS have circle advantage, they have height, and they're out of the congestion zone. Exiting out of Llama I've been looking at Gaming Gladiators, Twisted Minds, Exo Clan, Guild, Esports playing on the edge before Aurora may send it onto Elevate.
Trying to wait as long as they can. Their abilities not able to be used from that good focus of attention coming out.
Twisted Minds, huge bang ult from Strafing Flame right now, waking up finally. Elevate still with the crumb inside the circle, hiding in that building. Aurora, there is 3 Seer exhibits on the map. Alliance finally get called out. They finally get eliminated, and Sykes is going crazy in the feed. No way.
Guild?
No way. Aurora? Desco, huge arc stars. Guild now sliding in here. MT finishes off player K, and Aurora may have been able to just get this res. Twisted Minds eliminated.
JHS Professional haven't had to worry about anyone for a while. Gil rolled into here. LG do finish them off. And now we see Gil getting turned around on the Watson defenses. They set up, removed just as quickly as they were erected.
Aurora, bleed, elevate. Guild only down to a solo unless he could get the res. And Luminosity. Luminosity is the only team that can keep this going. The only team that can force this again. A game 12 with the stick from Aurora, from Elevate, and Aurora get the res, have the gold knockdown, and could fully reset here uncontested.
They play their own style with the lifeline. Can they be the team to say, we're the best? Not only that, we don't play like anybody else.
Juggling through art stores like it's a circus out here. Dancing around, LG looking at them. Legacy still on the low ground, but Aurora dropped down? Aurora dropped down? They give up the high ground? Are you kidding me?
They're giving this to LG!
Free for LG! We are going to another game of Apex. I cannot believe this, ladies and gentlemen. LG get to walk in for free. And we get to see another game of Apex Legends! I cannot believe what we are seeing. History being made before our eyes. Luminosity. Match point.
I'd love to know what was going through Aurora's mind there. Did they get pushed off by the zone? Is that why they dropped? Or did they perhaps think that there were more people down the bottom? It just seemed like a strange way to play for second there. I mean, once they dropped, it was over. You called it immediately.
To be in Aurora's minds right now, I just truly would love to understand the thought process of giving up that high ground. Looking at LG, maybe feeling the pressure. Oi Rain with the 5 KP, taking the headshot headhunter, dealing the good amount of damage out here on board. But this is what we all want to look at right now, with LG getting 80 points now in total throughout the entire match series, meeting up with the rest of the match point teams. 12 total teams at match point, more than 50% of the lobby.
DNS in second with 90 points. That is one of the darkest horse performances I have ever seen.
Actually insane here. We are going to another game of Apex Legends, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 12. I am not making this up. We don't even have the graphic for the map rotations because this is not what we were expecting. Don't go anywhere. We got some more Apex Legends coming to you guys soon on the other side of this break.
Make sure no one's left. Scan left. They're all on top of each other. Just get ready to fucking slam them.
There's no one left.
I'm holding.
We just have a insane heady here.
I'm getting ready to throw nades.
Catches down, Sykes, catches down.
They're on the side of the crates. Side of the crates. Stuck one. Stuck one. Stuck one. I'm out in the open.
Bang it open.
Kill this guy. Can we walk up?
Bang Fred.
I bang on 3. Bang on 3.
Wait for Bingo.
Wait
Wait
for
for
Bingo.
Bingo.
Hold the heady.
It was 4 of 11. It was 4 of 11.
Hold the heady.
They jumped. They jumped. They jumped.
They're fighting for second. Peek up above. I'm with you guys.
Hold
Hold
on,
on, crack.
dead.
Nice, 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 nice. Jump, 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 jump.
What to do? I come fight one.
Left, left, son.
Last one.
Makes one.
Let me knock.
Boys, right here. We win this shit. Come on. We're fucking winning this shit, baby. Fucking go.
The worst part is.
While Aurora is allergic to the high ground, Sweet is the true gatekeeper of trophies. He did it to Optic at Champs earlier today. He did it to Falcons on the bridge on World's Edge, and now they did it against Aurora, DMS, and Mizuchi. Sweet does not want this tournament to end. I cannot believe Aurora's decision-making at the end there. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Giving up the high ground.
The taunt move clearly came out from Legacy down the bottom. He was just, beating his chest, saying, come at me, and for some reason, Aurora took the bait. They pay for it. It's a pretty penny. Still, they're in 4th place with 88. And considering how much money are between every spot in that top 5, it's a very close race right now. And a headshot or not here or there will make a big difference to who walks away with the biggest share of that prize pool. Falcons still on top with 108.
Excuse me, I just need to know, where are the scriptwriters? What is going on? What is going on? We have 12 teams at match point. Are we just gonna have the rest of the lobby? Are we waiting? Are we just patiently waiting for everyone to join the feast? Look at this. Look at these results. Do you understand why we don't have any other map winner on this graphic beyond match 10? Well, I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you. Now that we finally have the update on the graphic, we are moving on to Storm Point, but we are moving on to match 12. We were not expecting this, ladies and gentlemen. We were not expecting to break records here in Riyadh, and we are going on to another game.
Aurora with 2, Gaming Gladiators with 2, but not at the right time. Had so many different winners so far. And we still could have more. As you said, 12 teams are on match point, Vicky, but there's 8 that aren't. Twisted Minds. Okay, at this point in the series, right? It doesn't matter how badly you've been doing, because I feel like you've kind of just, you can have a mental reset by this point. There was probably 3 or 4 games where you've given up, and then you're like, oh wait, maybe there's a chance. And you look over at your score, you say, hey, we're actually pretty close to 60 points. Maybe this will happen now. And I knew, look, Onset and Gaskin kept saying it. There's just so much quality at the bottom of this lobby that's been a big part of the reason why we're still going.
Am I cursed? Am I cursed? This has happened time and time again. And by this, I don't mean the 12 games. No, I mean whenever you and I are up on the mic, Genome, it never ends. It never ends. Onset and Gaskin are the fairy godmother to concluding these type of events. Surely, with 12 teams, right? Surely, we'll see somebody not int, not throw, from having a positional advantageous position. I cannot believe this. We are going on to another game. Now, we have to also reel back. What does that mean for some of these players? Can you imagine the tax on so many of these other players' mentals? Playing for what, 6+ grueling hours?
You think about some of the teams that are at the top, like Falcons. They've looked a bit drained, right? because they've probably played the most minutes out of anyone on this stage. There are some teams here who have been going out a little bit earlier, as you say, and you know, they won't have worried so much about that, but it's fatiguing. And that plays a factor here. I mean, there's quite a few teams here who are, you know, this is where that extra preparation comes in, you know, like, are you fit? You've been doing you've been hitting the gym, like, because you need that energy in your body right now to keep it going.
It forces a lot of these professionals to also have a lot of room for error. There is a lobby restart happening at the moment. No scrims, everybody. We're just gonna be able to make sure everybody gets loaded into this lobby. Let's look at the highlights from that last match because there's a lot to break down. I mean, especially from the beginning all the way to the end, from Mizuchi's positioning, from Team Liquid, that were just funneled into a corner here. Yeah, they fought for this cart, but we saw the end results from Nuzulvi in the last one alive. We saw what happened to Team Falcons from South America, keeping themselves alive until they fell mid-game.
Yeah, it was one uncharacteristic error from them. Popping their heads into the Dragon's lair, as it were. LG played it well, though. You know, they stuck on the more stacked side for a very long time. And it was only much later in the game where they, you know, chopped Mizuchi apart and then started working their way in.
You know that after that last game, though, Aurora are second-guessing themselves. I mean, we've seen it happen with Team Falcons. We've seen the morale go down just a bit in the player cams. You have to call it out. How mentally draining this is. But this could possibly be that last ride. And then on the other half, highlighting LG, who have now found that second win, that momentum now going into Storm Point.
And it's interesting to go through these teams and see which ones have stuck to the plan and which ones have been just going with the flow. LG, one of those ones who, you know, we see 3 characters across on the side of Funk and, what is that, 4 on the side of Sykes? They've been really trying some different stuff out. Whereas when you go up to DMS, those guys have been playing stock standard. Bangalore, Pathfinder, Watson, every single game. And I feel like, honestly, until this tournament, Vicky, Taskmaster was by far the biggest name on this team. Prestus, however, is making a name for himself here. 17 kills so far in our series and close to 12,000 damage. He is lifting that team up.
Hit the gym, lift a bit here, carrying the whole team to his best ability. I want to emphasize $2 million of a prize pool spread across the board for every team in this event. While we do get ready, everyone, once again, thank you so much for your patience. I want to send it over to Peeps to hear more of his thoughts over by the floor.
What up, everybody? We are here at the STC Arena in the crowd. Crowd, how you feeling? So we got Mazen right here. Mazen, who you rooting for?
For Falcons. For Falcons.
For Falcons, all right. If not Falcons, who you cheering for?
Maybe GG. GG.
All right, another good squad. We got a Falcons fan in here. But here's the thing. Is this the craziest tournament you've ever been to?
Of course. Really, really.
Crowd, how you feel about that? Casters, take it away.
We're seeing, we feel the exact same way as the crowd. History being made. Taking a huge chug of that water. I'm on board with everybody else there in the arena. For all of our players as we get set up on Storm Point, can this be it? I feel like I've been repeating that for like the last 3 to 4 games that we've seen, Gino.
The last 3 to 4 hours, frankly.
I mean, it's past midnight here in Riyadh, Vicky. It's still 34 degrees, by the way, but it's even hotter in this arena because there are so many teams that are so close to victory, that have been so close to victory so many times.
For anybody here watching from home that could look back at their own ranked games, you know how grueling those long ranked sessions can be, how heavy it sometimes feels on your mental. Imagine what these players are feeling right now. Going on to another game, breaking records. Here we go, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. We are fully loaded in as we get started on Storm Point.
One last time, Vicky. What do you reckon?
Am I cursed? I asked that question over and over again, but I want to see more Apex, so I actually, honestly, maybe gifted. We get gifted these amazing games, 12 teams, match points.
I'm talking about gifted. Team Liquid and some of those teams in the southern region have been gifted with multiple barometer zones in a row on Storm Point. We're not getting that. We've got to change up. And as the dropship exits the map, for what could be one of the last times we ever see it on land, by the way. Zone 2 is revealed, and it's around checkpoint. Luminosity Gaming, who have just done the hard work to keep this series alive, get a present for their travails.
Patience paying off. Luminosity, after the dub in the last game, they have POI advantage. Let's immediately jump into a listen-in with LG as they see the circle.
I need to chip in 3 Havoc. The Havoc. These spiders. Part of me wants to go look for this.
Evil harvester spotted near
Go
me.
ahead, players can quick. Sykes, I would like start posting up here.
I have to grab that Havoc.
Okay.
I have fucking alternator.
I'm leaving closer one for you.
Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Come with the spider, XP. Yeah,
Is there ammo there on it?
Sykes, are you close enough? Sykes, are you close enough?
I'm gonna grab the Havoc and I'm running backwards.
Sykes is there. Hit it, kill it, kill it. There's an energy mag down here too. There's an energy mag down here too. And hella cells. You should just loot that.
I'm going to the spot. Fuck that.
Yeah, we need to hold that first then. We just need a control checkpoint. There's no point in risking anything else. Yeah. Go ahead, man. Kind of risky though. I need your. Yeah, I'm coming through.
Now, from what we could see on the mini-map there, it doesn't look like they have the ring console. They've got a survey beacon. It's hard to choose at what point to ping that when you want to stick around your own POI, but they might not even have that information yet. It's probably going to take some people flying in on evacs and coming towards them for that to tweak.
Somebody who did have ring console information was Team Falcons, as they do swap over to their Storm Point composition that we have seen from the very beginning of this match series. Putting Jen on that Watson showcases the play style that Falcons want to lean into, getting into best spot as soon as possible. That's why you saw them wrap around with the Trident. In the distance, a charge rifle, as Fnatic are also wrapping on the south side of Falcons currently right now, playing by the edge of this zone.
I mean, 18 points ahead of the rest of the pack. Falcons are still, in many eyes, the best team in this lobby and have shown it over the course of 12 games. They said that they'd never be happy with anything outside of top 2. As it stands, even if they don't win match point here, they will achieve that goal.
It's very grueling, though, when certain shots, looking at Zero and that Kraber, honestly, could have potentially cost him a $225,000 Kraber shot at stake if they don't take the dub, and they've had so many opportunities, and that has just escaped them going forward.
If I had to describe it in emojis with Team Falcons, it's like, first is smiley face, second is like, the flat mouth,
and then anything below that is like, probably not even sad face, it's probably like, you know, the red mad face.
And here I'm on the side with just the cloud face, pretending like we just didn't see that, but how can we even ignore that? Look what it's led to. Best Apex. Look what it's led to. Another game, a match 12 finals. Zuchi playing on the top of barometer, looking at e-xolos who have now moved in front of them. So many other teams, though, coming in from the southeast side, while the rest of the lobby will be playing by the north side of the zone. There is a survey beacon over by North Pad. It's going to be very difficult, though, to be able to get that scan easily without feeling the pressure with the likes of Team Falcons, Fnatic, Dragons in the vicinity. LG, like we pinpointed in the very beginning, having the POI advantage.
Yeah, not a lot of people pulling up into checkpoint, however. We've got quite a few on the north side. DMS with an early loss on Taskmaster, but they should be able to get to this beacon by the looks of it. That is, unless Team Liquid can hunt them down. They're thinking about it. Oh no, they've spotted it. They've spotted the res coming out. Might just be some KP farming here for Team Liquid.
Need this, though, so that way they can rack up that momentum. In the distance, you hear the res. Yanya getting into aggressive spot, but still in the line of sight. He gets the final knock onto 7 Oz's. Having to restabilize here while Team Liquid force their way into this building. They're looking at the zipline just in case, but they do not want to overextend here. Holding this building will be a huge deal, but they don't have a Booker down legend right here. They don't have the wads here like we see with so many other teams in the lobby.
See the box come out as they get the fin, but it's the only player in the lobby removed so far. As we mentioned last game, things are slowing down. Teams are not taking risks. Why would they? You can be on 65 points as FaZe and still take out that first prize.
Not so much apples and bananas here, honestly, for the rest of these teams. Very difficult. As Elevate, another one of those teams. Ooh. Raven hailing behind him. Sweet, by the way, is trying to clean up what is left of DMS. Only a solo in your feeds, while Elevate are backing away.
So a little bit of action down to the south of the map, but and as we saw on the map, a tantalizing circle. Half of it in checkpoint, half of it outside. I mean, I was looking at Falcons and their positions. They've done one thing right today. It's probably more than that they've done right, but they have called zones impeccably. So you see them on the outside of checkpoint and you wonder if they've done that yet again. And all those teams on the inside are going to have to make their way out. I hope they know their tricky evacs. There's a lot from that area. Some little gaps in the plan so that you can just fly straight through and get further into North Pad.
But it's hard when you're also second-guessing yourself, making sure that you're aware of the other teams within the area. Falcons were trying to look at the team hiding out in that building right in front of them, but they can't give up too much space with Fnatic being right behind them. Alliance were on the other side that maybe Falcons were trying to look at. Huge crack. Night Nades coming in here as Alliance also utilizing that Trident that's lingering right between them to give them some nice cover. Falcons gonna try again to come up from behind them, but can they do it? Alliance don't have a seer, right? They don't have information if a team may be popping up right behind them.
That is a good point as they shuffle the gold helm, min-maxing their utility. Gaming Gladiators really showed what they're made of today. DMS only eclipsing them in the last few games, and it's only by 1 point now. And considering they're down to 1, it feels like GG might be on the way up.
Looking at Mizuchi over by Cedo. e-xolos were the team that's outside the zone, looking at them before. They had a survey beacon over to the south side. You actually see them getting scanned here, looking at Mizuchi. See where they got scanned originally here. Does e-xolos want to wrap over, though, to the west side of the zone, where so many other teams, like we saw before, are able to rotate here as DMS get the res.
Oh no, Guild caught in the crossfire. Ooh, this is a game-winning position, but it's about 4 zones too early.
Very bad to rotate here early for exactly that reason, especially when you have so many fuses that you have to worry about too. Guild Esports get eliminated, the first squad to go out, and also the first squad that was at match point.
That's it, they've worked their way up to 7th. They were quite a bit lower down, so the longest series has benefited them. They're getting better as the day goes on, and Lord knows they did very well yesterday in the 10 games there. Impressive to see them move up into the top 10. SSG, their counterparts that made it through the gauntlet with them, still lagging behind in 19th.
And DMS in second place with 90 points now, forced to play this out as a duo. Couldn't get that other banner. Gaming Gladiators Blast, having to be careful, dropping down. It was Twisted Minds that they were looking at originally, and they were able to finish off Easy Flash.
Well, there's one of the hopes for going to a game 13, going by the wayside. Still quite a few teams left in. Fnatic, LGD, I mean Space Station that we just talked about, haven't turned up today, but there's still time. Mizuchi with a very late rotate in. They were playing from Cedo Station.
The circle pull, I know everybody saw that on their feeds. This circle is pulling away from checkpoints where Falcons have called this out. They have been so good at calling out these final zone pulls. Zero has been on another level, but so has Alliance neighboring them and Fnatic to their south.
You just don't see this. I mean, they're not calling zone 3s and
zone 1.
I mean, like, they are finding themselves in, like, the zone 5 position, the zone 5 god spot, and they are calling it immediately. The accuracy of the reads, or at least their knowledge of the power positions, has been second to none today.
Now hear me out, with Fnatic being right to their south. 13 games? A little unlucky number, but 13 games? Maybe? We're gonna have to see. That'd be crazy. It's gonna be difficult to rotate though from this position. That's why I call it out like this, unless we make some miracles happen for the teams that have to exit out a checkpoint.
Quite a few teams were banking on that. They're gonna be sadly disappointed. Perhaps not as much as GG, who missed their next chance for match point.
And they were able to tie their points with DMS at 90 points. Let's not forget that second place gets $375,000. Third place with $200,000. 175K difference between the two spots. That's why we're calling it out. DMS still alive. Gaming Gladiators alive as a solo. It's just the Seer. Team Liquid now. They want to force their rotate through that south choke.
Yep, some sketchy fights happening down in the south here. e-xolos Laser just ahead of Mizuchi. A lot of these teams potentially hoping to hold out the other 3 or 4 teams in the area and then maybe make a quick zone wrap up behind Fnatic.
Aurora dancing away. 9 Impulse, gonna be able to pop this shield back for now, but they have to deal with 4 other teams. Team Liquid looking to take this fight now versus Aurora, but Oi Rain has other plans. Gets a double crack, grappling to get aggressive, takes out Team Liquid, shutting down their dreams for match 12. Aurora's still alive, but they have the same issue that we were talking about earlier with Team Liquid. e-xolos are looking at them, and Mizuchi still alive here by that choke.
The map pip shows us what we were talking about. Falcons in an incredible position. Potentially only beaten out by Alliance, but Alliance's spot is a little more open.
Uh-oh. May say bye to some other match point squads out here. They may get sent back to the lobby, but Oi Rain still alive. having to be careful out in the distance. But I want to touch back on your point with Alliance. They need to clear out that entire northeast side of the zone to be safe, to prevent themselves from getting pinched. We tune into Alliance, Blacklist get taken out, so does Space Station, and they really only have to worry about the likes of Twisted Mind from that direction without giving up too much space.
That's two of the teams not on match point. Twisted Minds trying to get a reset. I think they actually will manage it on the northeastern side. Mizuchi taking a lot of fire from LG up on high.
Zone closing in now though, round 4. The countdown has started. Mizuchi with only kills alive. Those hipfire shots do not do it, and this circle is gonna make you cry. Hasta la vista to Brutus.
I mean, I think it was too late anyway, right?
Oh, yeah.
If they were going to zone wrap, they had to do it earlier than that. They were just stuck in that corner with no options. Now the exodus from checkpoint starts. Everyone coming out, flying through, running down the hill.
Desperately though, EXO are about to rotate on top of Alliance. Emil and Amia crying right now with Alliance trying to keep the region on top. EXO has extended us to match 12 here. Alliance need to make sure that this entire side of the zone is clear. Well, now LG from the skies are about to land in the direction of Team Falcons.
There's one of those evacs we talked about. Of course, they didn't get to move out of their zone, so you can see they're still very far from purples. That makes it extremely hard for LG. They have to play smart. They cannot take too much damage. Well, they will get sent upon by the teams like Alliance, who can bully them close to red. Effect, only one Havoc mag away.
And DMS landed right on top of Alliance, but Alliance aren't giving up this spot. Nice tracking coming in from Hawkins. He doesn't need no turbo out here. He's got the 3-time scope on that Havoc. Well, Falcons aren't going to move anywhere.
Imagine if Alliance remove the moniker. The group stage team, is it gone? This is their best chance to lift a LAN trophy and never have to worry about that name, about that criticism ever again.
With Aurora being eliminated, it is so possible now. Alliance beating the allegations here. Not just a group stage team, possibly. They are the only squad over by the north side, unless Team Falcons, who by the way are at an Evo Shield disadvantage in comparison to Alliance, who have been taking these fights, have full purple Evo.
DMS hiding in the corner. A single member of Twisted Minds still alive. I don't think they can get the third reset, though Strafing Flame does take down Slayers, the other rat, and well, he takes that for himself. But really, it's up to Fnatic if we want to go to a game 13.
Fnatic, the only non-match point team alive as a trio, unless of course Twisted Minds as a solo have a different script than the one I was provided here. LG playing through the trenches, looking at Fnatic, who have that slight hype, but the circle closing in behind their backs.
Okay, so Falcons, their amazing zone call has got them this far, but it's only got them onto blue Evo shields. Now, finally, forced out of their bunker, they have to try and fight Fnatic. Very helpfully, Effect will remove one of them as they go forward. Perfect timing. Does Alliance know they've just helped out one of their fiercest rivals?
It has to surely end here. It has to. The only person alive is Twisted Minds as a solo. Our last 4 squads here at match points, surviving here. Team Falcons now, something to highlight. Alliance again do not have information. They do not have Seer.
LG pull up, they put down the Seer ultimate immediately. The swing, I don't think Falcons were fully ready for it. All of a sudden hiding, cowering behind this knockdown shield. Sweet, once again.
Oh no.
Will be the spoiler, or can they turn it around?
Keep it cool here, keep it cool. Funk in a 1v1. This can matter everything here. Twisted Mind has just responded 2 players. Twisted Mind, the only non-match point team, has responded as Jen tries to clutch this.
This 1v1 goes on for so long.
He's gonna get it. Oh my! Team Falcons get eliminated in the lobby. They get eliminated at 4th. Alliance and Luminosity are the only 2 match point teams alive. and Luminosity as a duo.
But they took so long in that fight. As you say, they lose a member, and now Twisted Minds push in with game 13 on their backs.
No way! No way! Twisted Minds!
Surely
Twisted Minds! Alliance are eliminated. LG as a duo. Twisted Minds with the clutchest res in Apex Legends history.
A 2v3 with full red armors. I don't see how Twisted Minds can lose this.
This has been the best Apex Legends we have ever seen. Twisted Minds with the EVA 8, with the fresh res. We may be going on to a game 3. I believe in LG on this fucking clutch.
Sweet falls down by himself now. Funk with a sliver of high ground will try and make this happen. And Twisted Minds with the most insane. That was the second respawn, I believe. Twisted Mind players were eliminated something like 7 times that game. 5, 7, I don't know. Too many.
The players collapse at their seats. Twisted Minds with the most MVP play I have ever witnessed in Apex Legends history.
It's like they're playing Zelda and collecting hearts. Elliot, how many lives do they have? I don't get it.
Before that game.
3 points.
Before that game, Genome, Twisted Minds was sitting in 14th at 53 points. They had not hit match point yet. Now they sit at match point and they take another game. We are seeing more teams at match points. We are seeing, what, 75% of this lobby at match point? Are you kidding me, Striking Flame? Look at this. Look at this. 3K damage. Striking Flame on another level.
The GOAT of Apex South right now. There have been other games. Not a single player in the lobby has got over 1K damage. And Strafing Flame gets 3,000 damage. What a hero performance to send us into the longest LAN match point series of all time.
13 teams at match point. You know what to do, everybody. Onset and Gaskin potentially closing out. I mean, they have to. Stay tuned for some of the best Apex Legends that you could ever see on the other side of this break.
I'm milling.
The other team, other team.
So don't.
Last team, last team.
Go up.
One's on height. I feel. I'm here. I'm fucking. Jump down. I'm batting. They're in front of us. Fight for me. I fucked them, guys.
Yeah.
I'm fighting.
Careful.
Yeah, I'm netting.
I'm med getting.
Jumping. Dead. I'm netting.
Yeah.
I'm fighting. Oh.
Let's go!
Still don't believe us that Apex Legends is one of the best esports in the world? Have you ever seen anything like this? It is unbelievable. We're making jokes about us going to be here till, our families are grown and start taking our places here on stage or players down below. We have reached something that is so unusual, even in match point, which is usually exciting, guys. But going past 12, I mean, that is outrageous. Zephyr Cast, Glitter Explosion, and Lace in the studio with us as we take a little bit of a break. My name is Rainday, and we're going to jump into this right away. Lace, I want to get your thoughts because you've been watching, you've been talking with the players, and some of the players specifically you interviewed were Twisted Minds. Talk about just that moment that happened with them.
Literally, my heart is still racing right now. I've been obviously watching them through Apex South, so I know exactly how these guys can play, and I'm not going to lie to you, Player K has had a little bit of a struggling start to these games, and it's just absolutely crazy that it has taken them this long to finally win a game, but I am so super impressed with them being able to sort of clutch this respawn whilst all other teams are sort of fighting for their lives and get themselves in there and place that position to be able to take that win is just unimaginable.
It's unbelievable to see what they did, and you mentioned it right there. Zeph, I could see your head turning. It was chaos, right? Fnatic were in a great position. We thought maybe the team not on match point could do it, but it ended up getting in the skirmish. DMS with Alliance into LG, and ultimately Fnatic go down in that, but meanwhile give space for Twisted Minds to do the unthinkable and somehow bring that back.
And what's even crazier is that's the second time that had happened within this game. They struggled to find their way originally into the northern section of the map, had to recover once before and then pull it off twice again, an even more monumental feat than just that ending.
Lauren, I think it was 2019. It was Poland.
Yep.
I think I had an interview role, maybe. I was not a part of this. I was watching from the stands. You were on the desk. I think we went 12 games.
11.
It was 11.
11 games.
So this is going 13. I mean, this is by far the most extravagant match points we've ever seen.
Yeah, even matching some of the match points that we've seen online as well. Yep. So this is hands down the longest LAN we've now ever had. Hands down matching the record period.
Wow.
I don't even know what to make of this. How is this lobby so dead even?
I mean, looking at this right now, the crazy part is while we have currently 13 teams on match point, there are still 7 who aren't. There are still 7 teams, including Fnatic, who traditionally lays top 5s out of APAC North in our championships. SSG, one of the best North American teams, though they have started a bit slow, I will say that. And of course, Dragons and e-xolos, who are fighting, if not to win, to just get up that leaderboard, because going from 15th to something like 9th, it's a difference of about $40,000.
I mean, I made a joke on X, Rainday, that, let's just get everyone to match point, but I didn't mean that, guys. But look, I still think I don't want to put it out there, but I think SSG could be the next one to win.
No,
Wow.
She did it.
Sorry.
Wow.
She did it. We're going to be here
After,
forever.
seeing the last heads on the fires, I do feel like they've got it in them. I'm sorry, everyone. I know we want to go to bed.
Here's some scenes of backstage with Falcons, maybe the biggest story here, Lauren, of all. The team that was and has been in first place, considered the favorite. They haven't gotten a chance. Well, they've gotten a chance.
Sure.
They haven't been able to close it out. What's going wrong?
And this is something we were all talking about watching this, because they were the first team to hit match point. They did that in match 6, okay? We've now doubled that and more heading into the next match of the day. I think that this is not what they were planning for. They are used to success. This is not what they thought would happen after they hit match point first and so early, and now everyone's a little bit thrown.
Well, this is what needed to happen for the region, right, Ben? A super team as we take a look back at matches 9 through 12, preluding getting to 13, which is coming up in just a moment after our players take that break. you know, this is what we knew they would do. They jump out to a lead. We knew they would be strong in group stages. In day number 1, they got 140 points in just 10 games. Well, now we've got 12 games. I don't think they have that many points. It just shows how tight this lobby is and how much these players have adjusted being here for just a few days.
It's a combination of both the stress of going through the extent of through our now 9th through 12th games here, alongside the fact that this is probably the most balanced lobby we have ever seen in Apex Legends history.
I don't know if we would have been saying that, Lace. I mean, coming into this, don't you think people wouldn't have been saying this is the most balanced lobby, that there was a clear favorite out here?
Well, yeah, if you're referring to the super team, I would dare say, you know, we thought they were going to be out in front, but God, I love a juicy story where everybody sort of catches their tail.
Me
but
too.
yeah, I'm just super impressed by, you know, a lot of the teams. I know we've been talking about, you know, a lot of the Apex South teams, obviously I have, but yeah, I'm super impressed that they're sort of coming to fruition and sort of leading up that leaderboard as well. But yeah, when will it end, guys?
Leigh, since you are kind of on the floor with us, we haven't had you on the studio as much. We've seen you with your player interviews, and most of the time. Designful said he'd never miss an interview with you again after he saw what you're wearing today. That's, I mean, you know, maybe he realizes it wasn't important to keep the headphones on. I don't know. But I think one of the things I'm curious about is the mentality coming in. What did you feel? Because you know, tension is a reason why some of these games, maybe that last little moment isn't going the way that these teams, you know, online, it probably would have gone.
I mean, you know, a lot of the times we don't talk about fatigue and stuff like that.
Right.
So obviously the more the games go, the sort of, you know, the strain that these players have. But, you know, everyone that was sort of stepping into the Esports World Cup had such, like, great vibes about them. Obviously, you know, chatting to them, I wanted to make it a little bit more fun and inviting, because sometimes it can be a bit daunting, you know, asking, how are you feeling today? But, you know, all players actually came in with exceptional, I guess, passionate vibes coming into Esports World Cup. So, you know, just seeing these games go on and on and on, you know, I can definitely feel like the heat is rising.
Yeah. Lauren, you know, the mental part, we talk about it. It's certainly now starting to become a physical part, though, with how long these games are going.
100%. And we knew that that was going to be a possibility to a certain extent. We even expected that because we've been putting them through 10-match series, which is longer than what they're typically used to. But now that we've doubled it, and typically when we do that, they get an hour break between the 6. This is an unparalleled experience for anyone, and anyone who did experience it previously. It's been so long between that you can't possibly have prepared for this yet again. You can start to see the tension on their faces. You can start to see the exhaustion when we get a chance to take a look at some of those player cams. Yep. And this is the test of a champion at the end of the day. Who can make it through that slog?
I mean, you know, you go that far back, you got, you know, nice wig and no-go suiting up with CLG. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, this is a long time ago, but it also means that with this new precedent, there's a new opportunity for a team that hasn't done it. And I think that's where my mind has started to go. Because of how long it's taking, Ben, I think the chances of seeing maybe an underdog, maybe a new favorite, a new team create the start of their story, to me that seems more possible than ever heading into Game 13.
I mean, we can take a look at that top 5 at any time, guys. There's a certain region that does lead heavily behind or alongside our super teams there, and while it breaks my heart in that last one to see Alliance falter what could have been their moment. Like you said, new underdog stories. Game and Gladiators are there. DMS, a remarkable day from them. Taskmaster, 7 Ausis, and Prestis right on the edge there. Even if they don't win, it's a phenomenal performance from them and so many others.
It's really true. DMS, so I got to give a big shout out to them as well. Also, Nasky, who joined us before, did call that South Zone. Exactly. He was the prophet in that moment. So I got to give a shout out to Nasky, who I'm sure had fun as he was riding back to the player lounges at our hotel and watching the games with the crew. There it is, strafing Flame, easy flash, holding him after he psyched Hal out earlier on. You guys saw the handshake that went around the world. And here it is, just a record. Little digital codification of which teams have won today. You see Aurora as repeat winners in 2 and 7. We started off with Mizuchi, who have gone quiet. Waltzy, Gildersons, it's Timmy. Very talented. Will we see them jump back out in Game 13? Game and Gladiators took 3. Then we went to Team Liquid, who have been phenomenal. They had that game on Barometer. They could have dropped down, maybe sealed the deal. It wasn't enough, though. Then FaZe Clan got in on the action. Finally, the crowd went crazy with Falcons, the home team, getting their their first win, but it would be short-lived as, again, going to match 8 after Aurora would win, Gaming Gladiators would double down, and it would look like it would be over. But DMS would save the day. EXO-Clan would then come in, and LG would start to become the main character, and I don't believe it, Twisted Minds would have one player left, respawn their team, and as 3, go ahead and get the win. I need quick but important predictions.
Oh, no.
How long are we going, and who is winning?
I think this is it. This is the end for us all, and I'm going to throw it out there. I need Alliance to figure it out. You had your chance, but this time around, deliver it. Bring it home.
Lauren.
I think this has got to be it too, just the percentage of teams that are on match point, and I might be leaning towards Alliance as well.
Ooh. All right. Lace?
I mean, I joked about Space Station going one more here, but look, I still have to back up my prediction early on. It's got to be Team Falcons.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on the idea that Falcons could do it, but I'm going to go with another story I'm interested in, which is LG Sweets finally getting his first LAN trophy. They've been playing really well. I think that would be exciting. When we see you next, I believe we will have a champion.
Well, here we are then, everyone. Wherever you are across the world, you're about to be part of history. History that is being written second after second, game after game. And one way to start this next game is to experience the emotions of our players. We're going straight into a listen to kick off this next match.
Mine also rotated like the zone has been counter pulling like pretty fucking hard. Like the last overlook zone, like ended up going frag, right? Yeah. Maybe it's worth it to just go like,
That no,
yeah,
no.
Not again.
The truck.
Yeah, we'll go truck. I don't know. Man, it just depends on what we read zone for lunch. We'll fucking bank it.
There's
Go all in.
cargo bus, back that, right. On you.
So the winners of our previous game, Twisted Minds, locked back in for this. And talking about history, talking about historic, as we see this game get underway, I just want to say, wherever you're watching right now, around the world, if you've been watching Apex Legends for a long time, if you're a new viewer who has tuned in due to the hype that is completely flooding social media at the moment, welcome along, welcome to the community, and let me tell you, this is something special you are experiencing. Match 13, back on World's Edge, and back towards the tree.
13 matches, 13 teams on match point. 7 teams who have still yet to cross that threshold, but that is still 7 teams that could maybe keep us going further. Now, the zone heading down towards tree. Fantastic news for Guild Esports, who are, like a lot of teams, on match point. Now, this is going to be an insane game. Every game has been insane at this point, but of course, the further we get in, the more teams that get onto match point, the more likely we are to find a winner here.
I'm at the point now, having watched all of these games today, that I am not going to presume anything is set in stone. It has been an incredible grand finals, one of the most incredible grand finals in esports, let alone Apex Legends history, and we still have to get to a resolution. Who is going to be our champion here? GG on match point, and to be honest with you, I'm getting to the point now where it's easier for me to say teams that aren't on match point in comparison to those who are. But talking about that zone, talking about where we're going to be going, I mentioned we're going towards the tree, and there's already the likes of Team Liquid, who have rotated there from launch side. We have EXO-Clan, of course, who are in the zone as well. Guild Esports, they're there. GG are going to be joining them. And elsewhere, teams who are dropping over at the north side, well, they're going to have quite the travel to make.
Alliance, Dragons Esports, LGD, EXL, they all had ring console and are moving very fast down towards tree, as have Team Liquid, as you see on your screens here. Team Liquid have had several chances now to find a victory here, as have a lot of teams here today, it has to be said. But when that POI, when that zone comes towards you, you just feel like this is going to be your moment. This is the best opportunity. But as those opportunities pass you by, it leaves you wondering, Are we going to be able to get there? And if it does end here, where are we going to be in the leaderboards? How much money is on the line? You've heard it said from the analysts, you've heard it said from us on the casting desk. There is such a gulf in difference from the likes of top 3 to top 8, which is only separated by about 10 points.
Well, GG, a team who have tasted disappointment, I would say, when it comes to competitive Apex Legends. Second place, a heartbreaking second place. Back in London, quite some time ago now it feels. Where it was a straight 3v3 to become a champion or just fall short. This is a chance at redemption for Lufka to set the history record straight and call himself a champion. Elsewhere in the kill feed, Fnatic and SSG having a little bit of a scrap, and this is over towards Epicenter, and it was Fnatic who got that first knock. Now, elsewhere, at the blue bins just to the south of Fragment is going to be GHS Professional and Blackmist International. A little bit of a scrap going on there, but you can cut the tension with a knife at the moment. Not just here in the caster booth between me and you, in the green room, all of us talking about what's happening. I'm sure everyone at home feels the same as well. The players are going to be feeling it. Everyone in the crowd here in the arena is going to be feeling it as well. It is a special kind of emotion that these kind of games and these kind of lobbies bring.
Well, it is no secret that the crowd is a Team Falcon heavy crowd, right? And they have seen Falcons bow out game after game after game, thinking, well, this surely is going to be the end. Maybe Falcons aren't going to be able to get that victory, but then somehow, some way, we keep going one match further. And it does beg the question of how far truly can you go here in a match point format? Now that records have been broken, could this be the record to be broken of all time, right? Will we ever see anything like this ever again?
And speaking of things being broken, we did see LG there, rotating just to the south, towards the choke, which goes in towards Tree. And speaking of things that are broken, hearts were broken by Sweet Dreams and co. As he kept this going, which feels like a number of games ago now. Falcons still in first place in the overall standings, thanks to the points they've managed to accumulate. But still, ever since they've been there, which feels like a lifetime ago now, no win to call themselves champs.
And you saw the disappointment on the face of Zero and the rest of the squad, to be honest, every time they were eliminated. The frustration that comes through as they go down. And you know it would be elation if they were to find that victory. But remember, that victory was almost expected from this community. But now there are 13 teams who have the chance to take it away here in match 13. As the first zone is about to close. So anyone who didn't get the ring console information will soon learn we are heading down towards Tree.
I mean, even if you hit a survey beacon at this point, you're going to get a pretty good indication of where things are going to be going. Every single team essentially has made their way in towards zone. Only about 3 or 4 teams not quite there yet, and I think quite simply the only reason they're not, because they had a long way to go and not enough balloons to help them to get there any quicker. On board with Aurora then, inside of Fragment. Fnatic on the other side of Fragment, Monument. You can see a couple of shots are going to be exchanged, but these are just passive shots at the moment. I think Aurora just want to let them know that we are here and we are watching.
Yeah, both of these teams just wanting to hit the ring console and then get on with their rotation, get on with their day, as Falcons going to be doing the same thing on that west side. Zone-wise, though, it is looking pretty similar. We are going to continue to go towards Tree, but it is drifting a little bit closer towards launch site.
Yeah, that truck is going to be a very important one. The RV a little bit later on. Maybe in and around those silos if you can survive, but approaching from the south through launch site is going to be a pretty good place to play if you can manage to squeak through late. If you go too early, there's going to be a lot of eyes and a lot of reticles that are going to be on you, and that's the choke that Team Liquid are looking at right now. Remember, Liquid were in this position previously when we saw them a little bit earlier on, and they were on match point, and it was a fight that they took that they won. However, they weren't able to make the move towards the zone when it did pull a little bit further to the north. This zone, just from initial kind of feeling and indication and history, you get the idea it's going to stay a little bit more towards the tree side.
Team I am curious about is Mizuchi as well, because they hold the entirety of launch site at the moment, and the majority of that eastern side, there might be one team that tries to join them, but if they can dominate that eastern side, they'll have so much freedom to get into the late game and really have the time to think about how they want to approach it, assess what's going to be happening in that zone, how they want to move. Do you want to try and go for a risky play? Can you be patient? Can you wait that extra step longer before you engage in a fight and take position? And of course, wait for that zone information as well.
Speaking of info, it's going to be Falcons who continue to grab it here over at Harvester. Jen Burton's going to be hitting the survey beacon, which is going to let them know that everyone's at tree, like I mentioned.
Except Aurora, who are very close to them in Harvester.
And they have to be careful, like you say, of Aurora, who are a little bit closer than maybe they were expecting. And it looks like Aurora have spotted out some members of Falcons. Now, can they isolate one? That's the question here. If Aurora can find an opportunity to 3-2-1 someone on Falcons, and Falcons aren't aware, then Falcons could fall short. However, it looks like both teams were more than aware of the play. Everyone had their heads on the appropriate swivels and will survive for now. Now we move down to the point of the map that you were talking about, launch site. This hold, so important for Mizuchi. It's Blacklist International who are moving up behind them, but dominating this side for the rotate later on is a huge moment that could butterfly to a successful endgame.
And Blacklist International, who are not a match point team, and they have struggled so far today, but with how things have been going, don't count anyone out of this lobby. But certainly Blacklist International looking to take the south side of launch site right now, and Mizuchi just making sure they're not allowing them to surpass them. They don't want to allow them to get to that choke point ahead of them, so that's why Mizuchi just kind of moving with them at the moment to ensure they can keep ahead.
Evac's going to go up, and you have to wonder if that's going to be defensive or offensive, but those grenades were certainly offensive. The Sky Nades are going to rip away at the shields of not just Timmy, but Waltzy as well, and that's going to force Mizuchi now to back up. But Hiyaka from downtown with a Peacekeeper. Blacklist International, they want this.
Blacklist International full send with the damage, and now it's Timmy in a 1 versus 3. Timmy has done some incredible things in esports, in gaming in general, but he really needs to dig deep here, and he might just have to retreat, run away, count your blessings and say, at least we're still alive, and maybe you can go back for those banners later on.
And we were talking about how that hold was essentially what the game relied on for Mizuchi. Now they have to change that plan. Blacklist International force the fight, win the fight. And even though they don't completely exterminate Mizuchi, now they own the south side of this zone.
Oh, but the zone will be shifting back to Dree. This is what you were saying, right?
Oh, wow,
Even though it shows a little bit of that tunnel towards launch site, there is going to be a lot of it now in Tree. Teams like Team Liquid and EXO-Clan, and even a little bit of Alliance with the position they find themselves in, those three are in very commanding positions that they will try and lock down here to ensure no one else can take it away from them.
It's crazy how a zone pool can completely change the approach that teams need to make. Yeah, I mean, you're looking at what Mizuchi did, right? They were thinking, hey, we hold this out, we walk in late, and then not only the fights take place, Blacklist International were thinking exactly the same thing as we do check in with Timmy, thinking, hey, we just win this fight, we push them away, then our rotate is clear. But now it's a completely different game for them.
The scary thing is, for a lot of teams in this lobby that are on match point, there is still 7 who have the, it doesn't matter what we do at this point, right? We've got nothing to lose. Maybe we will full send on a team who have one of the priority positions. Blacklist International could do that. Now, Aurora have lost one here. Oirain's gone down, and it is just the 2 members remaining, but we've been here before. They have got a res previously.
Kajak has the ability, of course, just to tap. Use the lifeline res to get him back on his feet, but it's closing the gap to get close enough to even implement the ability. Bangalore ultimate coming down around them, which is just going to stun them for a few more seconds as we check in with Team Falcons, who have taken the high ground above the tunnel.
Yeah, they've taken the northwest, but there is a team behind them, and I am curious about what they're going to say. Let's jump into a listen it.
Well, armor's in tunnel below us.
I don't think anyone's fighting one shot, Joe.
Okay.
They're still underneath us. Get back, yeah. Come back. Yeah, place it like left side of the hill. They're shooting us from the building. Place.
Okay, place it. Was it reach?
Wait a little bit. I think.
We're going? Silos.
Yeah, maybe. Just follow me.
I'm sticking it. I'm cracked. Fucking shooting me.
Land,
just ping it.
Yeah, land silos. Try to live. We have to carry man eventually. You
have to smoke me.
Yeah, I'll smoke straight away. Smoke. Hang on, grenade us.
I'm out.
Can you heal?
No, I cannot. No, I'm just dead.
Go look at building. Okay. I'm just trying to fighting.
I'm trying to crawl. I'm trying to stay alive.
We're fine here. I take them.
Yeah, I'm okay.
When you have smoke.
You're shooting me, I'm dead, I'm dead.
Fine, chill. Follow me, now, right now. Okay. Guy on you. Two guys. I'm betting.
Fnatic gone, FaZe Clan eliminated, Space Station Gaming eliminated, and it might be Falcons who follow next. Zero on his own, Zero no HP, Falcons will not win it here.
It's Falcons again. They're in first place on points, but cannot get over the finish line here. But will anyone find that victory? Out of the teams that are on match point, Mizuchi will not as Timmy falls. LG, though, will be on top, will be able to survive this one. And remember, there are other squads in this area. Aurora, they were struggling earlier. DMS also here, as well as Guild. It is getting packed here at Tree.
And it has to get packed. There's only so much room as the zone starts to close. And if you aren't in a building right now or you don't have cover, you have to cross that open ground, the rocky terrain, and look skywards for a little bit of help. Aurora have been eliminated. They will not close out here. 12 squads remain.
Only 3 teams not on match point are still alive here to get us to a match 14. Otherwise, we are going to see someone take the lion's share of $2 million in this game right here, right now. Team Liquid, Alliance, and EXOCLAN all in very advantageous positions as this zone is about to close. LG, by the way, up into second place on points.
This is going to be a blind evac tower, though, from LG. They have no idea what is going on around them. They're sending it on both. They're trying to split their resources, so if one balloon goes down, at least some members will survive. And then maybe is a third-party opportunity, but looks like Sweet's made the call to play in these rocks just under the center of Tree.
Not just them, though. Elevate Bleed arrive at exactly the same time. All these teams being forced in by the zone, making desperate attempts to try and survive, try and find somewhere to play, try and get their chance to win this tournament.
Well, the catwall is big here from Sykes. It's used to deny the line of sight, but Funk has gone down, but it looks like the catwall will stay up long enough for them to get that res in the kill feed, though. DRG taking damage. Dragons Esports will be eliminated. EA Bleed also doing some damage. Sweet has fallen. Zach Mazer now looking to clean up a little bit more damage. EXOCLAN have been eliminated. 12 squads goes down to 10 as GHS Professional will fall as well.
9 squads left, only 1 not on match point. It's all down to Blacklist International if you want to see this tournament carry on. And at the moment, they are on the southeast, closing in on Team Liquid. But here we are with Guild, taking this fight. There has been a lot of damage done by DMS, but they can't quite push up these stairs because of these fences.
Watson really has been one of those impactful legends that we've seen kind of reintroduce herself to the meta in the last month or so, and boy oh boy, is she having an impact here. The amount of fights we've seen stalled out by fences, grenades that have been eaten, ults that have been eaten by that interception pylon. She has shown so much value as DMS will play the bottom floor of that building. Now, Elevate. Damage coming in, and speaking of interception pylons, the team on the low ground, well, they're not going to have theirs to play with anymore. That gets destroyed by the L-Star from Zach.
At the start of this tournament, you spoke about a $600,000 fight. Well, Elevate at the moment in 12th position on points. Imagine if they were to go on to win this thing and the thousands of dollars they would earn. But they still have a lot to do because they're on the north side. The zone is still shifting south. Zach's gone down. Nock's gone down. It's down to Lou.
And it's the nades that are doing the damage. Elsewhere in the kill feed, it's also the bow check of Hackett. And when have we seen that before? Alliance impacting these moments. LG are sticking the respawn themselves onto Sweet Dreams as we jump over to DMS, who are doing likewise.
Twisted Minds have taken a lot of damage here, but Strafing Flame has done crazy things before. Can you get back up? Guild also a 2. All these northern teams, by the way, are losing players. This opens things up for Alliance, opens things up for Liquid, opens things up for LG on the south.
Guild trying to survive here. Jesco has to pop that Barry. Alliance are going wild in the kill feed at the moment, by the way. They are killing everything that's in front of them. DMS will survive and will be able to get the armor spots, but no, they won't, because it's Hackett again from distance, from downtown with that bow check. Guild Esports eliminated. We're down to 7. DMS fall 2.
Alliance are reigning supreme from the southwest at the moment. Look at the amount of space they're commanding as Twisted Minds fall. 5 squads left. 4 of them are on match point, and Blacklist International are sending it over onto Gaming Gladiators, and they get the first knock.
Blacklist International will take down GG. And a reminder that if Blacklist win this game, we will go to a game 14. Alliance, though, this is their chance. This is their opportunity as they sweep in, they wrap in behind the The spray coming in from Effect is devastating as he takes down 2 members.
That's 2 members of Blacklist as Alliance look to close this thing out against them and get these 3 kills and ensure we have a winner here in match 13. All the meanwhile, by the way, LG and Liquid are just sitting, watching, waiting as the exhibit goes down to give information.
Well, look at the space that Alliance now have. They have swept the entirety of the south side, the north side of this zone. Everybody else is either within the building on the south side or just outside of it. Liquid, Blacklist International, who I'm pretty sure is just 1 player alive.
Yep.
And Luminosity Gaming, who are a 3, have to leave as the zone will push them together. Alliance, you don't get a bigger chance than this. You've got a chance to do it for EMEA.
$600,000 to the winners. And they can almost taste it at this point, but Liquid still fighting as best as they can to get out of this building. But they are struggling. LG are holding them. And remember, a solo rat still below them here.
Blacklist International still with that solo. And that's one thing that we haven't had today is a solo rat winning. And that would keep this tournament going. But for Alliance, it's about cleaning up here. Like I said, it's the golden opportunity. It's the dream opportunity as Blacklist International will fall, and this will be your final game. We will crown a champion.
Alliance, who are touted as group stage players, the boys that could never get it done, the boys who always struggled in finals, have this game in their hands, and it's now their chance.
LG are down as Alliance will do it! The doubters, the haters are silenced! As Alliance will finally cross that line, will step over from finalists to champions, and will also become the first from EMEA to claim a LAN championship.
"13 matches it took to find a winner here in Riyadh. And it's Alliance, it's EMEA who get to raise that trophy high, who get to put their key into that trophy and crush the 19 keys of the other teams in this lobby. It seemed like maybe this tournament was never going to end. But Alliance, when the opportunity came their way, boy did they seize it. And you couldn't ask for a better team to win. You know how badly this team have wanted to be here, how badly they wanted to silence all those doubters, silence all those haters. Well, this is their moment, not just for themselves, but for EMEA too.
For Hackis to lead through multiple years of competition with different teammates, but one thing has always remained the same, and that is the support from the EMEA region, believing he would be the man to send Alliance to their first championships. We're going to send it down to Peeps to speak to the Alliance boys.
What's going on, everybody? I am here with the Esports World Cup Apex champions, first in the history. Absolutely insane. I mean, listen, $600,000, the first ever Apex World Cup Esports World Champion. What are you going through? What are the emotions? What does this moment mean to you?
I mean, first Wild LAN win, first of many, of course. Just gonna keep dominating now, hopefully. I don't know, we're on game 14 or something. I am completely empty, like I am drained. I have no feelings right now, I'm just dead. But yeah.
I mean, that was the longest LAN in Apex history, so I can't imagine what you guys are feeling. Can we get the key master here? I need you guys to enter your key into the trophy to officially become the Esports World Cup champions. And guys, I need you to lift that trophy up in the air right now. Crowd, make some noise. games didn't go your way, what were the team comms in between games, and was there anything that you guys had to change to make sure you guys had this sort of outcome?
Just never give up. Like, we mentally reset every single time after every game. Like, we were like really down bad after the one game, but we almost won. We got third place. We were really down bad. Like, reset, go again, and we did it.
I mean, you heard it here. You never give up. Effect, I got to talk to you, the human aimbot over here. You guys are the 4th team in the 5.5 years of Apex LAN history to win a LAN. All right. What does that mean to you, and does that put you guys in the conversation as a super team?
I honestly have nothing to say. I'm just speechless right now, but we're gonna dominate now, and it's one out of many LANs that we have won. And it's crazy that we played 14 games, and it's actually lucky that we got to play so many, because at the end I got like second breath. I went fucking crazy in the end.
All right, well, you heard him. He went crazy. But listen, we have our MVP hackies. All right. It is well earned. It is well deserved. But listen, it's because of your phenomenal performance. But not only that, because of these two guys. Talk to me about your teammates.
They played amazing this LAN, you know. We kind of changed up our role synergy a little bit, where I take a little bit of a safer position, you know, play a little bit more support, let them be a duo and play together and just kill everything. Like, the thing we've been practicing the most is just letting them 2v3 every single team in the world. So even here we can do it. So
you heard it there, 2v3 anything. That is the amazing, amazing comment for you guys. And now a message to your family, your friends, your fans, everyone who supported you. What do you want to say to them?
Shout out to everyone, shout out to the Alliance community, shout out to my beautiful girlfriend, shout out to my family, shout out to my teammates, our org Alliance, all our sponsors, and yeah, it's been an amazing event. Thank you for having us.
Fellas, give that trophy one more lift. Crowd, one more time for the Esports World Cup Apex Legends champions.
EMEA have done it. They've climbed the mountain, and they have found themselves atop the battlefield with a key in hand and a moment of history. Alliance are your champions of the Esports World Cup, and they hoist the trophy for the first time, representing all of EMEA. Truly, Apex Legends is just getting better and better. The crowd couldn't help but celebrate, guys. It was a special moment, and I think here, sharing it with you, Jayhawk, this has to mean so much to Hockeys and the journey that he has been on with this org Alliance since the beginning.
Absolutely. One of the most experienced players that we have in this entire scene. He's gone through so many ups and downs. He's had so many different teammates, and finally getting to be able to lift that trophy, I know for him has to be an incredible moment, because he's been so close before. He's heard all of the criticism around his team and how they're a group stage team. He's heard all the criticism around EMEA and how they're the weakest region in the world. And yet here he is, finally lifting that trophy, being named the MVP, and being able to say that he is no longer a group stage IGL, a group stage team, but a champion.
From a military background, bringing that into his esports excellence and becoming really a star in EMEA. It was so close, yet so far for so long. But they got effect, and that started to change things. Last year, when he came in as one of the youngest players in our league, he showed out, but it was always group stage. Where are you in the finals? Well, I think now he's shown us where he is.
It's about time there. Effect, an absolute monster, a Baba Yaga on the controller for so many other competitors out here. And of course, Unlucky, his accolades as well, coming on to replace Yuki when Alliance needed it most here. It has been a journey to restructure, reformat, and for Alliance to find themselves when it could not have been tougher here.
Unlucky, like you mentioned, his own journey, known as this dynamic duo with Tyler FPS for so long, trying to find it through all these different orgs. But the fit came, you're right, when the star, maybe many people thought the centerpiece alongside Hockey's Yuki, retired. and it looked down for Alliance, but he has fit in so well, Lauren. We didn't know he would fit in this well, but he has proven to us that he is that next level caliber of player. He's that guy.
And that couldn't have been driven home any more than by what Hackis was saying in that interview, that they needed to figure out what was working best for this trio playstyle-wise, and that was Hackis sitting back being the anchor, allowing these two to just slay out in this new dynamic duo. You know, you mentioned dynamic duo that's working for Alliance. That's exactly what we just watched them do in this last match. They got aggressive on Blacklist. They took the match into their own hands while Hackis was just shredding with the bow check from a distance. I mean, they did everything perfectly in that last match. They absolutely deserve to win.
It was a masterclass in so many different ways. And as we take a look at our overall match results and go to our series results, we're going to set the picture and the stage for ultimately where these teams will end up landing. We've got first place, obviously, going to Alliance. That's $600,000 after a day's work. Not too bad. I'm sure many of us would be happy to go home to that. But second place, all the way down through 20th, is impactful. $375,000, $200,000 from second and third. So these stats matter, and they're going to help. Did they do enough? Who did what they needed to do to secure the bag here at EWC? Our final series results puts Falcons right behind Alliance, just 2 points down. Look at that. Our Group B and our Group A winners, they finish in reverse order, and LG take third with Gaming Gladiators and DMS rounding out our top 5. Wow.
I'm still speechless. Alliance actually winning, but I will say, for the club championship on the rest of the leaderboard, Falcons getting second. I know that the super team, they're not going to be happy about that, and maybe there's some questions now of if they actually are a super team. They'll be able to answer that in Germany, but getting second is going to be big for the club championship. Gaming Gladiators in fourth, we've talked about them throughout the event. That's going to be big as well.
You know, I think it just kind of brings to this point where Apex, like any BR, is not this, guaranteed formula. As much as Privacy is an amazing analyst, they do almost get 13 points on Storm Point every time. But 12 versus 13 is a difference. 112 versus 114 could be the difference in terms of winning hundreds of thousands of dollars, Lauren. At the end of the day, it's a game of inches that decides a champion, and maybe it's more than that. Maybe it's something from within that Alliance picked up and like a fire kind of found their moment and took it from the rest of the lobby.
Absolutely, and there were lots of things that had to go right along the way in order for them to be able to get to that opportunity and for them to capture it. And one of those things that I noticed on that leaderboard too was LG. Talk about a late time come up in this entire series, and Sweet shutting down those multiple match point opportunities when teams were available to do that. LG was the spoiler for so long, and then they shot themselves up the leaderboard to finish at the top. I mean, that's also impressive.
$200,000 for LG and the squad. I literally, as we can look at it, didn't get the win, but you could say hundreds of thousands of dollars those games were worth, Ben. As we take a look at our Kidia play of the day, I want you to walk us through this last moment. It must mean so much to you as a fan. You are a Texan, you wear a belt buckle, and you hold it tight while we're on desk, and yet you're this EMEA fan. This must mean a lot, though, man. We know how much you followed and love this region. Talk to us about this play and also the impact of this win.
I think Lauren said it the best. Taking the moment into their hands there. We talked with the general manager, Pontus, and he said, if you see Alliance playing scared, that's how you know we're on fraud watch. For this roster, in that moment, rushing Blacklist International down, clearing the outside out. Had they not done that, had they just played to themselves, played small like they said they could not do, we would be talking about a completely different team. Heck, we almost saw that in match 12.
It's just one of those things you look back at and you wonder where it all comes from. I love Alliance for a few reasons, not just because I love EMEA. I got to try to stay as unbiased as I can be. Oh, maybe a Freudian slip there. But truly, as much as I can be, and I still have this love for what Alliance has done. They were the team that would play Rampart when no one else was playing it. They were the team that would play Ashe in Pro League, and it would actually work a little bit, but not enough to take it to land. They were the only team this split that played Alter. somehow Hockey's has been willing to take risks. And maybe those risks, even though they didn't pan out in those moments, are the result of the risks that he took today to qualify not only for this tournament, but to get $600,000 and call himself an Esports World Cup champion. That is why, as we look at our MVP and we look at all of these performances, it has got to be Hockey's. Like I said, from a military background, coming in and taking that structure to the way that he treats his team, he treats his stream, and he treats performing. It was absolutely a masterclass of someone who I think teaches us all a little bit about how to be a leader, how to get a group going, and how to experiment and take some downs and still find a way to get back up, Jayhawk. When you look at Hockey's, what does his name mean when you hear that in Apex Legends?
I mean, when you think of Hockey's, you think of EMEA, because we've thought of that region for so long, and we always talk about Alliance immediately. They're the team that comes to mind, and it's because of him.
Yeah.
He's led this squad for so long, whether it was with Yuki or Vifes back in the day, or now with Effect and Unlucky. He's been sort of the focal piece, and I think it's absolutely remarkable. We talked about it with a variety of players throughout the weekend. The ability to say, what can I do that's best for the team? And if that means I'm going to take a step back. He's been a very aggressive player his entire career, but now being willing to say, my two roller fraggers, they're going to go crazy, and I have to be willing to let them do that and trust them, and it results in a win. Elite stuff, and he deserves the MVP.
One of the special things about the MVP here at EWC is it earns the selected player who's voted through numerous members of our talent team $50,000 alongside the honor. Let's hear a little bit of that winning moment and see how it transpired for Hockey's and Alliance.
Buff one inside!
Yes.
Kill one, no team. Yeah, inside and the close. Two solos, baby.
Okay, chill.
Oh my god, they didn't bring this shit home.
Shut the fuck up and shoot. Yes.
Solo on the right.
Shoot on.
Solo inside and on the right, okay?
Yes.
Shoot and knock down.
Yes, crack them.
Come on. Last one inside. Two guys.
Yes, dead.
Let's go!
It was more than just a win, Lauren. It was catharsis. I said that word before. It truly was this time. So much for EMEA, so much for their own individual journeys. And if you notice, there was someone there who, I've mentioned Poland a couple times, was a player in Poland, Pie, who's been hanging out now as a coach for Alliance and obviously a huge part of this team. His experience, while he hasn't been able to win those championships now, he does it in a different role. There's just such a group story that you gotta love here for Alliance.
I mean, I ran into them while they were doing the media stuff before the tournament even got started, and it's just a connected level for Alliance that exudes family vibes, right? Like, they are there supporting each other through every single step of this process, the good, the bad, even all the way up the organizational ladder of Alliance itself.
Yeah.
They are all so dedicated to seeing this team succeed, knowing the potential they always had, and just falling this shy of it. Now it's completely unlocked.
It's an amazing thing. It's an amazing feeling. You don't often see this in sports, and esports as well. A lot of teams struggle and just never make it to the top. They get it close, but look at this. They get that once-in-a-lifetime chance. To them, they think there's going to be many more, but at least for now, the champions walk. They get to go look at that key that will ultimately be placed in the totem in Riyadh to represent the winner of Apex Legends for 2024 at the Esports World Cup. Across this tournament, we've also got 2 more keys in different games being put into that totem, and it will signify excellence in this year that will never be forgotten, truly cementing your place as an esports icon. It also means that they'll be able to do another ritual, which is they get to keep 3 of certain members that they played, certain teams that they played's keys, and they also get to crush a lot of other keys as well. Jayhawk, that dynamic, it just adds a little bit of a story. Who do they choose to crush? Who do they choose to keep? How does that, what's the pick there? If you had an idea of what they might choose to crush, who would that be?
I mean, first off, you're going to pick Falcons. I think every team, if you could beat Falcons, that's the one you pick, because we've been talking about them as the super team. They're getting all the love, all the praise. Almost all of our talent team picked Falcons to win the whole thing, and you're the team that finally gets to beat them. You got to crush their key, even as a sign of respect for how good they were.
Let's wrap things up here. I want to go down the line. You guys have been phenomenal this week. It's been such a pleasure working with you. Jayhawk, your final thoughts as we get these scenes of Alliance about to lift that trophy that they've earned so well today.
Congratulations to Alliance. At our last LAN, we saw APAC North finally lift the trophy. Now we've seen EMEA do it, and I really think it's just the story of Apex Legends. Finally, the world has become a little bit more balanced, and they're starting to catch up and realize how to play this game and how to win.
I think people are also starting to catch up what this game has in terms of potential and especially in terms of excitement, Ben. This was one of the best tournaments I think that has happened all year in any esport. I don't know if we could replicate this ever in Apex. It's going to be incredibly hard, but Alliance to come out on top, I mean, that's a little bit of history they will never forget.
Yeah, I think I speak for so many of the fans out there when I say EMEA, we finally did it. This tournament, though, has been a remarkable addition to all of these players, all of their opportunities, and for so much of the practice that they need on an international level. And for Alliance, it's something that not only will they never forget with the win alongside them, but something that will help them grow as a roster.
This squad, so many players, so many managers, so many support staff that have helped make this a reality, so many journeys that, as they say, are just beginning. Glitter, is it fair to look at this tournament and say that Apex is just beginning as well?
You wouldn't think that that was true considering how long we've been around for now, but I feel like every year we get better. It feels like it's a fresh restart now. New eyes on the game, new regions that we're playing in, new experiences, new winners, new regions at the top. It is a whole new ball game, and it's only going to get better from here.
And if you're a fan, as you see the Prince getting ready to take some photos with Alliance, one of the honors here, a big Apex Legends fan, we heard as well, so we feel honored that our esport is much loved. One of the biggest things is that Los Angeles, where we saw APAC North just a few months ago in May, is where we had a new winner for the first time in a new region. Now, just a few months later, in July, in Riyadh, we see EMEA get a win, and it's Alliance of all players. And of course, in just a few weeks, we're going to be in Germany. So if you're a fan of Apex Legends esports, well, you better stay tuned because the best is yet to come. What a time it has been here at the Esports World Cup. Apex Legends has been a game that we have loved and cherished, and we're so happy to have brought it to many of you around the world, wherever you are, whoever you are, who loves gaming and who loves esports. We welcome you, and we are so appreciative of your time that you've spent with us. My name's Ben Rainday. From all of our production, all of our amazing talent, all of my good friends, we love you, and we cannot wait to see you again. It's only a few weeks, so don't get sad. Be happy that the moment happened. And as always, I will remind you to never give up, never stop gaming, and we will see you all next time. Good night.
it's time.